morning. Are we good? Welcome. This is a youthful event, so I hope we have energy throughout the day. So we'd like to start in very few minutes. But first, I would like to request those who are using the seats on the back to consider moving to the front seats. The last 4 seats, if you can switch over kindly. So my name is Arnold Gekonge. I lead the youth organization Champions for SDGs, which is co-hosting today's activity together with VSO Kenya, SDGs Kenya Forum, the Kenya School of Government, and the National Youth Council. So welcome everybody. We'd like you to feel at home, and we hope that you find this conference today to be insightful, and also you get to network with other young people who are attending today. So today's hashtag will be My Youth na SDGs. We sent it to your emails. This is the hashtag that you are using to keep the conversation going online. So on your favorite social platforms, you can take a photo with your favorite SDG or with your friend, and then you can post and use that hashtag. Let other young people out there know something about the SDGs or what you've learned today or what you'd like to share. So in a few minutes time, I'll call upon our opening remarks. But at this point, I would like you to feel at home. Just get ready to dive into today's meeting. That's okay? All right. So, karibu sana. someone you came with, you should switch. Sit next to us, someone you don't know. Say hi to your neighbor. Ask them their name. All right. So the next thing, you are welcome to take a selfie with your friend and share on your favorite platform, in case that's okay with you. So use the next 1 or 2 minutes to do that, and you can sit down in case you are not doing that. So take this moment to just take a photo. You can walk to a banner, to an SDG, and take a photo, and then we can start the conversations online. Remember, the hashtag is? The hashtag is? Let me ask my friend here what the hashtag is. What is the hashtag for today?
My youth na SDGs.
My youth na SDGs. My youth na SDGs. In addition, we have our friends joining us via Microsoft Teams online, those who are not able to make it here in person. So the link is accessible via the SDGs Kenya Forum page or the Champions for SDGs Youth. So if you go to our handle, you can be able to see the link for joining via Microsoft Teams, and you can share it with your colleagues. In addition to that, we are also streaming on YouTube, so you can also find that link via our social platforms, and you can share with anyone else who has not been able to make it here in person. Is that okay? All right. So 2 more housekeeping issues. First, in case we'd like to use the washrooms, we'll walk to the back and then we'll see signage that shows us where the washrooms are. And then we also have a sign language interpreter for our friends who will be using those services. So at this point, I invite us to have the national anthem and the East African anthem so that we can start the meeting. So kindly let's stand. Thank you. And once again, welcome everybody to the My Youth na SDGs Youth Pre-Conference for this year. So I'll give us a bit of background on why we're having this activity today. And then we shall have remarks from our key partners and guests who are with us. So this is the third My Youth na SDGs Annual National Youth Pre-Conference that we are having. And the main reason why we are carrying out this activity is because we want to ensure youth inclusivity in SDGs implementation and review processes. And a few years ago, during the National Multi-Stakeholders Conference, a few of us who participated as young people identified that gap and asked ourselves, what can we do so that more young people can participate in reviewing the progress of the SDGs throughout the year and give recommendations for the next year, and who can be able to support us. So the past 2 years, we've worked with the SDGs Kenya Forum to host the similar pre-conference, whose outcome is presented at the main conference, in which we have all the other stakeholders. So today we will look at the progress that we've made this year, learn about how our country is doing, but we'll also check whether the recommendations that we made last year have been met, or there is still a gap that needs to be filled. Young people are a key stakeholder in SDGs implementation processes, and the many initiatives that we run in our communities are a testament to that. In addition to young people as stakeholders, there are many other stakeholders whom we all need to work with in implementing and reviewing the goals. Many at times, we have all run or be part of initiatives that are implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. But when it comes to the review process, again, a few of us participate. So we would also like to educate and inform young people on the importance of taking part in the review process, as much as we participate in the implementation process. So at the end of the day, I believe that all of us who are here today will have enriched ourselves with the knowledge and information on how we can participate in that process, in both processes. So I would like to take this opportunity so I'd like to take this opportunity to appreciate each and every one of you for making the time to be here, and also to appreciate, first of all, the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy for taking the time to be part of us today. Secondly, the State Department for Economic Planning for also being part and parcel of this conversation today. And then thirdly, the National Youth Council, and also VSO Kenya, the SDGs Kenya Forum, the Kenya School of Government, and Champions for Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to request your indulgence in having remarks given first from the National Youth Council, and then we'll proceed with our partners. we have Patricia Macau? VSO Kenya? So, Mr. Sebastian, please come on stage. Mr. Sebastian will represent Patricia Macau of VSO Kenya. We can hear from VSO Kenya as we wait for the National Youth Council. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. I'm so glad to be here today. My name is Sebastian Kiloso. I'm a VSO volunteer based in Makueni County. I want to bring the apologies of Patricia Macau. She's our project implementation manager. She wanted to be here so much, but she got caught up in another meeting. So, to begin with, VSO Kenya works closely with volunteers in several counties in Kenya, supporting different projects. We have a project on active citizenship. We also have another project, we call it Make Way for Her, that supports sexual reproductive health and rights, making young people access their rights around their reproductive health. So today, as we engage as stakeholders on SDGs, VSO Kenya is glad to partner with all other stakeholders to support this auspicious occasion on SDGs. Just because we've been working with young people, we've been supporting them understand the basics, areas of interventions, what they need to do, how to get involved in SDGs. Like for SDG 13, climate change, in several counties we are supporting young people to become part of the Floka Fund implementation in Makueni, in Kilifi, and in Nyandarua. Under the Make Way project, we are working toward reducing inequalities, working with marginalized women and girls to access their reproductive health and rights. We are also taking part in the ANR, Annual National Review for SDGs. We do participate, we send volunteers. Our approach is volunteering for development, and in the approach, we look into ways where volunteers can come in and support in implementation of SDGs, review of SDGs, and also accelerating the uptake and progress in implementation of SDGs. So I came with several youth volunteers from Makueni. Maybe I can just ask them to stand up. We recognize their presence. They are, and I will note what they've been doing in Makueni. So kindly. Yeah. Yeah, so these are some of our champions from Makueni. Have your seats. They are supporting in budget advocacy around SDGs. We are working with them towards making sure that the county government aligns its programming to allocating resources to the implementation of SDGs. And when we got the opportunity to be here, we thought they can be good representatives because as young people, they are taking part, they are getting involved in the implementation of SDGs, and therefore we thought we can come together with them and be part of this meeting. So as VSO Kenya, we are happy and we want to congratulate all partners in the implementation of this conference, and also we look forward to working closely with you in the several other forums that we may have around SDGs and what to do and how basically what we've come today to pick is what more can we do as young people, and what more can we take to our communities to have more young people volunteer and get involved in the implementation of SDGs. That's my part, and I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Let's give him a clap. Thank you so much, VSO, for being part and parcel of this activity today. And we are glad to see you all the way from Makueni and be part of this conversation. Remember, our hashtag today is MyYouthNa SDGs. Engage your friends online and share any nuggets of information that you'll get today regarding the SDGs conversation and how young people can continue actively engaging themselves. So again, we cannot emphasize enough that you as a young person are an important stakeholder in the SDGs implementation and review processes, and you ought to take that role seriously and engage in partnership with other like-minded individuals, organizations, and institutions who will be happy to walk with you the journey in that regard. So up next, we will have the National Youth Council. Madam CEO, if you can come straight to the stage, we are ready for you. Let's clap for the CEO of the National Youth Council. Karibu sana, and thank you for making time for this.
Thank you very much. I happen to have gotten a call, so I'm not sure if I should be going direct to the remarks. Yes, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, and our young people, hamjamboni. Hamjambo. You've not been given tea today. We are still not energetic. I believe at 10 something will happen. So it is a great honor to stand before you today as we converge here for the 3rd annual National SDGs Multinational Stakeholder Youth Pre-Conference. Let me start by saying that on behalf of National Youth Council, we are very proud to be part of this. It's a significant event that resonates deeply with what we do, which is empowering young people and ensuring the young people's voices are heard. Actually, the tagline for National Youth Council is amplifying the youth voice, because we understand that you guys already have your voice. As a country, I know we've come a long way since the adaptation of the SDGs in 2015. And it is important to note that we have had remarkable strides. Before I got here, someone mentioned that, there is the voluntary national review that has been done. So during this period, we've had the completion of the 3 voluntary national reviews and 1 progress report alongside the continued efforts of the Interagency Technical Working Committee. So you can see we are doing a lot, and we've been able to do a lot. It is also worth noting that young people are the majority, which we already know, and we make up 75% of our population. Hence, we are a major stakeholder in this conversation. And in order for us to be able to achieve the SDGs, the conversation cannot be had without us. Unfortunately, we remain at the peripheral of this conversation. So I believe having this pre-conference is very important, and it serves as a crucial platform for our engagement as young people. This is an important event, and as I've said, it provides an opportunity for us young people to connect with one another, to connect with stakeholders, to discuss the progress made on SDGs, and assess how far we've come since the last pre-conference. It is also a chance to expand networks of our young innovators who are actively finding solutions to the pressing challenges that are facing our community. Together, We must strive to enhance youth inclusivity in SDGs implementation and to ensure that no one is left behind. To this end, as National Youth Council, it is worth noting that we are at the forefront of ensuring youth realize their full potential through the implementation of these SDGs. And for us, we do it, there's a program we call Kijani. I'm sure maybe at some point you'll hear about it, which addresses the environmental issues in a comprehensive way while creating sustainable green jobs for our young people across Kenya. So I believe as we have these discussions here today, I believe that's something that you should be able to hear. And even as we are doing our connections, we should be able to hear about it. We also have an initiative dubbed VSO program, which is again dedicated to fostering youth innovation and inclusion in the implementation of the SDG goals. Mainly in 5 crucial areas, that is climate action, agriculture, creative industry, governance, and health. So again, ensure that by the time we are getting out of here, we are able to know where can we be able to tap. So ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the journey ahead of us, we must be able to work with one another. We must be able to bring ourselves at the forefront and contribute. The one thing that we know is that we cannot do it alone. That's the reason why collaboration in such kind of platforms provide important opportunities for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again to conclude, the journey ahead is long. But for us guys and for all of us, with collaboration, innovation, and full participation of us as young people, we are more than able and capable to participate as young people and also to realize the SDGs. So let us, during this pre-conference, push boundaries, share ideas, create a more inclusive path towards achieving our national and global goals. Thank you very much, and I look forward to insightful discussions ahead. Asanteni sana.
Let's give her a good applause. Let's do it like this. Huh? The traditional way of clapping. Huh? Moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Sindio? Aya, moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Asante sana. Thank you so much, the National Youth Council, for partnering to host this activity today and for sharing inspiration for the work that you do and also for upcoming collaborations and initiatives that we can collectively work together to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. So at this point, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Victor Otieno, who's an economist from the State Department for Economic Planning, to make remarks on behalf of the, opening remarks on behalf of the SDGs Coordination Directorate. Karibu sana. Let's clap for him as he comes.
Thank you, Arnold. Wanasemanga, nothing for us, nothing for us, nothing for us without us. My name is Victor Otieno. I work with the State Department for Economic Planning. Before I joined government, I was working with in the NGO world. And some of the projects or programs are beneficiary tailored. So if you're dealing a program that is dealing with youths, and they were really looking for CBOs, the youth-led networks and CBOs to work with. So as youths, I'm seeing, I think a majority, over 99.9% are Gen Zs. Isn't it? Yeah? Yeah, I'm seeing a majority are young people. But me si Gen Z. I'm not a Gen Z. Nimepita hapo kidogo tu. So I came with my colleague, Robert. You can just stand and say hi. Yes. So as I've said, my name is Victor Tino from State Department for Economic Planning, and specifically International Economic Partnerships and Frameworks Coordination Directorate. International Frameworks Coordination Division. It's a very long acronym. So, but economic planning, hiyo utashika, si ndio? So, you see, I was told overnight that I'm supposed to attend this forum. All my colleagues and my colleagues in the directorate, they are away, they are out of town. And even me, I'm engaged elsewhere, but I say that I must come. Arnold, thank you. We've been partnering. We've been part and parcel of this. And partnership is very, very important. You see, issues of youth, when I'm seeing experts in the youth issues. I'm seeing George is here, and the National Youth Council. They're the experts in youth issues. Me, I'm an economist. So, youth aspects, I leave to them to deliberate. So, but youth are very important. And if you look at the last census that was done, over 70% are under the age of 35. So, and we can use that to our advantage as a nation, or if we fail to address that aspect, it can haunt us. Isn't it? The way we saw on 25th June. So youths are very, very important. Youths are very, very important players in any economy. You see, if you look at Africa, around 60% are under the age of 25. And when the anthem for the African Union was being played, you see, you're the anthem in Africa. I think I'm going to play it at ESC. But also we are supposed to be continental, isn't it? Yes. And also, Arnold, I know your network or your organization is mainly focusing on SDGs, but also let's also think about the Africa Agenda 2063. Yeah, sometimes the SDGs overcrowds everything, because SDGs are global. So I want to say that I know I'll have an opportunity to do some presentation just for us to see the progress of SDGs implementation in the country. And just a preview, we are not doing well. We are doing bad, as you will see in the presentation. And even globally, if you look at the SDGs, the Secretary General's SDGs report 2024, it tells us that only 17% of the targets are on track. How many targets do we have globally? How many SDG targets do we have? 169, isn't it? So 17%, if you do the math, around 29, 30 there, 30 targets globally. So we are at a very critical path, and it's like we are not on track in terms of SDGs implementation. And the youths are very, very important in this aspect. And that's why we have, I know this is a precursor to the national, the SDGs Multi-Stakeholders Conference, Forum, that will happen in Mombasa, probably next month. And one of the aspects that we will be discussing in the thematic areas that we'll be discussing, and even in details during that conference, is the issues of youths. And I think the National Youth Council, you are aware of that, and also the State Department for Youth Affairs. So they are the experts in matters youth. So we'll do thorough deliberations during that conference on which areas, what can youth do to accelerate the SDGs implementation. And even if you look at the MTP4, the fourth medium-term plan of the Vision 2030 that is running from 2023 to 2027, I know my senior from the State Department for Youth Affairs, they have, packed a lot of programs and projects, initiatives and interventions that are geared towards addressing the issues of youth. Because as a country, we must look at issues of the youth. So thank you very much. Nilikuwa na mtu atasema anguka nayo. Sasa mmekataa kuanguka nayo. People are so dull. Why are you dull? Huh? And youth are always very energetic. We are not even smiling. You are gloomy. It's like you want to cry. Huh? You see, as youths, you should have that youthfulness, the vigor, the energy. Your eyes should be sparkling. Are you together? So with those many remarks, thank you, Arnold, for this initiative. And I think let's engage. And we were told the slogan is, my youth's now, SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's clap for Victor again from the State Department for Economic Planning. So at this point, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Florence Sievuo, the Executive Director of the SDGs Kenya Forum, with whom we are co-hosting this pre-conference today. Let's clap for Ms. Florence as she comes on stage.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning. Hey, as Victor says, today we are a bit dull. What's the problem? Oh, mtachangamka tu. It must be waking up very early. Yeah, but that's life, eh? So really great and good to see you all. As I've been introduced, my name is Florence Sievuo from the SDG Kenya Forum, the Executive Director, and with me is a great team here. And I know at some point you'll get to meet the rest of the team that have worked so hard for this event, and also our partners, Arnold, Champions for SDG, VSO, and many others. So most welcome. I'll start by just welcoming you all, but also to recognize our guest. It's good to see you, Madam Margaret Kiogora. I hope I pronounce your name right, from the Youth Council. Victor, thank you so much for showing up from the State Department of Planning, the VSO reps, any other guests that I've not acknowledged. Thank you for joining us, and we are really happy to have you here. And so as we begin this very important but yet critical day from the SDG Kenya Forum, from the partners who are organizing this youth pre-conference, for us as different institutions, is the belief that young people really matter. And sustainable development goals in Kenya, in Africa, all over the world cannot be achieved if we do not prioritize on the youth that are the biggest population in Kenya. I asked this question yesterday in a youth meeting. What's the percentage of youth in Kenya? Munajua? I just want somebody to shout out and say, what percentage? Sorry? 60, I'm hearing whispers of 60. I'm hearing whispers of, I've heard of 75. I've heard of, online I saw, I think 46%, and then, but it's separated with the adolescent, which is again, is it about 15 to 19, 16 to 19, 15 to 19, with a 22.2%. Of course, that still showcases that the youth in this country are the biggest in terms of population. And so it's only wise for policymakers, it's only wise for decision makers in terms of development, for all of us to ensure that we can prioritize on the youth and also provide for them platforms. And that's why we are here today. So I'll give you a brief, and I know Victor spoke about the SDGs, the National SDGs Multi-Stakeholder Conference that has happened since 2018. And the main aim of this conference is to bring different stakeholders, one, to do peer-to-peer learning, to exchange best practices, but also to monitor progress at national level, going all the way to the counties. And of course, we have private sector, we have media, academia, just all the different stakeholders, including youth, who are part and parcel of this conference. And because this particular conference, the multi-stakeholder national conference, cannot accommodate all of us. Like, of course, every conference you have to have numbers. We thought it wise with one of our partners, the UNA Finland, to always host a pre-conference for young people, so that before the main conference, if we have a representation of the youth in the main conference, at least majority of you who might not make it physically have a say and also can do your contributions, and also negotiated for a panel where young people give out the outputs of this meeting. And so this is just to let you know that the outputs of this meeting will be taken forward to the SDGs Multi-Stakeholder Conference, the national conference that will be happening end of November, beginning of December. And this has been a very, very good practice, because we also have guests from Finland, guests from Uganda, Tanzania, who also are part of this conference. And they're always, of course, very happy to take away what Kenya is doing, the inspiration that is happening within the Kenyan borders. And so just to let you know, and I know most of you know, there's a lot of inspiration that has come from Kenya. And so as young people, we always want to motivate you to make sure that you can be confident about what you're doing, and also knowing that whatever you're doing matters, and also it will be involved. Like, we can sort of link it up to the national processes on SDGs. We can link it up to the county processes on SDGs. We can link it up to regional processes, but also international processes on sustainable development goals. So it's a great honor for us to be here jointly. Thank you for making the time. I know this is a bit over distance, but it's good to tour the country and at least get to know. For those of you who've never been to the Kenya School of Government, I hope that you'll get the inspiration, and of course, we hope that in future, most of you will be the decision makers in this country, and this will be, I hear this is home for a lot of government people. You have to go through the Kenya School of Government, but the government reps will tell us more about that. And so during this third annual multi-stakeholder youth conference, as we gear up to the main conference, we have, I said before, it's a significant milestone. And we are proud as the organizers to continuously amplify the voices of youth, recognizing their invaluable contribution to shaping our collective future. Young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. And we have worked diligently to ensure that they have a platform where their ideas, concerns, and leadership are acknowledged and heard. And I hope as you live here, you'll feel that within this platform. Our commitment to youth leadership is reflected in one of our flagship initiatives, the United Nations African Youth Delegate. This has been running for 2 years, which has emphasized young leaders in Kenya to take center stage at global platforms. And through this program, our youth have participated in international dialogues, contributed to policy discussion, representing Kenya's voices on critical issues. This has allowed young people to showcase their innovation and drive on the global stage, reinforcing our belief that youth must be at the forefront of global change. And within this particular African Youth Delegate Program, and I know maybe some of you applied or some of you are part of the 20, we got 2,000 applicants. And every time we've always launched a youth program or a youth call, we've always gotten very overwhelming numbers. showcasing to us as Kenyans that we have very many young people who are well qualified, people who are ready to work, and how do we continuously provide for them platforms. And I know some of them will be here today. I know Eugene and Linda who are the overall delegates that managed, for example, last month to be at the United Nations General Assembly in New York for the Summit of the Future, just representing young voices. And that was a huge, huge milestone. And jointly, they, of course, partnered with, or they were with other countries like Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, I think Rwanda, and so forth. And so it's been a great pleasure for young people just to interact, not amongst themselves here in Kenya, but also to find linkages across the continent and across the globe. And of course, when they went to New York, they found a lot of young people from all over the world. And this is what we're talking about. How can we open up more spaces? How can we prepare our youth to launch out in programs and opportunities where they can grow? And also, furthermore, we are excited to have also recently, is it 2 weeks ago, launched the first ever European Union Youth Sounding Board in Kenya. This is an initiative that is in partnership with FemNet and the European Union and the SDGs Kenya Forum and one other partner from Netherlands. And this also provides a groundbreaking initiative that gives young people a structured platform to engage in decision-making process. This board empowers youth to actively participate in shaping policies that impact their lives and communities, also demonstrating our commitment to fostering youth engagement at every level. And for this EU Youth Sounding Board, again, there was overwhelming numbers that applied, and the 15 youth that are part of this project have the opportunity to continuously be engaged in the European Union processes, just the advising the European Union here in Kenya, but also linking initiatives that can empower youth in Kenya and in Africa. And so on the global front, the Pact for the Future, I'm sure that you know that the outcome document for this year's United Nations General Assembly, one of the documents was the Pact for the Future that was recently adopted by member states with Chapter 4 specifically addressing youth and future generations. And so within the next conversations about post-2030 agenda, we already have a whole chapter in there that speaks about young people, youth and future generations. And for me, it's to really encourage you that you need to take up this space. We need to ensure that there's more conversations. Young people in Kenya understand why or how they should be involved in these processes. And so this is a vital acknowledgement of the crucial role young people play in shaping the future. And therefore, the SDGs Kenya Forum is committed to ensure that youth participation is strengthened not only at the national level, but also in the region and international decision-making spaces. We recognize the importance of creating environments where youth can lead, innovate, and make meaningful contributions. And I believe this is what our call needs to be: innovation, youth can lead, and meaningful contributions. So today, as we gather to celebrate the third annual multi-stakeholder youth pre-conference, we are reminded of the power of youth collaboration and engagement. The conversations we have today will help shape the strategies and actions that will drive sustainable development and inclusive growth. And so as we look ahead as SDGs Kenya Forum, we want to just make sure that we can communicate our commitment to supporting youth empowerment in Kenya. We will continue to create platforms for young people to lead. We are proud to stand with you in this journey towards a more inclusive and sustainable future. And we hope that you've been part of this event, and in terms of just the decision making, you'll be able to come out here having a great impact, but also you'll have a forward thinking in terms of what your role needs to be as young people. And so with those remarks, I always like by ending and letting you know, I started off as a youth delegate, and that's why my passion lies. Everywhere I go to youth platforms, I think those that have heard me before, you've heard this. When I was in the university, I started off, just in different platforms, doing attachments, and then ended up as a Millennium Development Goals Youth Delegate. And so it's many years ago. Right now I have a 14-year-old, so it's not just the other day. And so fast forward, one day, I hope that many of you will stand in this platform, such similar platforms, but many others. You're the decision makers of this country. We hope to have presidents in this room, governors in this room, all the decision makers, not just in Kenya, but also in the region and in the globe. And so just to encourage you, when you come for these meetings, they may look like you've just come for a meeting. Take it seriously, network, engage, be present, learn something, you know, just go away having you as a person just built in terms of you engaged in these opportunities. Take up opportunities. Rise, come forward. I know you woke up early today. It pays off, you know. And so mine is just to encourage you that a lot of us started as youth delegates. We used to do so many things, campaigns, I don't know what, you know. And looking back, for me, the youth movement really shaped me. And today I can say I am who I am today because the youth movement played a great role in my life. So thank you very much, and I hope you're inspired, engaged, and later on, you as young people, we could start seeing a lot of innovations, but also a lot of collaborations going around Kenya in terms of the youth taking up their role. And I like the Gen Z movement. So let's continue to organize, structure, and ensure that young people can continuously take up their role. Thank you, Arnold, and I want to wish you a good day. And let's continue the conversations. Asanteni sana.
Let's give Miss Florence a good clap. Si ame to inspire. How many of us have been inspired? I have been inspired. So thank you so much, Miss Florence, for your commitment to supporting and partnering with youth to ensure that we participate and engage in the implementation and review processes of the SDGs effectively. So at this point, I'd like to welcome Mr. George Osaso, who is the Deputy Director for the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Just clap for Mr. George as he comes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like it's been said, my name is George Osaso, Deputy Director, Youth Development at the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. I want to appreciate my senior CEO, National Youth Council, Madam Margaret. But because this is a youth function, you allow me to justify to you as Maggie. This is a youth function. We break the protocols a little bit. Florence, thank you very much. Arnold, thank you very much for this opportunity and for thinking about the directorate. It's my pleasure, it's my duty, it's my honor to stand before you here on this preparatory session for the voluntary national reviews for the pre-conference. I think this is a very well-informed forum. And I am very happy again because talking about SDG and seeing that we have a department from government. Thank you, my brother Otieno. It makes me feel very safe because when he is in the house, that is where issues SDGs are domiciled. And I'm also very happy to see that they have a slot where they'll make an elaborate submissions on the SDGs. So that's very good for me. So then that cuts my work to a honest disclosure of who we are and what we do And when I say what we do, it's not us. It's basically what we do with you as well. So the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy is one of the departments under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports. But our State Department is specifically more focused with the youth issues. And we usually begin by saying that our State Department, by fact of mandate, handles 360 degrees youth issues. And the orientation of our colleagues is such that we can mutate into any of those skills that are required by the youth. We make ourselves happy to say that we can very quickly become priests for the youth and with the youth. We can very quickly become anything for the youth and with the youth. So the first thing is 360 degrees for the youth. I remember, and Florence should hear this, just around Unga, I became the chief logistician for Linda. And I got Linda from Nairobi. Logistically, I know you did all these other things, but it got somewhere where we needed to host her emotions, navigate Linda. And the last time we spoke with Linda, she told me that I am now safe in my room. And you can imagine all that, and I don't know this place and all that kind of thing, up to when Linda was in the room. And that was just to demonstrate that we can change ourselves into anything for the youth. That said, our mandate is in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Specific article is Article 55. It explains many issues, things to do with the rights of association for the youth, the rights of participation for the youth, the protection from exploitation for the youth, talks about the right of gainful employment for the youth, and many things. And it's not just limited to Article 55 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. It extends to Article 77, 177, 100, 90. All these are speaking about what the country offers for the youth to do with the youth. Some of those articles about representations, right? Some of those articles about participations. So away from the Constitution, we have some other platforms or policies that spells out our mandate. And one of those is, for example, the executive order. When new governments come to force, usually there is an executive order or organization of government. So it says what who will do in terms of government agencies. So in that executive order, we have work cut out for us as the State Department. We also have international instruments that guide what we do as a State Department. We have, for example, the SDG that has created this platform today, the Pact of the Future, the most recent, and Florence alluded to it. It was adopted after 18 months of negotiations. Interestingly, that negotiation was headed by Namibia, I think Malawi, I'm not very sure, and German. But eventually it was adopted at the 79th United Nations General Assembly. So it will guide what we do. And the takeaway from the Pact of the Future is basically, for us or for the youth, is basically about participation, basically about the financial architecture, and I know this would interest SDG Kenya. Participation is very key. It's came out from the recognition of the fact that youth must take up their space in the development of countries or nations, given the resourcefulness that they are, or given the resource that they are. Maybe we will be speaking to this later. We have instruments like the East African Community Youth Policy. We have circulars, a lot of times come from the head of public service that ask us to do certain things for and with the youth. We have MTPs that my colleague is referred to, and all this is put into a document that we call performance contract, which is signed by the head of the state, or before the head of the state, by our CS, and it is cascaded down to all the levels. So that this then points what we do on annual basis pursuant to the mandate of what we are supposed to do. Then what comes out of all these mandates? We have organized all our mandates into 4 directorates. We have the Directorate of Youth Skills and Entrepreneurship Development. We have Youth Social Development, second directorate. We have Youth Policy, Research and Mainstreaming, and we have Youth Talent and Innovation. I want to mention to you very briefly what each of these directorates do with the youth. Skills and Entrepreneurship currently covers or guides NYOTA. NYOTA is National Youth Opportunities Towards Achievement. This is a World Bank funded program that is, through various interventions, would focus on about 800 youth with various interventions. As we speak, NYOTA is in a preparatory meeting in Baringo with all the youth officers in the Republic of Kenya and the coordinative team as a preparatory meeting towards rollout that will come anytime soon, or as soon as the launch is done. We also have Diaspora Job Expos. And personally, I'm very happy with this. What does it do? One thing is a fact that we have skilled youth in this country faced with limited formal job opportunities. In fact, talking about formal job opportunities, may I have you know that the formal job sector only has 16.3% of job opportunities. 83.7% of job opportunities are in the informal sector. NYOTA, in an intervention, is supposed to prepare to skill the youth and ready them to take up the opportunities of employment in the informal sector, which is like the 83% of it. And it's a whole big craft of things, which includes even attempting to formalize the jobs that are in the informal sector. So coming back to the diaspora jobs, for a long time we have had this conversation of brain drain. And I know my friends from the National Treasury maybe will make a submission around this. But we have had to ask a critical and cardinal question, that what is the better evil? Is it to get opportunities for our youth in South Africa, in Australia, in America, in Europe, or to train them and keep them in the house? So I'm happy and very excited that at least our department and many other government departments, together with or in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is organizing a more structured way of exporting labor, skilled labor, to these other foreign countries. Youth participation, that is where I sit in the directorate. And we have a number of things that we do with the youth around this. We are in community service initiatives. And in this, many things, including climate change. We actually have a unit called Climate Change Unit that is coordinating all these things to do with climate change and adaptation. In fact, just recently with an organization in Netherlands, we did a pilot training lasting 1 week for preparing trainers of trainers, a trainers of trainers course for about 60 participants in preparation for recruitment of a subsequent 4,000 trainers, in preparation and recruitment for another 1 million trainers or people who would take part in climate adaptation and leadership. So that is under community service initiatives. And there are many, basically civic duties and many. We do mindset training in collaboration with International Youth Fellowship. It's based here at Kasarani. This one takes youth in many numbers, big numbers, 2,000, 10,000. A lot of focus is mindset change and leadership. We are Kenyans, I hope, majority of us here are Kenyans, and we know what mental status is ran us into. And so mindset change is key for development as we speak. So we do that. We do kikaos or vikaos. And now we have one in the cards. We want to do one with the JK what? Vikaos are basically forum where we are speaking about a number of youth issues, many youth issues. We do that. We are in youth participation at local, regional, international fora. One that is at the top of my mind is the just concluded UNGA. We were supposed to have gone there with 2 youth representatives, and then all others from other formations like the civil society. And I do know, I can confirm that SDG Kenya sent representatives in the name of Stephen, who actually became my panelist at UNGA. And he did very well, I must confirm to you. He did very, very well, exceptionally well. I didn't get the opportunity to meet Linda because she came in when I was leaving. But Stephen did very well. And looking at the program, I think he will be here and you'll have a feel of Stephen as well. So we are in those international participation and youth representations. As I speak, we have 3 youths in Samoa participating in Commonwealth Youth Forum. They left the country on, I think, 17th, and we expect them back, I think, 3 days after tomorrow. Tomorrow, the program is ending today, then they'll travel from tomorrow to Kenya. As we speak, we have preparations that are happening for development of EAC immigration policy. We have youth that would participate in this when the time comes. We also have preparation for participation in World Urban Forum. Again, in Egypt, we will have youth participating in this. What about policy, research, and mainstreaming? One of the greatest things, I'm an old man, by the way. I joined the ministry when I was 32 years old, but now I am touching on those 50s that are nearing to exit. I do remember when I was serving in Tharaka. How many of us know where Tharaka is? Tharaka. Are you sure you know where Tharaka is or Tharakanithi? Pardon? You see the hands are now. So I served in Tharaka for like about 7 years. And one day a youth walked into my office and said, this ministry is for the youth and you are old. What are you doing here? I told him, I actually showed him my national ID and said, I am youth. I'm not yet 35. But what you've done is very good. You've come to look for a job. Let me walk you through my CV so that you see if I can give you my job. Because, by the way, I also left some job to come and serve here. So after we ran through my CV, it said, okay, then I now learn that I need to do a little more so that I can be here. Okay? So we welcome you, youth. And why I went into this is because of what youth policy research and mainstreaming is working to do. We are working to have a Kenyan version of Youth Development Index. A few of us, I'm sure, has heard about this, but not many people. In Africa, Nigeria tried developing a Youth Development Index. How it's working, we don't know. This is an instrument that assists to evidentially monitor youth interventions, to point to their success and point to what needs to be done better. Scientifically, Youth Development Index. If this happens when I am alive, I would die a very happy man. Because we have all these youth interventions, including catalytic interventions. You've heard about VSO, you hear about Youth Enterprise Development Fund, you hear about AGPO, you hear about this, you hear about the other. But if you were to ask someone, what has this achieved? The response can become very, very difficult. In the year 2017, I got a very rare opportunity to go and make a submission about youth inclusivity before the General Assembly in New York. I trust my mouth. I did my best for 15 minutes, actually 10 minutes of submission. Then we have 5 minutes of question and answer. And they told me, thank you very much for your presentation. It looks very good. It is actually wonderful. This is awesome. But tell us, what has it achieved? I went into the Kenyan things of, oh, we have employed 70%, or this, that. They said, no, that is not how it's measured. Tell us, what scientific instrument do you have to measure the impact of all these interventions? You know what saved me is around that time, our athlete traditionally is excellent. So I had a picture of those accolades. I pointed at the picture and said, you know, we are very good at running. If you ask me a very difficult question, I will run. But I didn't answer it. The only instrument that can answer that is Youth Development Index. And so I ask anyone who cares for and about youth to support the development of Youth Development Index. You would have done this country much more than anything else. You would have done the youth much more than anything else, because in this it will factor in all the programs and the indicators, and it will point the successes and the impact scientifically. That is done by Youth Policy Research and Mainstreaming. They are also currently in the immigration policy formulation in Arusha, and we will have youth go into it. Finally, talents and innovation. The big thing now is who is next. When you look at our earlier National Youth Development Policy, you would find that there was something about talent mentioned as one of the chapters. But it ended at talents and youth are happy, one is singing for them, others are dancing, and that's fun. The difference with what we have now is we are going to go deliberately at identifying the youth talent, nurturing those talents, and monetizing the talents, and actually going beyond monetizing the talents. Then we will bring in issues of mentorship, and we will link them to the first item that I talked about, which is skill and entrepreneurship. Because we know that it does not end at having monies. Actually, probably it begins there. We know people who have had to work so hard to make money, then they die. Do you know of those people? There are people who have worked so hard to make money, then they are in drinking and substance abuse. Do you know those people? There are many in the youth space. So once we've identified those, and sorry to say, many of them are in this space of talents. You know, people who are gifted and talented are exceptionally bright to an extent that they can go into spaces that are sometimes very risky. So that's why you will need to have a program to mentor them. But that's what we want to do with them. So we'll have county fora where we'd be identifying these talents by way of some competition. Then we will have national fora where that will happen. The winners at the national fora will be funded to now actualize their talents. And those who would not have, for one reason or the other, made it to the award score would be taken through a boot camp to skill them and sharpen their skills so that in the next session they become the people. By the way, we are told that the talent space has economic potential of 85 billion. And that is what we want to point our youth to. Someone challenged us to tell what is the percentage of the youth population in this country. I know, depending on where you are, sometimes people talk about 70%, 75%, things like those. But I want to tell you factually that the youth between ages 18 and 35 in this country are 13.8 million, which translates to 28%, 18 and 35. But when you hear figures 75%, it means those who are below 35 years of age. So we need to get that distinction. Just as I conclude, I want to talk to you, Kenya youth. I'm transforming myself now into a youth officer. Learn to respect yourself. Learn to respect your body. We know that we have sexual reproductive rights in Africa and in Kenya. But there is the African perspective of those rights. Then there is the Kenyan perspective of those rights. Please respect your body. And your body here, I mean your lungs. Respect your lungs. Respect your eyes. Respect your ears. Respect some of your body products. Respect your sperms. Respect your ovum. Respect your legs. Respect the whole of your body. Treat your body respectfully. Okay? Don't become very careless with your leg. Don't become very careless with your lungs. Please don't become very careless with the ovum or the eggs, for lack of a better word. The ladies, don't become very careless with your sperm. Don't quickly go in and say, the law allows me. Yes, I know. But please respect your body, respect your systems. Now, there must be a reason why I'm saying this. There are many guys in town that are looking for your legs. There are many guys in town that are looking for your eggs, that are looking for your sperms, that are looking for your lungs, that are looking for your kidney. That's why I'm saying, I'm urging you as an elder, respect your body. You know, the other day, I was walking to work, and then at the Parliament Road, I meet a queue, a big one. Then it's like, what's happening in town? I learned we were going to give away a portion of our eye. We did not ask for what. We did not ask ourselves, what does it leave me with? I am a youth. I have another like 80 years to live. How am I going to live without this portion of my eye? And if you are to be that careless to think that the eye is not important, can't you ask yourself, why is it very important for this guy to come for my eye if it is not important? I look at you, my colleagues, my fellow countrymen. You appear to me very bright people. There are people who are particularly interested in your genes. Please respect yourself, respect your body. Sometimes it's honorable to die poor than live one who is not respected. And if you think I am lying, try living out there. You will know that you are better off here. There is an issue of participation, representation, and inclusion. I know we have challenges around there. The government, through some of the articles that are cited earlier, thinks that we've provided platform for engagement. I want to tell you, and Maggie is here, one of the reasons that the government created National Youth Council was to enhance participation of the youth specifically and representation. And so in a sense, the government thinks that they have done something. But we know that the youth feels that it's not yet enough. We know for a fact, and you've said it very explicitly. So what we are doing is, we are working in collaboration with OECD to help bridge that gap of the youth are saying it's not yet enough. The government says, we think we have done. We realize and we recognize that we need to be doing this together. Coming back to one of the output of the UNGA, 79th session of UNGA, something was very clear, that we must now have structural, systematic integration of youth in national development and in all conversations that involves the development of the country and the youth conversations. That must happen by a declaration at the global level. Talking about integration, one of the challenges that we will have, and I know it falls on both sides, is artificial intelligence. It's a big conversation. We need to tap the best of it, taking caution of the worst of it. Go for the best of it, but let us take caution of the worst of it. Another issue is the financial support redesign or architecture. It's now recognized that we also know, and so when our friends are coming to support us, the world is said, let us agree on the nature of that support. It's no longer just about welfare. Please give me. No. We are saying, put it on the table. Let's discuss how best it can serve our interest collectively or mutually. How then do you involve yourself in this? You can individually, you can through youth serving organizations, you can through other institutions that we have. We meet many youth that come to the office. Please, if you're in Nairobi, take a walk, go to Kencom, 3rd floor, and just declare and say, I'm a youth. I want to know what you're offering, and this is what I would like to do with you. We shall engage you and see how best we can deal. That is how, by the way, I met Linda. Linda walked into the office and said, I am Linda, this is what I'm doing. How else can we do it together? And the journey began. Stephen, that will be speaking before you here, I once met him at KEOP, Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project. As an individual, he came to volunteer. But Stephen now is addressing the whole world. I've listened to Florence. She began from somewhere, but she's now addressing the whole world. You can do it as well. Do it as an individual. Take initiative. Do it as an individual. I keep telling the youth that come to me this and that. I said, but what is your background? Then they say me something. You see, and then I tell them, you see, my background is the background of growing up, where suffering for me is the best school in the world. So when you come saying, I'm suffering, I say, now we are in the same school together. This is the best university of the world. Let us suffer together, but resilience, so that at the tail end of this, when you take it to the wire, something good would come. It will come for you, and most importantly, it should come for the others. Thank you, SDG Kenya, for this opportunity. Thank you, fellow countrymen, for listening to me. I know I went over and above remarks. I said I am a youth officer, and so part of it was in my capacity as a youth officer. I thank you.
Let's give Mr. George a good clap. Thank you very much, and pass our regards to the State Department. Thank you very much once more. So, I would like to invite Mr. Peter Quest at this point to give remarks on behalf of the Kenya School of Government. Peter, let's clap for Peter as he comes.
Good morning. You know, I've realized next year I'll be turning 37. When I knew Osaso, I was 20-something years. So when Osaso speaks here, these are the people that grew us. How many of you guys were born during Kibaki's time? Who knew the presidency during Kibaki's time? Who was a youth by then? None. George, all these guys are... You were not under Kibaki's ministry? Amukukwa. So you have only come during Uru's time. Wait, you are not even there? The reason I'm telling you that, and I spoke that, I remember when we met with CS Mosheru and PS Sunkuli at some point, is that The government was for the youth. This I must tell you, this is the reality. During Kibaki's time, the officers at the grassroots level was so powerful. You guys, did you know that? The resources were, I remember at some time when Osaso, we wanted to run a program like this one. Madam Maggie, I think at some point you relate. We wanted to run a program like this one. You'll go to the ministry and without so many proposals, you'll come with money. Like we were given cash. Not like cash. We used to be funded directly by the ministry during Kibaki's time. All you need to do is just send a letter. It's not even a proposal. And you will not be told, come tomorrow. No, this is the reality of life. And Bonosaso will confirm to that. If you want 1 million, you are sure to leave at least 500,000 or 700,000 in cash. That is how the government invested on the youth. That is how far we have come from. We believe there is a potential for young people in this country. The platforms have been created, but we believe they should be deliberate, intentional. You are lucky you have the CEO of National Youth Council. Mjaze maswali, zote mko nazo. Asienda bila umefanya George, umeshafanya Q&A. So make sure CEO asiende unless akae hapa ajaze ule maswali za youth. Osaso asiende wabaki hapa. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Peter Quest. I am the head of youth program at Kenya School of Government. I was a mentee at the Ministry of Youth Affairs for so many years, a volunteer for so many years at the ministry. I remember I used to have a small desk when Osaso pale kwa mlango, ile mlango ya ule rafiki yetu. So the ministry has been part and parcel of the big picture. In most countries, the Ministry of Youth Affairs has been very instrumental in impacting the young people across board. And that is something that we want to see. Some of you guys who perhaps remember, apart from Osaso and Madam Margaret and anyone else, there was a PS called Kinuthia Murugu. Did you guys ever heard of that guy? He was the PS for youth. Nani amemsikia apart from those I've mentioned? At least, yes. Anyone else? By the time PS Kinuthia, the late PS, was a PS, the youth issues were dealt with from the grassroots to the national level. The youth had very deliberate champion on matters of youth. I do not know where the rain beats us. For instance, Kenya School of Government was known for something else. It's purely government training. We were not dealing with the youth at all. The work of the youth was purely at the ministry level. And that's why it was called the Fresh Ministry. And right now, the young people are really facing a lot of heat. And sometimes we do not know where to run to. I hope PS Malim and Waziri Nani? Murkomen. Murkomen will manage to address some of these important issues. Because a lot of percentage, Bonosaso, the things you're talking here, are purely youth. In countries where the young people are not put in productive programs, they end up becoming destructive. And that has been shown right, left, and center. Unless there is a lot of deliberate investment for young people, then most of the time we are losing a generation that should be more development-oriented than politically instigated. Right now, young people know more politics than development. In fact, if you ask a young person how you're doing, they will discuss politics first. A country that continuously embraces politics has always failed the young people. And it's such meetings that perhaps we get an opinion or opportunity to share our issues positively and perhaps hold accountable the Ministry of Youth Affairs, even Kenya School of Government, all the entities of government, so that they can actually provide sufficient platform for the young people. I saw Eugene was in the UN. Ulikuwa US. Eugene is a young man I've known for so many years. I mean, I'm glad when I see Eugene doing. Eugene, congratulations. It makes a lot of sense. And how many of you guys will march where Eugene has reached? Those platforms are necessary because of these arrangements here. today as we come to this place, grab a contact. Madam Florence is amazing. I mean, I met her in UN, one of the conferences, and she speaks words. And last month when we had East and Central Africa Youth Conference, she really inspired a good number of young people who attended. So Madam Florence, we really thank you so much for dedicating time, to basically inspire this population of young people. Our potentials can only make sense when they are put to use. We have been told there are jobs online or jobs abroad, and everywhere else is jobs. But the question is, we need jobs here. Sinukweli. We need to build our nation. We need to be proud member at some point. In the morning I was discussing with one of my colleagues about incentives and pride. Most of the time you realize that we are more incentive driven than pride. What is driving us is not how patriotic we are, but how much we can take from this country. How many of you will wish that we sell this country and divide amongst ourselves? How many feel like leo iuzwe kila mtu apewe yake? At least there kuna watu. How many are proud citizens of this country? Like genuinely you are proud to be here? That is reasonable number also. How many don't care? Why we're even here? So how do we build a country we are proud of? How do we create value for everybody? How do we enjoy the national cake? All of us. Recently, I saw the girls under 17 walifunga, sindio? Walifunga Mexico. Madam, are you from Mexico? We were so proud of those girls. I don't know how much I was so excited to see those girls manage to beat Mexico. And I'm thinking this is their first time they met Mexico. And Buenos Aires department, Madam Maggie, we have to create more young people, expose them at that global level. Trust me, the future of those young girls is already as good as it is. They will be spotted, they will be scouted, and eventually they will leave. And what happens is they will build their families and communities. We need to support our talents. We need to invest, deliberate investment. I don't know, Madam Maggie, how many young people are you mentoring? Buenos Aires, Madam Florence. You have to dedicate. They are the position kama CEO, unachukua kama 20. But how many of you young people don't have a mentor so that we give you our CEO? Inueni mkono na CEO, muandike barua leo. And mentorship imanishi muitishe pesa. Inamaanisha she need to guide you. Si ndio? Because ukisema mentorship, Madam Florence anaogopa na imagine sasa. Are you guys getting it? Because one of the areas that you can grow yourself, uliza Eugene, how many times, Eugene, have you stuck to government offices to get role models, to speak to Maggie, Osaso, myself, so that you get where you are? So many times. Please do not shy away. To those of you who have come to Kenya School of Government, we have a whole center for youth and empowerment. Our work, we continue to build and create platform for young people. We're even going to dedicate one of our campuses in Matuga to purely for young people. We'll be holding symposiums, hackathons, boot camps, continuous training, innovations, creativity, scalability, incubation, purely for young people. Through our Director General, he has given us good news. That means young people are welcome here. When George was looking for venue, and I think at some point, Madam Florence, we said we will support anything that comes with young people. So this is courtesy of Kenya School of Government to help young people create platforms. Whenever you have conferences, you want a room to hold your meetings, Kenya School of Government continuously provide that platform for you. So we believe and pride in ourselves that any partnership that we get is towards building young people of this country. So our CEO was in Mombasa. He's on the way to Nairobi. I don't know, come and figure airport. At some point, maybe atakuja wasalimie. But I want to leave by saying that hold those who are senior, hold young people's hands. Open offices. National Youth Council, iko town, Absa Towers. Iko 12th floor. Please go there, knock the door. Madam Maggie is a civil servant. She's your private citizen. So that means she can take so many of you guys on board. And then yapo can come and demand. Ingia kwa hizo offices, part of, in fact, end up mwambia hata amjakula. So that serikali ifanye nini? Iwashibishe. Are you guys getting it? Kuja hapa Kenya School of Government, demand Peter sisi tujakula, tunataka kukula. Unajua uzuri wetu compared to ministry na NYC, sisi tuko na lunch hapa. Sasa ni simu tu napiga alafu mnapewa mnapewa lunch. So guys, thank you so much for coming to Kenya School of Government. We want to pride ourselves in partnering with you guys. We want to believe the beginning of this conference, perhaps you will take something home that you're proud of. You will get a contact here you'll be proud of. You will get an individuals you can work with. When I met Florence, I knew we are building long-term partnership, and we will do so. We have worked with Margaret for so many times, Osaso's office, and I want to be deliberate about it, even if the PS was here. The Ministry of Youth Affairs need to do so much for the young people. It's not a request, it's a command. Are you guys getting it? Don't leave here bila mpe command Bwana Osaso. We want to see the youth offices at the grassroots level functioning. Right now, what are the officers doing at the grassroots level? Most of them are kwa governor's office. If you go to counties and ask for youth officer, ni mtu maybe hajafacilitatiwa. Those are not the things we want, Bwana Osaso. We want full funding to enable these young people to actually develop innovation from the grassroots level. Some of them might not afford to come to Nairobi. How many of you guys are out of Nairobi? Wametoka county zingine? Which county? Aha, mwingine? Where? Kiambu? Who is Saita? Hebu simama huyu atatapeta. Just stand up. Guys, clap for her. Wow, that is really effort. That is genuinely effort. Make sure umekula vizuri, wakikataa mtalipa hiyo bill. Aya, mwingine ni nani? Which other county? Yes? Where? Nyandarua, yes, that's still far. Please clap for her. Anyone else who came from far? Yes. Wow. Hebu simama kidogo. George, ungeniambia mapema we could have managed to have these guys here watoke kesho. But sasa George alisema mnaishi tu leo mkienda. So this is awesome. And George ako wapi? Ametoka? Gekonde ako wapi? Gekonde, mbona kuniambia watu wanatoka mbali hivyo? So I'll talk to the CEO perhaps maybe so that, are you traveling back today? Kiongozi tuonane before nitoke, so that they can leave in the morning. So the work of the government, and the government are here. There's a conference going on in Radisson Blu, where I'm supposed to be. It's called Shared Value Summit. It's organized by Safaricom. You guys should have been there. All the private sectors are there. The only government I saw was myself and PS ICT. Those guys, imagine coast hour to water. Some of them came from Europe, flying big. They are all stuck. They are actually at Radisson Blu. And participation was 10,000 per person if you are a citizen of Kenya, and that is not accommodation. So I'm imagining at some level, that could be a very good networking for you. Those are big NGOs, corporates, and you know. And at some point, I wish the ministry was present. But nevertheless, I want to appreciate everybody. Kekonde, I'm done. Thank you so much, guys.
So let's clap for Peter once more. I would like to the three people to raise their hands once again so that we can know who they are before we get to the three people who are coming from far counties. Stella, could you please take the details of those three? Raise your hands again. Stella, have you seen? Yeah. So take the details and pass them to Peter. Peter. He's saying we already have those three. So I wanted us to finish that here so that we do not have a different story later. So thank you so much for that support. And at this point, before we break for tea, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Festus Wangwe, who is the director of the International Frameworks Coordination Division. So I've been told this division used to be called the State Department. It used to be called the SDGs Coordination Directorate. Now it's called the International Frameworks Coordination Division. So when I spoke to Mr. Festus Wangwe, he passed his regards. He really wanted to be here, but he couldn't make it. And hence, he sent his colleague who has given us remarks here a short while before. And he gave me a certain video of a young person with disabilities who spoke at the Summit of the Future, which we'll get to see after break. So I hope the regards have been received well. So again, at this point, I would like to welcome all our partners and keynote speakers to come to the front so that we can take a photo. And then that will be the end of this session for now. And then once we come from break, we'll get a brief highlight of the SDGs and where we are at as a country from the State Department for Economic Planning. And then we move into our panel discussion. Okay. I've been told that we can have questions for 5 minutes for the keynote speakers and the partners. So in case you have a quick question that you want to ask, our speakers who have already, we have microphones there. So please raise your hand if you have a question to any of the keynote speakers and partners.
Mine is more of a request.
If you can start by saying your name and where you're from, please.
Okay, my name is Karen. I'm a researcher and I'm also part of the Youth Sounding Board of the Danish Embassy. And I'm very glad to be here. Thank you very much, Arnold, for extending the invite. As I was saying, mine is more of a request, more than a question. If it is possible for the people who are here and they don't get a chance to interact with the key panelists, is it possible to have their cards or their emails or contacts shared out? Thank you very much.
So thank you for that question. Would you allow us to share your email addresses with the participants? That's okay with you? Yeah, so we'll share emails of all our speakers who have spoken here this morning with all of you. So that is sorted. Someone else? Yes?
Thank you. My name is Vincent Otieno, a fourth year at the University of Nairobi, undertaking agriculture degree. So my question goes to Madam Margaret. I hope this is not the first time we are interacting. But I wanted to know if the National Youth Council has got any plans to connect with youths at campus levels and in secondary levels, because you realize that there's a gap of information, how it dissects from the epicenter to the grassroots levels. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So can we have two last ones here? The last person?
Yes, good morning. My name is Gregory Muhoya. We are representing from University of Nairobi, Political Science. We have our friends there. So my question goes to George Osaso. He had mentioned about the participation and the financial architecture. Later, maybe you can clarify for us more about the financial architecture. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Briefly, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Adija Mohammed. I'm here to represent Isiolo County. My question goes to, I have two questions. First to Mr. George. Thank you for the good program you guys are having at the ministry. But this initiative that you mentioned, the one that stood out for me was Nyota program. My question is, why do we have such program? Well, the National Youth Service, Kazi kwa Vijana, has never worked. The initiative that was so good in the country, but the implementation aspect of it has failed. So can we learn from the program that never worked for young people and probably enhance it and have a strategies to make it work for young people rather than bringing programs that the same with that. The other one is for National Youth Service. I come from Isiolo, but I work for the government. And the National Youth Service has failed young people. And this one I don't say as someone who works for the government, but someone who trains young people. Trains on the UNHCR 2250 and UNHCR 1325. The UNHCR 1325 has done amazing in the country. If we go by the election, how many women have, elected in the position of, but the UNHCR 2250 are stacked. So why is this? Why are programs that are meant for young people, even international programs, are not implemented in the country? And yet we have our whole ministry, our whole department that is working for young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can start from here.
Thank you very much, Arnold. I'll start with a question from Vincent. Vincent, you asked, are there plans to connect with youth at the grassroots? Actually, you asked at the secondary and all. First of all, allow me to start by identifying for you the youth that we deal with. National Youth Council deals with the youth between the age of 18 to 35. And if you look at that demography, these are people who are mostly in universities. So that's the reason why we are not dealing with the youth at the level of high school. But are there plans for us to go to the grassroots? How the institution is structured, and I hope you've been able to get an opportunity to look at the Act of Parliament that formed National Youth Council of 2009. We are supposed to have youth councils at the grassroots via election. And that is a pertinent issue that has continued to be asked. Because the last time we had a council was in 2012. That's the last time we had an election. And the term of these council members came to an end in 2019. So from 2019 to date, we've not had a council. Why? Because number one, the constitution changed and we needed to align with the constitution. Apart from that, the issue of national general election came. And the weighing, when you look at the financial implication of an election, because it's an election just like any other election. So when the nation looked at, are we going to do a National Youth Council election for the youth or the general election? So it was put to hold. But this is a conversation that has been revived. If you've been following the conversation since the Gen Zs were unhappy, that's the one thing they've kept on asking His Excellency. Strengthen National Youth Council. And as we speak right now, we are planning on being able to do the election next year. Because election requires preparation. So I know, I can tell you for a fact, that sooner rather than later, you'll be able to see the communication going out there so that you can all participate. You can all become a delegate, do, what is it called? Campaign. I'm telling you, see, aupewi chabure. It's a proper election where you go and tell young people why should they vote for you. So it's coming. You just be on the watch. Honorable Murkomen, our CS, is at the forefront together with the PS, and this is something that by the time we are coming to next year, we should be having council members. And that way, we will be taking these programs to the grassroots. We are a baby of the ministry. When you see here Mr. Osaso, we are an institution under the ministry. So it's something that the ministry is, they are aware about it, and they're actually doing something about it. The other thing you had mentioned about student leaders. University student participation. I know as at last week, we were having a meeting to be able to see how can we be able to, first of all, get all university leaders, because that's how we can be able to access all university students. So even that, because for us to even be able to do elections, we need the major stakeholders to be part and parcel of this conversation. So again, that is something on the pipeline, and I believe you're in the University of Nairobi. I know I've met some of your leadership, and I know at some point they'll be able to tell you what the ministry is pushing for and where you can be able to come in. Going to question from Hadija, that we have failed. Actually, we are National Youth Council, not National Youth Service. We've been really confused for many years, but we are National Youth Council. And our work is youth participation to ensure that all of us are participating. All of us are able to even give our views to influence the policies, to influence the laws and all that. So maybe I would ask, why do you think we failed?
Employment is not just government employing young people, and as an institution that is supposed to have a conversation with young people, that you are the head of, it's a place that young people can take their voice, and I don't see that voice being heard well. I don't know if you have offices in 47 counties, but let me talk for where I come from. I come from Isiolo, quite a marginalized county up to now, since independent. So if even I got an opportunity to be here because I have another program with a Global Peace Foundation. How many people from Isiolo understand SGD? How many people in Isiolo understand this National Youth Service that is supposed to put their issues in, to articulate their issues? You guys have not said you failed, but the implementation aspect of your work, whatever you are supposed to do, has not been triggered down to young people. And if you go by the unemployment that is happening, a lot of young people, the even Gen Z revolution that you see, you are the voice of these young people. So are you representing them well? Do you have a program that is workable for young people, that they say the National Youth Service, have done something for young people? And I'm sure many people in this room can say you've not quite done them a favor.
Thank you very much. Once again, we are National Youth Council. And I will say, as I had mentioned earlier, the reason why you don't feel our presence, because the structure of the institution, you should have council members. Those council members are supposed to bring programs at the grassroots. What I've said before is that since 2019, if you count 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, huo mtoto ashafika primary school. 8 years, we've not have council members. Council members are not just to sit in Nairobi. They are supposed to be the ones telling us, Isiolo, what is there? What program can we take in Isiolo? What is the youth of Isiolo yearning for? Because the youth of Isiolo, the youth of Nairobi, the youth of maybe Kakamega, they have same problems, but you find sometimes they also have different ways of how they would want them to be solved. So with us having a council, we will be able to ensure we get that relevance and also to get the presence at the grassroots. So as I have said, watch for 2025 because the conversation will have changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's also get mpige makofi msiogope.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. I'll do a rejoinder for question number 1 from Karen, who was asking for contacts. Apart from sharing the email address, I want to speak for myself. Share out my number. And I want to tell you, call that number even at night. But there is usually, it's called what? There's some word of caution around it. Exclaimer or disclaimer. That you may call when I'm in a function like this, I will not receive. Please usianze vita. Ngoja tu, I'll follow it up with like what was it. Please don't do a reverse call. I will lose interest in you instantly. Because the question would be, what is this that you want us to do that you don't want to invest in? You can send a text which will cost you like 1 or 2 shillings. I would then respond to the text. My understanding would be you are able to spend 2 shillings for us to engage. That I look at as progressive. Mimi nimepita ile stage. Even if you are a girl, take courage and call. Of course, I'm married, by the way. My wife sometimes asked me, ni nani huyo? Nikamwambia, si ni youth. Yeah. And then all those conversations. You know, Peter mentioned a PS that we had who introduced us, oriented us to the work of the youth. Eh? You remember I was telling you that we are 360 youth issues. Eh? And you remember I said sometimes we become priests. What I did not tell you also is that sometimes we are agricultural officers asking youth asking us to go and serve their cows in the homes, yeah, and many other things. The PS used to read his telephone number in a public forum. And he directed us that you must. Then I picked Q. Then the wife was asking, ni nani huyo? I said, he's a youth. Mi niko kazi. Hata usiku. Sawa sawa. Provided you follow those other whatever conditions to it. A rejoinder for Vincent. Do we have engagement with the university? I can tell you, Zainab, the lady who was supposed to take to Unga, is a student at the University of Nairobi. So that means we engage. Zainab comes from Marsabit. Right? That means it is not just in Nairobi town, we stretch out. Moses Kibet was the next student that we were supposed to go with to Unga. By the way, he was in Europe, came back the other day. He's telling me, this is the presentation that I made. If there is another opportunity, I now know better. Moses is a student at Maseno University. I'm demonstrating that we engage with the university students as well. In my submission, I made a reference to Kikau. And I told you that we are having one programmed with JK UAT. Maybe what I did not tell you is that when we started the ministry, it was focusing on NEET. Those that are not in education, employment, and training. But we have since changed to include all the youth segment. There was a question around financial architecture, and my colleagues from the National Treasury would speak to it better and more. But the understanding is this, that in the past we've had support from our friends, but on their terms. Maybe because we probably did not know how to better use the money to implement the developmental interventions. But listening to the world at the General Assembly, the country said, now we know. So it's going to be partnership. Yes, you are offering financial support at this point in time, but there is something that I am offering in this development. So it's not just giving me money on your terms. It is financial support that we are discussing its implementation together. Because if it's meant for us to assist us or support us, then that issue that you want to support is with us. It is me who knows it better. That's the argument. That's the argument. Okay? And we saw it quite spread, particularly for countries from the south. Sawa. There is a question on from Hadija Mohammed Isiolo, is it? Yes. Why KEOP, why Nyota, yet other programs is not, actually you said failed. Please don't worry, youth. And I want to tell you, anytime you are with youth officers, say it all, because we want to meet you at yours truly. Okay? Say it all. Because one of my job is also to mentor you, so that I tell you, okay, I have heard you. You have said it in the manner you have said it. But if you are in a different forum, please move it like this, so that then it can. I shall have worked. That day I shall have earned my salary. So no problem. Say we have failed. And cite kazi kwa vijana. By the way, I can extend it to you. It was said that kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Osaso here was live with this thing. That time I was working in Tharaka, right? And I served in Tharaka for 8 years. Tharaka then was not as developed as it is now. Actually, if there was any time that I wanted to resign, is when I was serving in Tharaka. Okay? Because I was young, vibrant. By the way, I was bright. These days, Sisana. These days, I'm only wise, not bright. Okay? And you know, I had all these things of where, then, ungefika mahali Tharaka, then the rest of 21 kilometers on a bike at night. Because hakuna transport. Gari ni moja, it leaves Chuka in the morning, and you are there in the evening. I do remember there's this time that my colleague, you know what, were Nairobi, people who sit in Nairobi sometimes are interesting people. So we were crafting a program, and we were supposed to bring some documents to Nairobi. So we brought, and then one missed, and he told me, can you go and get it? And I said, I can't get it. I need 2 days to bring this thing. Say, you are lazy, officer. Tharaka is in Meru. That's why I was asking people, are you sure you are talking about Tharaka or Tharakanithi? Tharaka is Meru. Go and Meru is 4 hours. I said, madam, she was a lady, madam, I can't, it can't. Then, of course, quarrel. And you know, in government, when the senior is quarreling, you keep quiet. So I kept quiet. My luck was a peer came in when she was quarreling me and was asking, madam, what is it? We know this officer, what is it? I'm telling him to go and get this document from Tharaka and come back with this in the afternoon, so that we're having a meeting tomorrow. You know, Nairobi people had meetings. We are meeting the donor tomorrow. Then Kirui, I remember Kirui asked, where are you based? In Tharaka. Kirui busted out laughing. Then all of a sudden it became a gender conversation. What is wrong with the men? I'm telling you this and you're laughing. Then Kirui said, no, madam, it can't happen. It will take 2 days. Because that was afternoon. So that afternoon, be sure I would not reach Tharaka. So it will need the next day, so that I catch that matatu. Then when I get to Tharaka, it requires the next day. So those are 2 days. Yes. So I served in Tharaka. And what were we doing in Kazikwa? By the way, it was a government thing, quite broad. It's called the whole of government approach. That Kazikwa Vijana thing. Whole of government. But you know, when you talk about Kazikwa Vijana, the only person that you see rightfully is the youth officer. Did you know that the roads were implementing Kazikwa Vijana? Did you know that the Ministry of Environment was implementing this? Did you know that it was implemented by the Ministry of Health? You did not. All the country knew it was youth officers, and for a good reason. The PS told us, you know, in public relations, they say, the best thing that should happen to you is attention. What you do with it is now your business. So the KKV made us get the attention, so that then we can make our case. Our bit was 2 things: to plant trees, nurture, and in situations where, like Isiolo, where it was a bit difficult to do the trees, we were cleaning the public spaces. That is what we did. We were paying the youth 250 shillings per day, right, for the day worked. I want to bet my head on the stamp. If you went to Tharaka, ask for Osaso Forest, you will get it. And we know these forests are dotted elsewhere. So maybe a component of it we may have gotten wrong as a whole government. I'm not taking responsibility as a youth development officer for the State Department, but maybe as a whole government, only maybe, okay? But I want to tell you that there are certain things that we did. And for us, planting trees, if you go and challenge anyone here, go to Tharaka Polytechnic, you will find Osaso Forest in that institution. And I know my colleagues can also report the same. Now, you are talking about Nyota, which I alluded to.
Mr. George, briefly, please, because
Sorry.
we are running out
so
of
Nyota
time.
is developed from Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, which ended on 31st of June last year. That was also funded by the World Bank. KYOP was implemented in 17 counties. One of the questions that we were asked, why 17 counties? What happens to the rest of the country? So we negotiated with the government, with the World Bank and all that, and they graciously agreed to expand the scope of KYOP into Nyota, which now is covering all 47 counties. The implementation metrics is a conversation we can have over tea, how it is working. I think basically this is what I was asked to do.
All
Thank
right.
you. And
Thank
sorry,
you.
apologies.
No worries. Thank you so much, Mr. George Osaso. So now let's hear from Ms. Florence Yevuo.
Thank you very much. I'll just take a minute. Mine was just to say, I think there was somebody who alluded to when you get an email or when you guys want to reach out, I always tell young people, once you write a message, like on WhatsApp, just put all your details, you know, like this is me, my name is, I come from this organization, or this is my request to you in one. Because sometimes some of you write I, and then, see now I don't even know who you are, and then, or you write some funny things there. So sometimes I feel like it's good to say, it might feel like simple things, but there's somebody who can benefit from it. When you're reaching out to somebody, when you meet people, when you're networking, people or somebody who's older than you will value just if you explain yourself. Just be professional. If they don't respond to you, you can take a few days and then come back and say, you know, repost the message and say a polite reminder. Sometimes it's not because people are ignoring you or they don't want to talk. It's, for example, if this old room send me a message now at the same time, can you imagine? Yeah, and so that's why it's good to keep telling you as young people just how to ensure that you can continuously network, you can find opportunities, and also conversations, secure appointments, and so forth. I like also what they talked about, if you're going to government offices, the consistency, and also asking for the right people so that you can be able to have a conversation. Even if the conversation doesn't seem to be leading anywhere, you'll be shocked that many times that conversation eventually will lead to something. So just to encourage you in terms of the communication and also being consistent in the messaging. Also, more importantly, if you have things you're doing or reports or, you know, it's good to share, like with the Youth Council. Continue to share what you're doing, your initiatives, how you can get involved. So asking them how you can get involved, and that's how partnerships and networking. For us as the forum, one of the things we want to always make sure that we are doing for young people is to create more and more platforms, you know. And so creating more platforms, I wanted to suggest to Arnold and the team, what we can do is all this, the young people, putting them maybe in a mailing list, whereby all the information, when there are calls, like right now we have a call on climate action and asking young people below the age of 30 to apply in terms of if you have innovations around maybe early warnings and things like that. So just sharing that on email, sharing that, ensure that young people have the access. So then also from your side, if you have any innovations or ways we can better maybe how we communicate, how we share information, we'll be looking forward to that kind of collaboration. Yeah, so let's make this a forward-looking kind of engagement. I know we've talked so much as the people who have done the opening ceremony, but this today is about you, it's your meeting. And so I'm hoping moving forward, the young people will really be the ones to speak out and give their views and ask questions, and we'll continue to have a good day. Some of us might have to run at some point, but of course, the conversations are here for you as young people, and you'll have the opportunity to continuously engage. And so thank you very much, and we hope, even as we move to the national multi-stakeholder meeting, conference, we can have some of you come and give the experiences for this particular engagement. And I'd want to acknowledge Imelda Ching, who just walked in. She's the CEO of the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Florence. Let's clap for her. So at this point, before I invite you to go outside and get a cup of coffee or tea, I'll invite our keynote speakers, partners, and speakers to come on stage so we can take a group photo. Yeah. But please make sure you take up the inspiration that has been shared by all the wise speakers who have spoken today. Also, as a note, today we are also joined by a representative of the Royal Danish Embassy in Kenya, Miss Anne-Sophie. She'll be able to speak something small after tea. And also my colleague, who is a member of the Youth Sounding Board of the Embassy, is also here. So we'll be able to engage more as we go on. So today is your day, and from now onwards, the session will be all about you and driven by you. All right. So we can already start going for tea for our participants, and for our keynote speakers and partners, please come on stage so that we can take a group photo.
let's go ba. Bado. Bado, bado. Some of you are not looking at me. Ba. Bado. Bado, bado. Look at me, look at me. Bado. Bado, bado. Bado, bado. Yes. Look at me, I want you to look at me. Bado, bado. Ba. Yes, look at me. Ba. Bado, bado. Bado, bado. Ba. I want you to look at me. Kindly concentrate. Ba. Bado, bado. Yes, look at me. Ba. Bado, bado. Yes, yes, look at me, yes. Ba. Bado, bado. Good, look at me, continue. One. Ba. Bado, bado. 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 Bado, bado. Bado, bado. Ba. Bado, bado. Yes, look at me. Bado, bado. Ba. Ba. Bado, bado. No, look at me. Ba. Bado, bado. 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 Thank you, thank you. You can all be seated. So I know we are going to come back with another round of Energizer. So far, so good. Cindy?
Thank
Sir,
you,
thank
Johnson.
you.
Thank you, Johnson. So, one small announcement. If you came inside with a cup or something that you used to have your tea, please, you can take it back outside. That's been a request from the host. So, kindly take it back in case you have it and you have finished using it. So, giving it back to you. The presentation is coming up. It's ready for you.
Thank you very much, Arnold, for the opportunity. Let me start by apologizing. It would have been my wish to be here till the end of this program, but because of other issues, I've requested Arnold that I do this presentation very fast so that I can rush somewhere. So you know, sometimes when you're dealing with youths, I don't want to be too formal. Yeah? I don't want to be too formal. So we're just going to look at the achievements, progress achievements of the SDGs. Where are we? And also globally, where are we in terms of SDGs implementation? So you next. Next, so you're going to move with me. Arnold, where is this? It's being controlled. The server is in France.
It's good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the outline. So the issues of you have a background, the SDG, the goals. Of course, we know the goals. The indicator framework, how we are tracking the SDGs, the VNR 2024, HLPF, the Pact of the Future, the challenges, opportunities, and conclusion. Next. Next. Hapo. Sasa ndio maana nilikuwa nataka ni control hii server peke yangu. Lakini ni sawa tu. Ashaanguka nayo. Si ndio? So in terms of course we know the goals universal, and there's the aspect of the indivisibility, and they are transformative. Actually, these goals, all countries, whether you are rich, whether you are middle income, whether you are poor, all countries in the world, the United Nations member states, are there or are supposed to implement these goals. Next. So those are the goals. I think all of us, we know the goals. After the presentation, I'll share with Arnold. So don't worry, I'll share all the materials with Arnold, and I think he has a platform where he'll share all the materials with you guys. So these are the goals that I think here, and all of us, we are aware. We have 17 goals, from no poverty to goal 17, talking about partnerships. You see, initially, even when I was in high school, normally when you ask about the goals, hii ya kwanza ndio kila mtu anajuanga. Si ndio? I used to only know the first goal, alafu the one on education, alafu 17 partnerships. But because now we are here and talking about issues of SDGs, and they are here, we are supposed to know all the 17 goals. So those are the goals. Next. Yes, so issues of mainstreaming. So mainstreaming, you see, as government or as a country, we don't implement SDGs in isolation. So these SDGs, we can't say this is an SDG program that we are implementing. All the SDGs are supposed to be mainstreamed into our national development plans, like the Vision 2030, the medium-term plans, the sector plans, the strategic plans of the different ministries, and also in the counties, they're supposed to mainstream SDGs into the county integrated development plans, that is the SDGs. Next. So as a country, we track the implementation of these goals. And how many goals do we have? How many goals do we have? How many? Yes. And how many indicators? Yeah? No, the global indicators. Yeah? No, what's then our targets? Sorry? 168 indicators are the indicators that we are tracking as a country, as Kenya. We are tracking 168 indicators out of 240. 240? Yeah? Yeah. Nitaleta cat hapa. I'll bring a cat. Yeah? So we have 248 indicators. And as a country, we are only tracking 168 indicators because some indicators, we cannot get their data. We cannot track them. So, and we've been improving. The first VNR, we were having 128 indicators. We've improved to 140 something. Then the last VNR, that's the last review that we did this year, we are tracking 168 indicators. So, and the data, we collaborate with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which is the principal government agency which is responsible for issues of data. Yes. Next. So that's just a summary of the indicators, the global indicators, and the ones that we are tracking. Like, for example, goal 1, maybe from where you are, you can't see, but we are just listing the ones that we are tracking. So like goal 1, there are 13 indicators in goal 1, but as a country, we are only tracking 10. So that's the aspect. So if you, all those come, totaling to 168. Yes, next. Next, yes, thank you. So in terms of the achievements, and I think when I was doing my remarks, I said something that as a country, we are doing very bad in terms of SDGs achievements. it's a mixed results. There are some indicators we are progressing well, others have stalled, and others have stagnated, as you will see. So out of the 168 indicators, like you will see 60% registered positive progress. Just go to the next slide. I think there's a graph there. Yes, so forgive me my choice of colors. The first one is what? Is it blue or green? Yes, that one. So if you look at that, 60% of indicators that we are tracking, 168, 60% of those indicators, that is 101 indicators, it is showing positive progress. It does not mean that we are doing well, that we are on track in terms of achieving those indicators. It only means that from 2016, we've moved some steps forward. Are we together? So this one interpreted or misinterpreted to mean that we are doing 60%, we are doing well. No, we are not doing well. We're just saying 2016, we were maybe at point A. Then now, as of 2024, we are at point C. So out of 168 indicators, 101 indicators, we've moved some steps, however little. And majority of the indicators, we've moved very little steps. Then we have the ones that have stalled. Stalled is like they have stagnated. They've not moved an inch. Or even if they've moved, the margin is so negligible. Then now we have the ones that are regressing. Imagine some indicators. 2016, what we had, if you compare it with 2024, we have regressed. Just imagine. We live in this country. Who can tell us which indicator do you think, or which area do you think we are doing bad? You see, I want us to interact as we proceed. I don't want it to be a monologue. Yes. Yes, thank you. So we are saying, 101, we are tracking 168. 101 from point A to point, we've moved some steps. However little, but we moved some steps. But that one does not mean that we are on the right. We are not, actually we are off track in nearly most of the indicators. Next. So that is just indicator highlights. I know maybe from where you are, it can't be, it's not that visible. My apologies for using those colors. But red, yes, no, red is always danger, isn't it? So you can see the green are the ones that at least we've moved some steps. Issues of partnerships, we've moved some steps as compared to 2020. So goal 1, it starts from here, then it goes to goal 17. Then the horizontal or the x-axis, that is the percentages. So you can see issues of partnerships. We are doing very bad. Look at the goal 1. Look at the goal 1, the way we are doing. We are not doing well in goal 1. And even in goal 2, we're not doing well. Climate action, we are trying. You can see, we are trying. Actually, gender, we are doing well. Gender, we are doing well. If you compare even, but the only problem we have with gender is that, you see, there's an indicator that is tracking the number of women in leadership, managerial positions. And what we have got from KNBS, they are telling us they cannot get this data in private sector. But I think we can get this data. I think maybe we need to just strengthen some things there. because in government, if you look at data, if you look at KNBS data, in government, the data is there and is showing progress in terms of women representation, showing progress. Even look at the aspect of in our parliament. There's some progress, though we are not yet there. So that is the outlook. Next. So there's just I selected some few indicators just to show how we are progressing. Poverty rate. Poverty rate, as per the international definition, those who are living on $2.5 a day. $2.5 a day. You see, the target we are supposed to eradicate all forms of poverty. And if you look at, you see the arrow that is going down, that is how we should be moving. By 2030, we should be at zero. We should not be having people living, below this poverty rate or the poverty line. But if you look at the line, it is like it is increasing, because 2016 we were 29.3 poverty. 29.3 percent of people living below the poverty. Below the international poverty standard. But look at 2020, it went up to 35, it reduced a little bit to 21, and again, it's like we've stagnated at 35. So, if you look at that, are we likely to achieve that target? Are we likely to achieve that target? Because we are supposed to be going down, but look, it's like we are going up, then we have stagnated at around 35%, which is so bad. Next. This is now the overall poverty rate. Overall poverty rate, 2016 you are 36%, and now you see this target. We are supposed to have the number, the rate. So if you are 36.1 in 2016, it means by 2030, you're supposed to be at 18. That is the target. That is the SDG target. But look at what is happening. The poverty rate is what? Is increasing. Are we seeing the trend? Is increasing, So the 2010, the green you have, that green, the 2030, the green is the target. That's where we are supposed to be in 2030. The next 6 years. But now, this is what? This is oh my God, these colors. This is red or what? This is orange. Yeah? Those are our achievements as a country. So 2022, we are at 9.8. So it has gone up. So it means we don't achieve this target. Next. Maternal mortality. So the target is supposed to be below 70, below 70 per 100,000. And that's why our target now should be 69, because it's supposed to be below 70. So our target is 69, and you can see we are at 355, 355. And we are supposed to be at 69 or below 70 in the next 6 years. So you can see as a country how we are doing. With all these interventions, we are still not there. In the Mama, UHC, SHA, SHIF. Next. Suicide. Suicide is supposed to reduce the 2016 values by a third. But you can see actually after COVID is like the suicide rate has been increasing. So you can see we are doing very bad as a country, and that's why mental health. Do you have mental health specialists in this room? Mental health specialist. Yes. Yeah, and they're saying in every 10, what is the prevalence? Yes. Exactly. So it's a big issue. Next. So FGM, of course, is supposed to eradicate all forms of these practices. Yes, it's going down, but by 2030 we will not have achieved, the target. So we are off target. We are off the track. Next. National unemployment rate. You see, as a country, by the way, if you look at that, this indicator, everybody is of productive age, you're supposed to be productive. But if you look at our figures, we are still having an unemployment rate of 2022, 5.8. So it means we're not going to achieve our target in the next 6 years. And you see, if you look at the trend from 2021, it's showing an increase. It's increasing. Increasing. So we need to do something about it. We are off track. Next. So globally, I think I mentioned this when I was doing my remarks. Only 17% of the targets are on track, globally. The global targets, 169, only 17% are on track. If you go and read the global report, the report is online. And also, if you want, I can share the report with you. I think Arnold has the report. Only 17% doing very bad globally. 49% show minimal or moderate progress, and 36% of the targets show signs of stagnation or regression. You can imagine globally, 36% is like those targets have stagnated. We've not moved an inch, or the increase is very marginal. Next. So there's what we call the high-level political forum, which is always an annual forum under the auspices of ECOSOC, and is normally assesses the progress made in the implementation of SDGs. And these years, that was the theme, issues of reinforcing the agenda 2030, that is the SDGs, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, the effective delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. That was the theme. And normally, during HLPF, goals are picked. This year, the 5 goals, goal 1, goal 2, Goal 13, Goal 16 on peace and justice, and Goal 17 on partnerships. So those are the goals that were reviewed. But of course, as a country, normally we don't just report on the 5 the goals that are being reviewed, but we report holistically. We report on all. Countries are encouraged to report on all the goals. Next. So the Pact of the Future is an outcome document, which is produced following the Summit of the Future, and it is an intergovernmentally negotiated and action-oriented. All these documents are in the website, and also if you need, you can see me. I can send you the Pact of the Future. Is a very elaborate document. And for the Pact of the Future, like the Summit of the Future, the focus was on issues of financing, peace and security, issues of ICT, issues of youths, and issues of global governance. That is reforming the global financial architecture that Dr. George alluded to. And focus specifically, it seems my on and off. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, and also, and issues of youth and future generations. So you can see, even at the global level, issues of youths are issues that are very pertinent, issues that are very imperative, discussed. And if you look at the Pact of the Future, I mean, it's very elaborate on the actions that needs to be taken by countries to achieve the aspirations of the youth. Next. So if you look at the Pact of the Future, that is in the lens of youth and future generations. The other ones we will not talk about, but because here our main focus is on issues of youth. So there's the aspect of need to invest. Countries or member states are supposed to invest in social and economic development of youth so that they can reach their full potential. So this is the aspect of health, aspect of education. Then we also have the promotion and protection and respect of human rights of all young people, and foster social inclusion and integration. Then strengthening meaningful youth participation at the national and at the international level. And you see, at the national level, and I'm happy with what the CEO said, the aspect of the National Youth Council. As a State Department, like or as a directorate, we have what we call the Interagency Technical Committee, which is a representation of various actors. And the National Youth Council is in that committee, in that agency, to promote or to accelerate issues of youth and to voice the youth agenda. So even if you are a youth-led organization, your interests and concerns are addressed by the National Youth Council. So the National Youth Council should be your friend. All issues of SDGs, because they are in the decision-making table, that high table. You see, high table, not everybody can be there. Just like we elect a president or elect a governor, not everybody can be a governor in a given county. So the National Youth Council in the Interagency Technical Committee represents all youths. They are not there to represent only the National Youth Council or the government, but they are there to represent all youths. Every youth group, youth-led CBO, youth-led network, you're supposed to get in touch with the National Youth Council. So the meaningful, the youths are supposed to be at the center of every decision-making body or table. You see, I told you guys that they say, nothing for us. There is no way issues of youth can be discussed somewhere. And in that committee, there's no youth. Nowhere. You see, if you're discussing, let's say for example, we are talking about issues of, let's say, women, for example. Yes, as an example. And it's a committee of 20 people. And there's no woman or there's no lady in that committee. Do you think is appropriately constituted? No, we're having a discussion. Eh? A committee, you're having a committee, you're discussing issues of doctors. And the people who are there, a committee of 10 people, there are no medics there. There are no doctors in that committee. Will that committee be effective? It can't be effective. So the youths must be at the center of decision-making body, issues that are affecting them. They must be at the table. Because they say, well, if you're not at the table, you are the menu, isn't it? Yeah? Yes. So next. So just some of the challenges in the implementation of SDGs, the aspect of awareness and capacity building. You see, 6 years to the end of this, 6 years to the end of this, of these SDGs to 2030, we are still talking about issues of awareness. And let me tell you, yes, I work with the government. But I can bet at some high level, even if you just meet, even for example, our MPs, you tell them about SDGs. Very few will tell you something about SDGs. So awareness is something that is very, very critical. And the thing that Arnold and the team is doing, and also Florence has been very, very supportive. Is commendable. It's commendable because through creating awareness, you have information, and you can make informed decision based on that knowledge and information that you have. So issues of awareness is a challenge. So they need to raise the awareness. Next. Issues of data. Issues of data is a very big issue. I wish KNBS were here. But those of you will have opportunity to come and join us at the annual multi-stakeholder conference next month. We have a whole discussion on issues of data, and KNBS will be there. So we want to, because like for example, look at, we are supposed to report 248, but we are only at 168. So, and of course, it comes with some issues of resources because some of this data is through surveys, and surveys are very expensive to do. So, but I'm happy there's something they call citizen-generated data, which is very, very important. Next. So, also what has affected the implementation are shocks. You know, issues of COVID came. And also we have these geopolitical conflicts that are escalating day by day. You know, the conflict with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We have Israel and Iran, and everybody now is pointing, accusing finger at who. And I don't know whether the UN, I'm not a security expert, but maybe experts who are in the room, and the people who have been in there for some quite a long time, like Director George. These UN bodies, how effective are they to address these issues of conflicts? Because it's like right now these big powers, they can do whatever they want to do, and nobody is holding them to account. But a small country, if you cough, you are slapped. So yeah, issues of shocks. So and those conflicts, we need to. They've really impeded the implementation of SDGs. Next. So opportunities for strengthening the implementation of SDGs, issues of partnerships and collaborations, issues of strengthening institutional frameworks, issues of capacity building, capacity development, capacity building, and awareness creation, like what Arnold and team they are doing. Next. So in conclusion, SDGs is not implemented in isolation. SDGs is implemented through our national development plans, different strategies at ministries level, set departments. We don't have SDGs and alone say we are implementing this SDG. But our plans are supposed to be integrated, are supposed to integrate the SDGs. Then, for us to achieve the SDGs, all of us, we must work together. The whole of government approach and the whole of society approach is very, very imperative. And that's why youths, you are very critical in the implementation of SDGs. And I'm happy that even in our in this year's annual multi-stakeholders conference, we are not we one of the themes, I think, Arnold, you've seen the draft. Those who have seen the draft program, we are asking the youth, what can you do to accelerate implementation of SDGs? Unajua tumezoea hii, you go somewhere ni serikali itanifanyia nini? It is a time now you tell us, what can you do to accelerate implementation of SDGs? Not what the government can do to you to achieve the SDGs. Otherwise, next, I think that was the last one, another one. Ah, oh. If I finish this presentation, I'm still standing here, you need to clap for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very much for that wonderful presentation. Let's give him a clap again. So, with your permission, do we have any burning question, one or two for him?
Yes, I think I can.
These two, and then that is. Please, briefly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Gen Zs, good afternoon. Okay. Millennials, good afternoon. Kumbe tuko. Okay. Okay, so my name is Stella Aswani, the Communications Officer for the SDGs Kenya Forum. And this question I'm not asking on behalf of the organization, I'm asking on behalf of the youth. So in your presentation, though, I realized at some point you were very clever and you evaded, so you threw the ball to the National Youth Council, but I will still ask. Under the Pact for the Future, Chapter 4, that talks about youth and the future generation, you mentioned about, or rather, there is this key highlight which talks about strengthening meaningful youth participation, not just at the national level, but also at the international level. And so my question evolves around that. I would want to know, as the government, how will you ensure, or rather, how will you effectively ensure that we are able to strengthen the voices of the youth at the national level, so that it doesn't look like the youth are there on the table, but their views are not really amplified, or immediately after the meeting or whatever has been discussed on the table, we put the views of the youth on the shelf and we decide we are not going to include them in our documents. So how will you effectively ensure that the voices of the youth, or you're able to strengthen meaningful youth engagement at the national level?
Thank you.
My name is Karen. I'm a researcher. I have had a bit of experience in the non-governmental sector. And you mentioned capacity development and awareness as a strategy of ensuring that people know more on SDGs. So my question is, based on experience, because we seem to be doing something, but there's no much progress from the graphs and the presentation that you have given. From the experience that you have from field, what are some of the best practices that are new in market or that you have observed that you feel are very vital for us to practice or use when we are doing capacity development and awareness? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, if you can respond in a minute. Sorry for being so tight on time, but we have to wind up.
Thank you. I don't know whether, Dr. George, you want to respond to how we strengthen meaningful youth participation?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, but I think in my submission we implied it adequately. We talked about the avenues that are open for the youth to engage with us. I made reference to the current situations where at least youth are participating at, by the way, international level. Come to think about national level, we have Youth Week and International Youth, what is it called? IYD, International Youth Day. Those are, plus very many others. forums that youth can strengthen their participation and then their voice. Voice from where I sit, National Youth Councils will be in there. Voice from where I sit, form of those organizations. And actually that's what I said as I was closing my submission, that you can participate as an individual or as a youth, as in a youth serving organization. But can we move away from thinking that it will come to you? Can we reverse this and ask you to go for it? I think one of the things that I said is what came through from the Pact of the Future thing is structural, systemic involvement of youth. Thank you. But go, come. Don't sit and think we will send an envelope called participation to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, George, for that. My sister, I always hear the word researcher. Remind you of your
Karen.
name, please.
Karen, yes.
Hey? See that your name is so unique, it passed. But thank you for the question. In the aspect of capacity development and awareness creation, actually, is a big thing. And as a directorate, one of our mandate, one of the things that we are supposed to do is to create awareness and capacity build, and create awareness on SDGs. And let me tell you, government cannot do it alone. Government cannot do it alone. In the spirit of all of government approach and all of society approach. And you see, like when we were developing our VNR, it was very consultative. Actually, I mean, that document is very consultative. If you've had an opportunity to have a look at it, the CSOs were at the center of it. And even when the counties were developing their VLRs, I mean, the CSOs, the private sector, I mean, we have the intelligence technical working subcommittee now. I mean, everybody is onboarded. And let me tell you, like last week, we were writing, we wrote letters of no objection to 3 CSOs, 3 community, 3 youth-led networks. They want to create a CBO. And you see, when you want to create a CBO, they will refer you to our NINI, and we write a letter of no objection. And we are writing those letters, and we are saying, you go and form your CBO and create awareness. Because the government cannot do it. It is us is just to coordinate that. But the people on the ground, you are the people on the ground. You are supposed to coordinate that. Thank you very much. I think unless if there's any burning question.
No. Thank you very much. Let's finalize it at that.
Yes,
That
but Nani, Arnold will give you my email address. Yes, email. You can interact. Send me. I mean, any request, anything you need.
Yes.
I think I've shared over the tea. I've shared my numbers with quite a number. Okay. So I'm always available. You can come and visit us at Bruce House. Bruce House. Yes, to go 8th floor. If you get up on 8th floor, we are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Thank you very much for that great inspiration and all the information that you have shared with us today. And pass our regards to the State Department and your directorate. Kijana Mtanashati, please come over and share with us what you have. You forgot your phone? Okay. After Kijana Mtanashati, we have Anne-Sophie. Tupigie Kijana Mtanashati makofi.
Good afternoon. My name is Kijana Mtanashati. I'm a spoken word artist and a fashion designer. And for government purposes and everything dealing with the government, my name is John Michael. I'm a proud citizen. And napenda nchi yangu. But now, let us focus with the kijana mtanashati. So I am a spoken word artist. And yeah, naweza sema I'm proud to be a Gen Z. The active one. Si wale wa kuongea tu. Now, being a youth and a creative artist, because I love my country, I will always speak about issues affecting my community. I'm from Mathare. And as an artist, my pieces cut across almost every matter affecting the society, every matter in everything, the SDGs and all that, peace, justice, and strong institution, gender equality, and poverty, and zero hunger. So, I don't know about you guys, but just the other day, we have 3 women murdered in Eastleigh, and there's a protest actually going on there. Wangapi unajua story? Wachache sana. And at the beginning of the year, we also witnessed murders against women. And these are the things that we all must speak about. So the piece I'm going to perform for now is called Give Our Peace. So this piece will be talking about the justice and the trauma we go after we are losing our loved ones. So the piece is Give Her the Peace. So I have been singing broken chords, drawing incomplete perfect pictures, and my spoken English bado kuna grammatical errors. Kuna maneno na mispronounce nikiwa na wewe. I have been driving along the old roads, missing we as young and stupid. Kalongolongo na birikicho. Lyrics that dunda night Friday full memory versus Sunday school. Signboards zimeisha and writing cannot buki mokoto komaji. Traffic lights poteza signal. Nani atapiana green light this time round. I have been thinking what you might be thinking. Do you even remember me like I keep on your memory still living inside my soul? Will you know me if I cross over to that world, to that door? Will you smile for me like you used to sun before? Will you hug me so tight and recall the beating part of my heart? Will you? Will you talk and roll with words like you used to as we dive into the bottom of our world? No, you won't. In fact, you can't. From sand back to sand, umekurudisha chini kama bado we ni mchanga. Flowers kandia portrait yako. I can't believe your picture bado ina smile na mimi hadi wa leo. You are right, you never needed a book and a pen. All you wanted was a soul and a shoe to walk you through thick and thin, light and darkness, dream to move mountain with madness. You are a dreamer na chuki za usingizi. You never wanted to outrun anyone vibaya. Olympic medal was a vision for you. Not to be a gold digger, but not to be a gold digger mbele ya wanaume wamebarikiwa na silver plate. Huku waomba kuwe na mdomo mingi. But just a prayer njia zako za journalism zifunguke. For you being mwanahabari, was that a bad news for them? Huku waijua kuomba. You wanted yours. Sweat yako, hata ukikosa maji kwa mwili, bado utakuwa unakula jasho lako. Kusota kwako game them a broke mind. Kupata tajiri kwako reach their mind. But yako akafungulia mlango wazi, but still they never received the blessings. They wanted to delete what a woman has done better. They wanted to delete what a woman will do better. Ukuambia God akupatie means kwa moba hapa chini mali. Wanawake wanazidi kwa downgraded no matter how excellent they perform. I have been thinking, did they ask you, what's your name? No. All they saw was a miniskirt, your hips, a figure to be dismantled. Did they even ask you, what's your age? No. Nimesahau. Season ya chakula na we ni unga, umetosha mboga kwa watu umeunga. Did they even check your document? Did they even check your document? Profile ya simu yako, wallpaper ya simu yako. A picture of your handsome boyfriend, kijana mtanashati. Nope, they didn't care because you are a woman, a model for sex and abuse. So they broke you, broke me, raped you and killed you and took away my soul. I stopped seeing the apple of my eyes gone. My status gone, my profile no more. I stopped fasting, I'm starving. I stopped press walking, I'm just standing here alone. I stopped talking, I'm preaching. I stopped shouting, I'm projecting, not to a man but to karma. Mbona uleti judgment, mbona? Ama walishapitisha hongo maskini sipate haki. Ama karma ni mwanaume tu. Haizi chekesi na usiana na wanawake. Basi anisikize mimi mwanaume mwenzake. Anipay justice kama ni expensive. Na pia pesa zote anipay tu change. Na sitaki ya juu sana. What I confuse na mob justice, nataka tuke balance for her and her soul, for her and her sisters, for her and her daughters, for her and her generation to come. Nataka justice isaviwe, na sitaki isaviwe kwa tebo. This time round, sitaki isaviwe kwa tebo. Kuna wenye mefunga, hawawezi meza chakula. Nataka justice ikwe airborne, tupumue haki. Contagious, iguze kila mse kwa haki. Nataka justice for her and her soul, for her and her sisters, for her and her daughters, for her and her generation to come. Nataka justice for her to be safe and sound. Nataka justice for her to dream and have a better life. Nataka justice for all our women. Nataka justice for better society. Thank you.
Let us appreciate kijana mtanashati. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Haujawaambia page yako wa kufollow ama wa subscribe, but you'll share that during your next performance in the afternoon. So at this point, let me welcome Anne-Sophie, representing the Royal Danish Embassy in Kenya, to just share with us her perspective on the SDGs and the experience of the European and Danish context. Welcome so much.
Hi, thank you. Allow me to just briefly introduce myself. I'm Anne-Sophie and I'm working at the Danish Embassy in the Governance and Health team. And this is also from where I know Arnold, who is a part of the Youth Sounding Board at the Danish Embassy. So first of all, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share some insights from a Danish youth perspective on the Sustainable Development Goals. I think, first of all, most of us are familiar with the SDGs and how they affect our lives, even though we don't think about them consciously every day. These goals touch on many aspects of our everyday lives, from education to equality to climate health, and how small steps locally can make an impact globally. But today I would actually like to emphasize an important point, that the SDGs aren't just relevant to the global south. In Denmark, which is a relatively small country in Northern Europe, with about the same population as Nairobi. Yeah, we are kind of small. And I think a lot of people think we are like the capital of Germany. Can I take this one? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so in Denmark, we are also facing a lot of challenges in meeting the SDG. In March this year, Denmark reached its overshoot day, the day where we as a country have used up all the natural resources that an earth can regenerate in 1 year. And I think this is a stark reminder that even countries, like the country where I'm from, with stronger economies and well-developed infrastructures are part of this global puzzle. But Denmark's challenges with meeting the SDGs are not unique. Around the world, young people are stepping up to confront these global issues, regardless of where they live, from Denmark to Kenya and beyond. Youth are proving to be the driving force of real change. So in Denmark, we see a lot of youth-led movements in advocating for climate change and sustainability and pushing the agenda forward in innovative and creative ways. Similarly, in Kenya, young people like all of you are at the front run of initiatives that tackle issues like gender equality, environmental conservation, and social justice. The energy and the passion of young people in both countries are very critical in achieving the SDGs. So we might have very different challenges from where we're from, but the underlying goal is the same, to build a better future. And then the SDGs gives us a very good framework to shape a future that's more fair, more just, and more sustainable, whether it's in Denmark, or in Kenya, or anywhere else around the world. These goals remind us that we are all in this together, and that we need to keep working for the voice of youth in meeting the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for Anne-Sophie again. Thank you so much, Anne-Sophie. So now at this point, I would like to welcome on stage Okanda. I'll just say one name, Okanda, and then you will introduce yourself further, and then take us forward from there. Karibu sana. Let's clap for Okanda.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a tiresome day, just listening in from everything from the beginning up to this time, but I want to appreciate you all. I was given a noble task of just coming here to share my experience of the recently concluded Summit of the Future in New York. So I'll ably do that, and then we will jump into a panel discussion that is going to be vibrant a bit. So I'll want to invite us to stay put as we do this together. So allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been established. My name is Eugene Okanda. I am the Executive Director of Unlock Young Leaders Summit. It's a youth-led leadership organization based in Kenya, and we work with young people across the 47 counties, and we champion SDG number 4, 8, and 16. And I know by now we all know what that means, and we have been in operation for the past 4 years. I also run a company that's called Okanda Leadership Academy, which is a corporate training and consultancy firm. And I'm also an author of 2 books that you can find them just across my social media platforms if you type my name, Okanda S. Eugene. Now, I want to do something that I did in New York, and I hope you guys will have the same energy. So I want to say, when I say leading young, you say leading now. And I say leading now, you say leading now. Are we ready to do that? Can we do that together? So in 1, 2, 3, let's say together. So leading young and leading now. Come on, are we really ready to lead and be able to champion these things now? So okay, leading now and leading young. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to stand before you today at the 3rd annual National SDGs Multi-Stakeholders Youth Pre-Conference. My gratitude to the organizers of this prestigious event, just bringing youth minds together on this platform to reflect on our role as youth in global governance, to advocate for our inclusion, and to share the immense opportunities that come with meaningful youth engagement in international spaces. So as been rightly introduced, I am the Kenya United Nations Youth Representative, and I'm part of the African United Nations Youth Delegates Program. This is a program that is funded by the German Ministry of Federal Affairs, and it has implementing partners in 6 countries. So we have Ethiopia, Tanzania, South Sudan, Sudan, Kenya, and Uganda. And just so to say, to put some bit of context into this conversation, this is a very competitive program. So the adverts were put up, I think December last year, and they invited young people to apply for the program, and out of which I think more than 2,000 young people applied for this program, and they shortlisted 20 of them. And the 20 of us, we went through the National Educational Assessment Program for 1 week, and there was a lot of simulation, a lot of presentation, out of which they only picked 2 young people, and I was picked as the representative alongside my colleague Linda Akitela, the President Emeritus of Park University, And in that breath, I'll want to also recognize my fellow colleagues who are here. I have seen Amimo. Amimo, you are somewhere there. Yeah, you can stand up and just wave. I can see COI, who is serving in the European Union Youth Sounding Board. You can just wave. I know we are not in a church, but wave. And I saw Steve. Yeah, Steve Mboya. I can see Steve Mboya also serving UNEP. And it's good to see you. I don't know if there is anyone else that I'm leaving. But both myself and Linda, together with the rest of the fellows, we have been doing outreach campaigns in various contexts. And in that regard, we have seen the impact of the program. Now, the main focus of the Africa United Nations Youth Delegates program, and this is a program that many of us we need to pay close attention to, because maybe it can be the next opportunity and you may be the next person who will be standing here next year. It's that the main focus is to increase youth engagement in UN and the UN processes. And in that regard, I happen to attend and actively participate at the United Nations General Assembly, the Summit of the Future, both the Action Days and the Summit of the Future. And throughout our regional trainings, we did a regional training in South Sudan and another regional training in Dar es Salaam. But we also actively participated during the UN Civil Society Conference. And throughout that tenure, we have been able to work through the Pact for the Future, which I'll be able to break down in a moment. But we worked on the Pact for the Future when it was a zero draft to revision number 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And I remember on the Sunday of 22nd when we were in New York and waiting for the member states to adopt this pact, the room was tensed because by this time we were not sure if the pact is going to be adopted because of the conflicting interest of different member states. But we are grateful that the pact was finally adopted by the member states, and it's a living document that each one of us we need to pay close attention to. The pact has 5 chapters. Chapter number 1 is sustainable development and financing for development. Chapter number 2 is international peace and security, and chapter number 3 is on science, technology, and digital. And chapter number 4 is on youth and future generation. One of the key chapters that you need to pay close attention to. And chapter number 5 is on global governance, transforming global governance. Now, this 5-chapter document has 56 actions. Now, in this 56 action, one of the key roles that you can do as a young person, and we are going to have an event possibly here at Kenya School of Government in like 2 weeks' time, we are going to ask ourselves, how do we bring the pact home? I was speaking at the UN office in Gigiri yesterday, and we were during the UN day yesterday, and we were asking ourselves, how do we localize the pact so that we can have local initiatives for global impact? And one of the things we deliberated on, we were asking ourselves, how do we then, as young people, we can use different channels and platforms to be able to sift through the pact, look at key issues concerning the youth. So I know like action number 20 talks about how the youth can access the global youth investment platform that the Secretary General ably was able to invite the member states to establish and strengthen the global youth investment platform, which will enable young people to directly access financial support for their local implementation of different initiatives. So we were asking ourselves, a young person in Turkana, how can they be able to get to know about the Global Youth Investment Platform? And it will take you and me to be able to do advocacy at the grassroots level so that the young people in Turkana, the young person in Baringo, the lower sides of Elgeyo Marakwet County can be able to understand the living document and what the document says about them in that kind of an area. The other thing we were also discussing is how do we strengthen national youth platform like the National Youth Council. And I wish the CEO was here because the National Youth Council, I think we might not be able to talk much about it, but we cannot be talking about doing an election and we have never, you know, we all know the Kenya Youth Development Policy that was adopted in 2019. And since then, the policy has never been evaluated. So how do we talk about spreading the wings of the National Youth Council when the very policy has not been evaluated? And we all need to interrogate the Kenya Youth Development Policy to ask ourselves, what are the possible gaps within the policy document that we can be able to accelerate the efforts of the National Youth Council? The elections were not done. Why? The funding is a problem in the National Youth Council, and I know the different people who work for the National Youth Council who are here can talk about that. And of course, even the age bracket. I don't think majority of the people who work in the National Youth Council are not youth in the first place. So how do we then interrogate some of this conversation? And we can only capture those issues if we're able to interrogate the policy document. But we see the UN does not do that for you. The United Nations does not do that for you. So it's upon us as young people to be able to understand all those frameworks. Lastly, we were asking ourselves, how can we translate the pact to local languages? So it can be something of translating the pact into Swahili and be able to translate that. I know our local languages have conflicting terminologies. One term in one language can mean a totally different thing in another. But you as a youth champion here, how can you be able to what is the right word to use? How can you be able to put the pact in a palatable language that a young person in Kibra can understand it? Because surely if you invite people in Kibra and tell them, I want to talk to you about the pact for the future, you will be surprising them with a lot of information. But I'm speaking these heavy terminologies for you because you guys are bright and you guys are innovative and you guys are able to break that conversation to a local language. Lastly, how can we galvanize our youth-led initiatives like organizations to be able to realize the ambitions of the pact? Now, I was able to say at the UN yesterday, we need to come out of we need to come out of briefcase organization to organization that are living and operational. And it's upon you to, in the spirit of partnership on goal number 17, to be able to take this conversation down to the grassroots. So a lot of conversations happened in New York, but now it's time for us to act. And we can only do that if we understand the document. I will really encourage us, and I said that yesterday at UN, if you don't read the document and fall in love with it, it's going to be so difficult for us to achieve the ambitions of that document. But also, we would like to, I know the government is very much willing, because I have worked with George Osaso, who is my very good senior here. And I remember I worked in the office of the State Department for Youth Affairs in the year 2021, and I asked them for an opportunity to volunteer. And I volunteered with the Kenya Youth Employment Opportunities Project for a whole year, without a salary. And that's a story for another day, but I'm still following up on Osaso to give me part of his salary. But at least one of the things that has really helped me as a young person is that I've been asking myself, and if today everything comes to an end, I'll ask myself, how I've been able to support the government initiatives. And I love the reason we were on streets and we told the president and his cohort that we do not want this finance bill. And the finance bill ended. We championed the Gen Z movement. But it was sad that the Gen Zs were left hanging and suspended by themselves. That was not a Gen Z issue. It was an entire citizenry issue. And therefore, we need to continuously arise as young people to be able to put the government to task. And I'll want to stop there for now. All right. So basically, that was my short presentation, and I really want to appreciate SDG Kenya Forum for giving me this opportunity and platform to be in New York. It was an exciting experience. I got an opportunity to speak in quite a number of high-level panel discussions, and I'll want to ask the ICT team to project our mandates. We were able to draft mandates as the Africa United Nations Youth Delegates, and this mandate is something you can read, familiarize yourself with it, look at some of the key issues we talked about in this mandate. It's a living document, it's in New York. We were able to give it to the right people in New York, and this document also tried to summarize the ideas that are in the pact for the future. So we spend a lot of our time working on this document. It will do you good. Some of the ideas, for some of the youth-led initiative ideas you can get from this document. And just to take this conversation to the next level, I'll want to invite a vibrant panel discussion at this moment so that we can be able to ask ourselves, how then do we bring this theme of this year's conversation to a reality. SDGs at midpoint, accelerating SDG implementation through better and enhanced collaboration and partnership. So with me here today, I have a group of young people who are going to join me on stage. So I think we're going to use this platform here, and it has some sort of UN sitting posture. But we'll want to make this panel discussion as lively as possible. So I want you guys to ask questions. Prepare your questions, prepare your deliberations. I know there's a formidable team of rapporteurs who are working to making sure that our deliberations make up a living document that will continue to inform the next steps. So the first person to join me on stage is Johnson Onganyi from the Champions for SDGs Youth. You can put your hands together as we appreciate him as he joins me on stage. The second panelist is Yesua Williams Johnston. Is a senior ICT compliance and enforcement officer at the National Youth Council. We can put our hands together as we invite him on stage. And the third panelist is Imelda Achieng. Imelda Achieng works for the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and business. We can put our hands together and invite him. And the other panelist here is Naomi Kameme Kimathi from Budget Champion VSO Kenya. We can put our hands together and invite them. One of our panelists is joining us online. He's called Maurice Andati. Now, Maurice Andati was the Kenya, welcome, the Kenya UN Youth Representative last year. So I took over his space this year. So Maurice Andati, he was here with us, but he got an emergency, so he just had to run out, but he'll be joining us online. I don't know if Maurice is with us, but Maurice is the partnerships manager at the Africa United Nations Youth Delegates Program, and is also the founder and executive director of Smart Talk Cafe, and also organized crime consultant. All right. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have not appreciated Maurice Andati, who is joining us online. Can put our hands together and appreciate him. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you on stage today. I want to give each one of you an opportunity to just introduce yourself so ably, so that we can know who you are, what you do, and maybe one or two things that you'd like us to know about you. So we'll start with you, going this direction. Thank you.
With respect to all protocols in the House, my name is Naomi Kamene Kimanthi. I am a budget champion and a social accountability champion by VSO Kenya. I champion so much for budgets. I advocate for budgets from Masongaleni Ward, Makueni County, but I am under the umbrella of VSO Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's good to have you here.
Great, Okanda. Actually, I avoided sitting next to Okanda because you'd be drawn to comparing my coat to his. I thought it wise to sit somewhere that I'm not next to him. So with that said, my name is Johnson Ongan. I work with Champions for SDGs Youth Organization. I currently serve as the finance advisor. So when you see things moving, know that things kwa grao ziko sawa. So my background is in finance, and I'm glad to join this conversation. And I would like to thank all of us for creating time for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnson. It's good to have you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Laureen Imelda Achieng. I work with the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on the SDGs in Business. That is a registered association of members from National Assembly, Senate, and now with the County Assemblies Network, who champion SDGs through the parliamentary floor and through the County Assemblies floor. And personally, my background is in law. I'm a human rights activist, and I'm passionate about development and leadership, and do a lot of community initiatives, mainly focused on mentorship. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mko salama? Okay, my name is Yesua Johnston, OJB. We have come with my colleagues to just stand. My colleagues, kwa sababu ya muda, let's be a bit fast. I want you to look around. Those are my colleagues. At National Youth Council, we have 4 staff who are above 35. Yeah, so that when we start the conversation, we can be realistic and direct to the point. We have 4 staff who are above 35. The rest are young people. And I'm a senior ICT compliance and enforcement officer, 30 years. I pray to God that when I exit at 35, after serving as the CEO of that council. Now, I have an interest in resource mobilization, innovation, and youth issues in terms of streamlining them in government. I have been able to serve in an NGO, in the supply chain system. I've been able to serve in the HR system. I've been able to run a CBO organization. So as we have this conversation, I believe with that background, I can be able to share information that I've been able to experience across the 46 counties of the country, apart from Lamu. Unfortunately, I've not. The SDG people will take me there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can put our hands together and appreciate this panel. You all now realize that they are able to answer your questions. So if you have burning questions, this is an opportunity for you to ask those questions. And I really want us to have a real conversation. If there are things that have been bothering you, I think these are the right people to ask. And if you're looking for opportunities as well, I know here we have able people who can also, we don't promise to take you to heaven, but at least we promise to get you out of hell with some of the opportunities that are here. So I want to start with you, Johnson, and we want to appreciate the work that the Champion for SDG Youth is doing. Now, as an organization that actively promotes SDGs and championing that work, what role do you think youth can play in accelerating the achievements of SDGs in Kenya? And what are some of the barriers that you have actually observed in engaging more young people in SDG implementation? Maybe in a minute and 30 seconds, if you're able to respond to that.
All right, thank you. So you mentioned we are taking you from where to where? Hell to heaven, eh? Out of hell, yeah. That's okay. So I had mentioned earlier I work with Champions for SDGs Youth. And just to give it context, this is an organization that was established in 2019. And we are, just as Abraham Lincoln defined the government being of, by and for the people, we are of the youth, by the youth and for the youth. And I believe for today, this is a testament of us working with young people, because we've been so much intentional when it comes to us inviting young people to attend these. And for those of us that are engaging with Champions for SDGs for quite some time, for now we've done a number of 3 dialogues. And the reason as to why we decided to do this, we saw that there was a gap between how information around SDGs are relayed, are disseminated, and the intended target audience receiving this information. So we thought it wise, why not have a dialogue within the organization and structure it in a way that young people can relate to it more. Open, informal conversations, because we termed it My Youth SDGs. And for our first dialogue session, majorly it came at a time when we were now preparing for the United Nations, a civil society organizations conference that was held at UN Gigiri. And the real essence of us getting to do this, one, was to make sure that young people really know what is happening currently with SDGs at the global level. And then extend it further to know what the government is doing on the national level. And then, last but not least, then get to realize how can we now localize this? Because when we are terming it Sustainable Development Goals, rest be assured, as young people, we are working on given projects. And I believe the 17 SDGs provides a formal way of engaging with young people and with the challenges that we are experiencing. First, what I would love to appreciate with us young people, for those of us that are actively involved with those challenges that are happening around us, we were able to note it. And then we asked ourselves as young people, how can we contribute to this? And that is why I believe most of us are engaging in whatever SDGs we are working on. And this year, as a country, we've been reporting on SDGs, 5 SDGs. We had SDG number 1, number 2, we had number 13, we had number 16, and number 17. And I believe in one of the sessions that SDGs Kenya Forum, one of our key partners in this forum, they organized for young people to get involved in terms of tracking. Where are we with our organizations? Where are we at the county level? Where are we at the national level? And some of the barriers, maybe because I was giving it context, funding comes number 1. Because to some extent, up to now, we do not have targeted funds that are going towards supporting activities and initiatives that young people are working on around SDGs. Second thing, awareness. Because a number of times we've been talking of advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. But to some extent, we've not been so much intentional in defining to what degree is this advocacy happening. Because those of us who would want to be made aware of SDGs would be in terms of getting this information. Some of us have the viable information. For us, what we want is how can this be supported? So at any given level, we get to define what is the need of these groups of young people who are working on SDGs.
Okay, okay.
And then, after getting to assess it, we then get to complement that with the available support that is needed. Maybe I'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, be generous on time. Thank you.
Yeah, I love it because I think the issue of funding is something that many people cry out, but also the issue of awareness. But I'll want to come back to you, Imelda, as a person who works with the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and business. We know that this is an institution that should be bridging the gap between policy making and SDG action. And we know these young people who are here, they are running programs, initiatives in their communities, in their local context. So how can young people therefore work with the legislative arm to drive SDG-related policies and to ensure better youth representation in parliamentary debates and discussion, so that this thing about awareness can be sorted once and for all?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that indeed, we are all leaders in this room. Yeah. The young people here are driving different initiatives, and that's why they're here as youth champions for SDGs. And I really commend the work that you're doing. Secondly is actually to just say that I think this, as you said, let's have a real conversation. And I don't want this to be a discussion just between me, you, and the panelists. So first of all is to inquire, amongst the young people that we have, are there people who have involved politicians in your meetings, in your activities, in your events? Are there any, by show of hands?
Anyone who has involved politician? Maybe we can have, I don't know if we can.
I can see just 2.
I can see 2. Can you maybe lift
3.
your hand up again?
Yes, higher.
High up, okay.
About maybe.
You want us to get like one experience, maybe?
Yes, maybe, yes.
All right, let me.
The gentleman there was first.
Give an experience of how that was, just in a minute, kindly. We are really pressed on time.
Yes, yes.
All right. We did some program called Youths for Kenya. And in this program, I remember we invited a number of politicians. They didn't show up, but 2 who showed up, I didn't like the fact that they came, because it was so messy. They came with serious goons, and we had to take like an hour, a whole hour trying to calm them down. And then I realized that the politicians we have in Kenya, they didn't even know what they were coming for, because when we gave them time to speak, they started speaking on agendas that did not bring the youth together. And I think I cannot say all of them, but a few are up to date, but most of our politicians are not with the youth at all.
They are not. Say that statement again.
most of the politicians in Kenya are not with the youth at all.
All right.
They are only for their gains, and they even come without knowing what they are coming for. Yeah, you give somebody
Imelda can
to
start
speak.
from there.
Yes, and the lady?
Okay.
Just example from the lady.
Okay. Any lady? I can see the lady on specs. Okay. And the lady on specs. Yes. You just introduce yourself and tell us your experience in a minute.
My name is Marceline Owino. I'm from Kisumu.
Oh, good.
So, my experience with the politicians is, for example, last month, we had a meeting that involved them. And this is what they came to do. They come, so many of them, and they were like hyping the students. It was for the students. They hyped them with the issue of we are giving out money. So most of the students, they are seated there knowing very well that after this event, we're going to get this. And then after they're done, they're just leaving. And the student will be like, we know they've left money for you. So us as the organizers, they be like, we got money from them, but we didn't give it out. So next time when you call for a meeting, maybe for mentorship programs for the youth, they won't show up because they will be like, it's youths using other youths. And the problem is not with us, it is with them who said, we are going to give out some cash for you, and then they don't do that.
Sad.
Yeah, so for politicians, yeah, some of them, most of them, they're very selfish.
So, sorry for that. I don't know, Imelda, now if you can pick up from there.
Yes, now I can pick up.
I'll come back to the floor, just stay put.
Yes. Okay. That having been said, just by show of hands, most of the questions will just need a show of hands. How many are involved in, and I can see CMDs here, good, are involved in political parties? How many of us are members of any political party? Again, quite a few. How many of us voted last time? The votes are good. Okay, how many of us know the representatives, the youth representatives in Parliament, National Assembly and Senate? You don't know them too, right? Exactly. So you can see that's where we need to start this conversation, okay? You are voting, but you're not involved in political parties. How do you expect to end up with a good leadership if yourself you're not taking charge of your leadership, okay? So the first mistake I would say that we do as youth is to get involved halfway, half-baked goods. If you know you're going to work in this political space and you can see that the politicians who have gone there, they're just playing politics. They don't know when to shift from being a leader, a politician, into a leader. And that is the sad state of politics that we have right now. So part of that is because we have allowed them to by participating halfway and having half-baked goods. What I would say is this. The first step should be let the young people get involved in political parties. Let them take leadership into political parties. And let them go for elective seats. Secondly,
I'll want to cut you short. Just
yes.
Sorry for that. Do you think our political parties have the moral authority for these young people to join? Like where we are at the moment as a country. Like someone can confidently say I'm a UDA member. Okay, I'm just saying it because it's there. Maybe you can respond.
Yes, they do. And I think the problem is it's just also not knowing what a political party entails. So you also need to understand how are these political party formations. You go as a member. Once you go as a member, it's up for you as members, to dictate in what direction do the party go, okay? As the party is coming up with guidelines, rules, constitutions, that is where you influence the constitution. Because at the end of the day, parties will always be guided by their constitution because that is challengeable in court. So you shape the constitution and make sure it has the interests of the General Assembly, and that makes you at the higher point because you are the numbers. The General Assembly is the highest, and I believe the youth are the biggest majority voters. So that will give you an upper hand already. And then from there, then you can influence decisions. But then also once you take up these elective seats, and those ones that are not yours, most of you here maybe would probably say they supported UDA or ODM, even despite not being a political party member, okay? But you're here, you don't know who in ODM and who in UDA is supposed to represent the youth, okay? So that's also homework for you. first step, you want them to work with you, but you also still don't know even who is supposed to be addressing your issues. You're making them sleep on the job because they will not come to look for you. They'll wait for you to look for them. So as you are inviting those politicians who had no business with you, they came there to get the milestone. I think the right people would have been, in fact, the youth representatives. The last members who are representing youth, some of them are very active. Like Nixon Korir, most people knew him, right? And people would invite him. So maybe just first look at that. Even at the counties, the MCAs, you have representatives who are on that ticket on the youth issues. And those are people who will not come there not knowing what to say, because that is their role and that is their mandate to take up the proposals that you come up with and champion them and table them in the National Assembly, in the Senate, and in the county assemblies. So let's start by doing our homework on who are actually the people designated to work on the issues of the youth. And then secondly, we have the Kenya Young Parliamentary Association. For us, a caucus, we are an issue-based caucus. So we are not a group-based. We work across the board. We work with children, youth, women, old. Ours is ensuring no one is left behind. But there is a group-based caucus in Parliament, and it's called KYPA, where we have the likes of Babu Owino, Sakaja used to be there earlier on, and they're also quite championing a number of things. And we also have the MCAs. We have Kenya Young MCAs. These are groups that if you approach them and tell them as people who are championing the agenda of the youth at national and at county level, we would like you to get involved. They'll not come to play because that is their mandate. They've set themselves aside as the group-based, and their issue is to champion agendas around youth. These are people who will take up your bills and they will go all the way to championing them. They're also very friendly in terms of attending, but it is the angle at which you give them. Yes, I think it's just good to understand politicians are now just playing politics. So it's up to you to shape the agenda and steer them towards the direction you want them to be. If left unguarded, you can see what happens. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. You can put our hands together and appreciate her. I think in that regard, we really have a lot of work to do as young people, especially in the political landscape of this country, and just looking at how politics play a critical role to achieving the SDGs target. But now I want to shift gears a bit and get into the global, get a global perspective. And with us today, we have a panelist who is joining us online. I don't know if Maurice, you're able to hear me. Can just say something so that we can know if you're here. Maurice? Okay, ICT just alert me if we give him a bit of time. Okay, Maurice will be coming back to you in a short while so that we continue with this conversation. I want to get a perspective of the National Youth Council, still staying on the national perspective on SDG implementation, achieving some of the critical targets that we have. Now, the National Youth Council plays a crucial role in policy advocacy for youth. And what measures has the council taken to ensure youth involvement in key decision-making processes related to SDG implementation at the national level?
Thank you so much. You mentioned about the Kenya Youth Policy. The National Youth Council has 16 functions. And the second function, that is function B in the National Youth Council Act, and the function N, talk about National Youth Council promoting and popularizing the Kenya Youth Policy. And number 2, we have a function to ensure that youth are involved in decision-making bodies. I've mentioned those two because the drafters of the Kenya Youth Policy were very deliberate about that. So what we are supposed to do, because we have the devolved units of governments, which are counties, and that is where also most young people are. So what we did as National Youth Council, we decided to domesticate the Kenya Youth Development Policy to the counties, because you know the policy making is for the ministry, as being the kids under the ministry or the State Department, and having a function to popularize and ensure that this Kenya Youth Policy is also implemented. We domesticated, and so far we domesticated to 27 counties, and it's because of also the resources. Out of the 27 counties, we have been able to see around 3 counties being very intentional in implementing the domesticated policies. Reason being, one of the key issues that young people are proposing in the drafts that we are going around and listening to them is the establishment of committees or boards within the counties to be able to advise the county on how they deal with issues of youth. I start with Isiolo. My sister raised about Isiolo. Through CEC Kajuju, Honorable Kajuju, we've been able to engage Isiolo, and they have established a committee that is working and is working closely with the Isiolo Innovation Hub, and I know that is where most of activities happen, and they're advising the county on matters youth. So we have given Isiolo youth an opportunity to be involved in the decision-making processes of Isiolo County.
I love the way she's looking at you.
Yes, so how do those young people who have constituted the committee, ensuring that the voices of the youth out there are heard in the committees?
Let me ask you a question, because you said you're going to have a real conversation.
Yes.
What are the criteria that you use to establishing these youth boards? Who elects them?
Yes,
who
now
appoints them?
it is not even National Youth Council that was coming up with the criteria. It is the youth, because we did forums in Isiolo County, we did public participation, and some of the criteria that were used, because there were options of appointments by the governor, there were options of selection by youth groups. So we have, the number was around 9, and we have youth who are nominated to the boards, either from the CBOs, because in most also the counties there are consortiums of youth groups, either CBOs, we have faith-based institutions. Yeah. I know the governor has one nominee who is supposed to represent them on the committee. Okay. But all these other representations are supposed to come from those youth groups within the county. So that is how most of those boards were established. When you go to Isiolo County and you go to Tana River, and then now Nyeri is going to launch theirs in the next coming month. But the working policies, the domesticated ones, is Isiolo County and Tana River. The problem that maybe some of us might have reservations whether it's working or not is when I am nominated to that committee. When you are out here, you are representing youth issues. Yes. But now when you are nominated, will you continue pushing for those youth interests or not? Yes. And I know that is where now the problem is. Now that one comes back to us. Yeah. In terms of the national level, in terms of youth participation in decision-making bodies, we have been able to push. You have mentioned the sounding boards. We have been involved in terms of youth who have been nominated in most of those sounding boards. And one of the challenges that is coming also now in major boards in terms of youth involvement, because how do National Youth Council have a voice to ensure that now even the KPA, you know where now the big boys are seated and all that, yes, that young people are seated, is because of that council. I think we should revisit the Youth Council Act and see what are the functions of the council. The council is elected from the ward level to the national level. The council reports directly to the president. The council can go and speak directly to parliament. You know, this is a body that has now power because it is elected. Yeah. And the reason why now we have gaps, it is to fill that gap. And I'm happy that the CS has taken that up, and his timelines is February. He put up on his page. You can be able to visit. At the back end, we've been working on that, and as the CEO said, it will be coming up.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for those contributions. You can put our hands together and appreciate him. Now, I don't know if Maurice is with us. Maurice, are you there? In 3, 2, 1. I think we'll just continue, possibly Maurice. I will really want to ask him a very critical question that is of concern. But I'll want to come to VSO, and VSO consolidates volunteers, and the question therefore becomes is VSO Kenya brings together volunteers to work alongside marginalized communities. I think we have seen the great work that happens there. So from your experience and as someone who works there, how have the youth volunteers contributed to advancing the SDGs in vulnerable and marginalized communities in Kenya? Maybe you can also just give a brief introduction of what VSO do, and maybe if there is anyone who has ever maybe volunteered or something like that.
Thank you, Eugene. I'd like to say that VSO, as Eugene has said, stands for Voluntary Service Overseas. And VSO works with building healthy communities, strengthening inclusivity, supporting people, and developing sustainable and resilient livelihoods. But apart from this, VSO works, aims to reach to the marginalized communities and groups to work with them towards SDG achievements and towards improving their livelihoods. I am here with my colleagues from Nairobi County, from Makueni County. I have not been made aware if there's any other county, but maybe for a minute you might stand. Nairobi County, please just stand and wave hi.
Good one, thank you.
And Makueni County.
Makueni? Oh, good.
Yes, and as a key, Mr. Sebastian, please say hi. Just say hi. Yes.
Hi to you.
So with me, that is a team of volunteers and champions, community volunteers and champions who work with marginalized communities and groups to see how their livelihoods can be improved using community-led initiatives. Yes, so back to the question you asked, how youths have contributed towards advancing the SDGs. Yes, so for VSO, we have, especially in Makueni County, we have the ACTIVE program. That is an umbrella that comes down to livelihoods, education, and health. And for ACTIVE, as a budget champion and a social accountability champion, we have had youth. VSO has been deliberate to include youths and marginalized communities such as women, young ladies like me, and people with disabilities to participate in these programs, because youths are the muscle of the community. If you know as a body that when you exercise a muscle, it will give you either flexibility, rigidness, and if you do not exercise it, it will give you health issues. And so youth as the muscle of the community, we have to put it into exercise, and positive exercise, such that we may attain SDG, we may attain our goals towards 2030 SDG. Yeah. And for VSO Kenya, as a budget champion, let me use an example. For Makueni team, we had a workshop for 1 week that took place in Kibwezi. And in this workshop, we were trained, we were capacity build matters county budget. And then we trickled down, we disseminated down the information to 200 plus youths in our ward levels, so that when these youths have this kind of information, they will be empowered to ask questions. Yeah. You see, when you, funny enough, when you introduce something to a youth, they will ask themselves first, I have been told this is social accountability. how have I been practicing social accountability in an individual aspect? Before I go to any other aspect, the community, service delivery people, how have I been doing this as an individual, at an individual level? And if I have achieved it at an individual level, how and what am I supposed to do to make it, to take it to the community level and help me help the community? And for that, we have had youths go to public participation, attend public participation, and actually stand for what they believe is right for them and is helping them achieve SDG goals. For example, we had a group in Kibwezi that is in Makueni, that did a social accountability activity on Kibwezi Amref health facility. It's a hospital. And they did, I don't know how many people are aware of the tools that are used in social accountability. By show of hands, if anyone is aware of any tool that is used in social accountability.
There's a hand there, there's a hand here.
Yes, so there are several tools. And for this particular group, for this particular community-led group, they used community scorecards to get views from the community members, to get views from the service delivery personnel, and see, because the complaint was that the hospital, the facility was not clean enough. The facility was lagging matters service provision in terms of when you go to the registry, what are you, the time you take to get yourself a card to be put in the system, and so on and so forth. And when they got these views from the community members, from the service providers, and they put them, and this community scorecard has a bracketing where there's an interface meeting. After collecting these views from both sides, you get an interface meeting where both sides sit down, and then they work a way forward towards better service delivery. And for this, Kibwezi Amref now, after a follow-up, it has, the community is now saying that it is giving good service delivery.
Maybe just a question on that. Who mandates these volunteers? Do you have already established programs that you run, or do you find young people who have projects that they do, and then you consolidate their efforts, and then you're able to oversee implementation and execution? Maybe in 1 minute.
Okay, so for the projects, we have set projects by the VSO. That is, there's the active project that umbrellas budget championing, social accountability, sexual reproductive health and rights, and climate action, that is climate financing. But then when it comes to mobilizing of the volunteers, we look at the focal persons in the community. People whom have somehow been engaged, have engaged themselves in matters community volunteerism for development activities.
Yeah.
So that, because if you want to get the attention of the youth, it is inevitable. I believe that it is inevitable for you to use someone who is quiet, an introvert, to address them. They will definitely not listen to that person. But when you use a focal person, when you use someone who is influential, then they will listen to you. And that is one of the criteria that is used to get them the volunteers. And for the people who disseminate the information down to the community, we refer to them as primary actors.
Okay.
Yes, not the beneficiaries.
All right, we can appreciate her for that feedback. I see our time is well spent. We're remaining with around 17 minutes to come to the closure of this conversation. But I'll want you guys to, I know you have questions. You have one or two questions that you'll want to shoot. So I'll want to invite Maurice to give a feedback on a question. But after Maurice, we'll try open it up to the rest of us. If you have a question strategically to one of the person in the panel, please feel free to voice it out. I'll want just to request, please be straight to the point when you're asking the question, so that we can also save on time. Welcome, Maurice. It's good to see you. Maybe you can just introduce yourself and tell us what you do, and then I'll ask you a question.
Okay, thank you so much, Okanda. First of all, I really want to apologize for coming a little bit late. There's a little bit of an emergency, and for government officials that are here, we really need to solve the she or sha problem in regards to the medical issues, because it's becoming a little bit of a problem. Please, let's stop talking and let's start acting. My name is Maurice Andati. I'm the Partnership Manager, Africa United Nations Youth Delegate Program. Also a sustainable and organized crime consultant, focusing on counter human trafficking and also smuggling of migrants. One of the key focus areas that I deal in is engaging young people in regards to the interconnection between the realities of policy on ground, what works and what does not work, and its interconnection also with international policies, with the different instruments that are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. And it's good to have you on this panel today. Now, you work with the Africa United Nations Youth Delegates Program, which I'm pleased to be part of, and you are the partnerships manager. And I know quite a number of us will want to know more about that program, which I know you will give an overview of it. The main focus of this program was to increase meaningful youth engagement at the UN level and be able to participate. But we have seen there are quite a bit of hiccups. Even just getting a visa to the US. I mean, the two youth delegates from the Kenyan government missed the visa, and quite a lot of issues about funding. Someone has gotten accreditation to go to attend the Summit of the Future, but they can't get the funding and all that. So maybe a question that I want to hear from you is, how do you see the role of young people evolving within the UN and global decision-making processes, particularly after the adoption of the Pact of the Future? Do you see some of these problems ending, so that if we're talking about international meaningful youth engagement, it's something that can be achieved?
Yes, I think it is something that is going to be achieved, but I think one of the key things that we really also need to understand is, number one, if you're talking about representation of young people at the international space, whose role is it to make sure that they are able to be there and participate? In most of other countries, sorry to say, it is the National Youth Council, because the National Youth Council has to work with the Ministry of Youth and run a youth delegate program through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And what it does is the National Youth Council is the one that is key mandated in regards to engaging young people across the world, which gives it the mandate to engage with different young people, understand which are the contexts and issues that are affecting these different people, then connect whatever is being done at the national level, also at the ground level and also the national level, and at the international level. So whatever the pact says, if you look at the chapter 4 of the Pact of the Future, whatever it is looking into is how do we, as, for example, our third world countries, re-strategize our approach when it comes to delegation, representation, and not only just sending people to the United Nations, but also monitoring and evaluating whatever they're going to whatever they're going to showcase, or whatever mandate that they're going to do. So number one, under the pact, it is already establishing and requesting for every young person. The nations, the countries themselves are the ones who are mandated to fund their young delegates to go, because you're going to represent your country, you're going to talk good of your country, but also pushing the interest of your country, so that, number one, funders and also big players are able to be part of it. And number two, if you look at chapter 1 on financing for sustainable development, one of the key things that was being also focused on national funding models. We need to stop being highly dependent on funding models from international space, but looking into national funding models. In a country, in Africa, one of the countries that has such kind of a model is Nigeria, which they were launching it last year during the UNGA, which is Sustainable Development National Financing Model, which looks into how to countries look into financing models, especially at their local level, to make sure that, number one, representation does not end, even if other international players or other international actors cannot give funding? Does it mean if maybe, for example, a UN foundation doesn't send finances, so Kenya will not send a UN delegate? Because, so it doesn't make sense. So the Pact of the Future creates a really nice roadmap in regards to how are they going to be engaged, who is going to be engaged, and who is going to produce the particular finances. That's why the UN DESA, which deals with youth delegation, works with a permanent mission, which works directly with the, the different ministries, depending on the model that governments has.
That's so wonderful. We can put our hands together and appreciate him. Now, I hope this is not just passing time. I hope and pray that while you're seated, you are highlighting some of the things you need to go look for, like UNDESA. What does UNDESA do? The Pact for the Future. There's quite a lot of strategies that have been put into place. The National Youth Council has talked about quite a number of things that they're doing. But right about now, so that it doesn't look like we are just having this conversation amongst ourselves, I'll want to open it up for questions. And I'll want to give the first round of 4 people. How many are we? We are 5. So I'll want 5 people. And please make sure you are not directing all the questions to one person. Please try to make sure that at least we are having a balance. So the first 5 people, you can just shoot up your hand. I can see your hand. Please keep it up. So I see. Actually, can we start with this row and then we come to this row? Is that fair? Is that okay? So I'll pick the first round of 5. I saw your hand. I also saw your hand. Please keep it up so that, 1, 2. I'll pick you. Sorry, because at least I've picked you. And then I'll pick you, my good fellow, and the 5 of you. So possibly we can start with her. And please try to be as short as possible. Just stand up. We can start here. Just stand up and ask the question directly to the person that you want it to be. You want the person to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. She was carrying her hand for me.
Sure.
Okay. My name is Philip. I work at Standard Media Group, KTN Sign Language Interpreter.
Can you say that properly? Someone might want to work with you.
My name is Philip. I work with Standard Media Group.
Okay.
KTN, Sign Language Interpreter. I also am a psychologist, and I've worked with YALI, Young African Leadership Initiative.
Okay.
Okay, so I have, it's like a comment or question. It's also challenging us or an engagement or recommendation. So what are we doing and how are we doing it, or when are we doing it to matters of inclusivity? I work a lot with deaf community.
Yeah.
And to me, I feel like, under talking about the youth, there's a big gap and opportunity. So what are we doing about it?
All right, so Imelda, you'll help us respond to that. All right, let's, Amimo, and then we'll come to you and at the back.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My question is directed to Imelda. I was in a focus group discussion organized by Royal Media Services, and out of 123 participants, I realized that less than 20 really know what SDGs are. And Imelda is working with the government and the parliaments, both in the national and the county. I don't know what is our government doing to make the SDGs more applicable in the ground, especially among the youth, because until they know it, that is when they can participate about it. Because the youth have realized they are running out of what to do because they have limited, they don't know much about what should be done. So is there a program that you're doing to roll out the SDGs, maybe in schools? Because somebody is a graduate, because all of them were professionals, but they don't know about SDGs.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
Imelda, you'll respond to that, and then William will respond to the question of inclusivity, especially from the national youth perspective and the work that you guys are doing. Please make sure the other questions are directed to the other. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name
Hello.
is Ruqayya Ahmed. I'm the founder of a youth-led NGO called Green Northeastern Initiative from Wajir County. And I think my question will go to VSO. It came to my attention that most of the youth are volunteering in different capacities. And yeah, volunteering is very good for a start. But most of the time you find that there is no value for this youth. Maybe they will no longer be a volunteer in the organization for long. And most of them, after volunteering for a time, they go out there and maybe they stay jobless and they're no longer working or doing something valuable. So how do you ensure that there is value for time of the young people who are volunteering in your organization, and after they have left the organization, to make sure that that impact is felt? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we will give it to. There's a lady who had lifted her. Okay, you in white, and then we'll give it to Harrison. At least make sure it's either going to either of the two panelists that are still to be asked a question.
Okay. Okay, Johnson. Thank you, Eugene. My name is Christine Karanja from University of Nairobi, a final year journalism student and SDG advocate. My question is around Action 1, which is financing. It is a clear indicator that with 17%, a huge part of that has to be about financing. So I'd like to ask, Harambes aside and ask crowdsourcing in-house, given everything revenue allocation in Kenya, how can we tap into outcomes of the pacts, such as the Global Youth Investment Platform or the joint SDG farmed, or in climate spaces, the GCF as Global South, because there's little to few people from Global South in such spaces. How do we de-risk youth? And if there is a way, what are the modalities of this? Thank you.
Okay, I'll direct that question to Maurice. So what does the pact say about funding models, and how can they be able to leverage on some of those key funding ideas that are in the pact? Harrison.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Boniface Harrison, and I'm also the founder of an organization called Moem Action Post. And part of the reason why youth don't have a lot of knowledge about SDGs is because they don't have access. And my question would be, for all of you who are our panelists today, I really acknowledge the work that you're doing. And my question is, do you have opportunities, existing opportunities from VSO, from Champions, from NYC, from all of you? Do you have some opportunities that are currently ongoing, and are they accessible? And do you have, in any way, because engagement has to be meaningful. So maybe you could share where that can be, so that, because our organization also has a network of young people who would like to participate in change-making initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Boniface. So that question, I'll ask Johnson to respond to it expansively, but all of us, I know we are running initiatives, and he's asking specifically, what are some of the opportunities that you have, that these young people, after this, they can come to you and request for a job? That is not what he's saying, but exactly that's what he's saying. but I hope you guys get it. So I'll start with William, and then we'll go to Imelda in that order. You can use this.
On inclusivity, I think as a country, either we have a problem or we need to create some kind of a narrative around inclusivity. And especially he was talking about the deaf community. The affirmative that has been talked about in our constitution and what we are supposed to do, because an example, when we are constituting the National Youth Council, there is an option for 8 nominated youth for us to cure the issue of gender and inclusivity. Why can't we make it the other way around, where that inclusivity is not looking that we have we have not been able to elect our PWDs or the young people from the deaf community or the marginalized, but rather have those nomination slots be to cure other things than the PWD. I don't know whether you are getting me. The inclusivity, we have made it to be like our brothers and sisters from the deaf community, or, you know, that they don't deserve to be given a responsibility or elected, but rather be an afterthought, you know, to create some sympathy and all that. But rather, yes, we have these people, the National Youth Council Legal Council, or the champion for PWD, you know, cannot be able to see. But he's there as a lawyer, he's able to advise the council on issues law. What if we had decided, or the people who are recruiting had decided, he falls under those people who can be considered as an afterthought? I think it is a matter of, as a people or as a nation, to think of how do we, you know, value those people, because they are just people like us and they have value and potential just like us, and not being an afterthought for us to be able to fit them in after we have done, you know, whether it's elections, whether it's nomination and all that. Those are my thoughts.
That's a good response. Thank you, William. Melda?
Okay, thank you. And just to add on to what he's saying, Senator Crystal Asige has really been championing a number of disability laws in Senate, and you can look into the bills that he's sponsoring. I think there's one on PWD. I'm not sure, but I think there's one on sign language. Yes.
What's the name again? Repeat the name again.
Senator Crystal Asige, the one who used to sing with the Sauti Sol.
All right.
Yes, yes.
We have gotten that? Okay.
She's been nominated, and she's been sponsoring a couple of disability-friendly bills at Senate, which are currently ongoing. So I believe if you follow up with that, you can be able to engage her. She's very reasonable. Yes. Now, in regards to the issue of awareness of SDGs being very low, I think that is something that we have realized as a parliamentary caucus, a parliamentary association, and one of the main mandates of parliament is actually SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institution, which covers issues like public participation, access to information, awareness, and so forth. So out of this, this question comes at a timely time when we are partnering, or we have partnered with the Ministry of Interior, particularly the e-citizen platform. We partnered with them. We are building an SDG 16 platform, which will have a digital engagement, but will reach more people. Because I think, how many of us are on e-citizen? E-citizen, almost all of us, right? Yes, so I'll give you my number, and you can follow up, and my email as well. You can follow up on that. On that SDG platform, we'll be seeking to have access to information around SDGs. We'll be seeking to do digital public participation for counties and the National Assembly, because we realize most of these working class students, the middle class, they don't participate in public participation. And in the public participation is where people address the SDGs issues, because these SDGs are really just development issues that we engage with that affect us at community level. So we will do that platform, to have the digital platform to reach more people. And also we'll be seeking to have partnerships and organizations that are working on different SDGs, just upload and update data, information and opportunities on what they're doing, so that it gives them visibility, but it also gives the citizen an opportunity to access and know who is doing what opportunities are there within the country from development partners, and who is working within the same area as they are, so that they can partner. So that is what we are currently working on, and I believe if it goes through, maybe by next year, it will be rolled out, and you know, we can keep on engaging the youth on how now to improve that platform for it to work and have solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Melda. Thank you so much. Let's go to Johnson. John.
Morris or Johnson?
Johnson.
Great, thank you. And maybe just a comment before I proceed. There's something Harrison talked of in terms of information access. For me, I believe there need to be a strike between this dissemination in terms of the targeted people. As a young person, how are you going out of your way to make sure that you get this information? And the relevant authorities, what efforts are they making to make sure that you as a young person, you get access to this information? Then, kindly note, we should strike a balance between that. You as a young person, what extra effort are you putting in place? Back to what I was asked. The question was quite clear. What opportunities are available at Champions for SDGs Youth Organization? I believe one, networking opportunities. And on a normal day, do you interact with the CEO of National Youth Council? You don't. On a normal day, do you get to interact with some of the government officials we invited here? Getting a chance to ask them questions. What are you doing concerning young people in this area? You don't. So for us, number one, networking opportunities. And we've been so big in empowering young people on informations around sustainable development goals. Second, if you checked our website, we wanted an office admin. For now, we wanted someone who is going to come in as an intern. How many of us were able to check it out? How many of us have interacted with our website before?
Is it still open?
As of now, it is not open. Okay. Because we are now doing the shortlisting.
Just in case someone wants to know.
And then, thirdly, I know most of us here already have opportunities and are looking for people to take up those opportunities. When you are networking with them, maybe there is a position at the government level, and we have Mr. George here. He is able to advise you, this is what is available for you. And regarding or in relation to what you're doing on SDGs, I would advise you to pursue this. So as a youth-led organization as at now, in terms of creating more opportunities when it comes to employment, to some extent we might be limited. But again, we are trying so hard to come up with as many as possible forums of, we call them fora, of this kind, to make sure that we link you directly to those of us who are able to absorb you either when you are a university student, maybe as an intern, or as an attachment opportunity, or maybe to get a job. Because I remember, Linus, you used to say, sometimes you are now a professor in volunteering. As a young person, you've volunteered for quite some time, so you are no longer even a doctor. Yeah. You are a professor. But then, I think, as I now hand it over to you, Okanda, when you talk about meaningful youth engagement, it should be defined. Is it on information? Is it something they're working on in terms of a project and they want maybe money to be pumped into it? So that when someone has information, what do you want? Money. Lacks information, what you work on is information. So unataka pesa, unapewa information. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson. Thank you so much. Let me hear from Maurice on the question you asked, and then we'll be finishing up with Naomi.
Okay, thank you so much. I think something that I really wanted before I go to answer my question is, one of the key things that was included under the Pact of the Future, though it came a little bit later, was the aspect of people with disabilities. So it was to sacrifice between a focus on art and a focus on people with disabilities. However, people with disabilities won this time, and they removed the aspect of art, which if there is an artist here, it's a little bit of a problem and also a little bit of a disappointment. And this is in regards to the development of the major groups for people with disability that is going to be working hand in hand with the relevant actors depending on which are the particular areas that they can be engaged in. So if it will be quite important if you can also look and also follow the process so that when they're calling for consultations, then it can be quite important that you are also part of it so that when it is being established, it also covers the particular area. So in regards to finances and also different financial models that have been introduced to the Pact of the Future are also old ones that have been also reiterated on the Pact. Number one, whatever the Pact is requesting, number one, as I said earlier, countries or states need to sit down and develop a really clear and strategic framework in regards to, number one, as I said earlier, national financing for development and for actualization for sustainable development. Because as we had said earlier, and you guys know, SDGs were built not for third countries to get money, but for countries to develop their own financial models, which it has come to realize that they are not developing themselves. Number two, it is in regards to frameworks that are quite clear in regards to if finances are moving from maybe an institution, maybe for climate change or whatsoever that is coming into the country, which particular framework and how is this money going to be distributed in your country? So if you do not have an existing framework, you can request for finances and ask for finances. They will not give you because there is no framework that is clear if you're going to give out finances in regards to climate change. Okay, which organization is going to get? How are they going to? Which department in government is going to use? What are they going to use? Is it just planting trees or is it building companies? So if we have that particular clear framework, then it is easier in regards to them now approving this particular finances and saying how much is going to be given where, and this is in the basis of resource distribution. In regards to young people now, one of the key things is, for example, for us who are privy to this particular information, one of the key things that has been requested, and also the European Union also gave a tick, and it is going to be supporting in each and every country, is the development of youth sounding boards that are key focused on finances, where its mandate is to make sure that any engagement that is being done in regards to young people, if it is under the National Youth Council, if it is sending young people to different engagements abroad, we need an institution of comprises of young people that can do clear monitoring and evaluation in regards to where this finances going. But also this needs knowledge and information.
Do you think, Maurice, do you think these sounding boards have autonomy to achieve that?
So in the basis of how the pact is written, but you all know in regards to its implementation, it's the states to pick how they're going to implement it. But the request in regards to discussion was it needs to be autonomous. However, it needs to work directly with the National Youth Council because it is the official body that represents young people from government. So from government and also the states. So also, the little bit of cry is the Pact of the Future is non-binding, which means it's not compulsory for governments to follow up in regards to the same, and they have to pick one or two that are going to do, which is also the disappointment that we really had. However, whatever is being done is now different agencies like the European Union, IGAD, they were requested to develop different programs that are going to help in regards to actualization of sustainable financing, especially for young people. One of the funding that has been initiated by the European Union is the Global Youth Fund.
Okay.
So the Global Youth Fund, whatever is done, is its mandate is to give finances and resources for institutions that are sending young people to high engagements. So it used to be done in the European Union countries, that's how they used to distribute the money, but now it has been expounded now to other nations. And I think we have a representative, and I have my boss here. There is an agreement between the European Union and also the East African community in regards to what are the actions and activities, and one of the key things that have been approved on that particular action point is what is the interconnection between these different countries and the European Union in regards to funding different modalities of engagement of young people, because also government cannot do every single thing. So these are also things that are also identified that are going to be pushed. Then lastly, something that was really it was hot in New York was in regards to financing for climate change. So financing for climate change was a little bit of a problem because most of the first world countries were like, even as we have our problem and we have to solve issues with climate change because it is affecting us. Okay, we had an agreement that we need to send money also to countries like that are in Africa who are not also polluting, but they do not have frameworks in regards to how this money is going to be distributed. If it is going to ministries, where is it going to? There is no clear kind of framework that is going to be done. And one of the calls that we are having with AUNYD and also the different delegations from the US and also from the European Union is develop a draft framework in regards to how are these finances going to be shared. Yes, we do have already existing, but we really need to have a clear kind of framework. If it is going to government, what is it going to do?
Okay.
If it is going to organizations that are at community, how are they going to get these particular finances and how is it going to work? So we are not just giving money to countries and let them sort it out. They need to share so that you can have monitoring and evaluation. So that's what is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. I think lastly we'll have to hear from Miriam as we come to, Naomi, sorry, as we come to a conclusion.
The first question was value, what is the value for volunteers within and after VSO? Before we dive into VSO, I'd like to ask you to ask yourself, what is value? I mean, what value are we talking about here? Because for me, when you mention the word value, I disseminate it, I divide it into three categories. That is monetary value, there is knowledge, and there is networking. So for those who are with us in VSO, they get more of knowledge and networking than monetary. That's why VSO goes for volunteering for development. And if I were asked to give a preference to for those three, I'd take knowledge and networking above monetary value. Because let's talk locally. When you go to your village, because I like working with vitu kwa ground vile ziko. When I take the information that I've gotten from VSO and give it to another youth in my village, when opportunities come in those villages, because some other times you find that these NGOs, these government institutions, they want to get someone from the ground so that they can give a realistic approach or a dynamic input into something that they want. So when they come to the village, who is going to be mentioned first for those opportunities by local authorities? For example, your chief. You who has knowledge, you who has created networks through those activities that are done by VSO, for example, to the community. Another thing, for example, in this house, in this sitting, we are making network. Because I'd like to tell you that no matter how unwanting, you don't want to network, you don't want to hear, you don't want to listen, you do not want. You will want. I am sure even if you do not want to come out of here with any other knowledge, you have come out of here with the name of maybe your neighbor, Eugene, Maurice, Imelda, and another person. And that is networking. That is value. Because amidst you saying, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I'm from a particular place, I do this and this, that has been registered in the back of the other person's mind. So if comes an opportunity, and sincerely this person, and you run in, they remember you, who is going to benefit? For example, they do not have someone else who can benefit from that opportunity. You. Right. So for value, I'd like to say that there's a lot of value being pumped into volunteers and into volunteerism. A month back, I was privileged to attend a workshop with the African Union for capacity building for volunteerism mainstreaming. And on matters monetary value, there is a promise. There is something to hope for, that volunteerism will not, that capacity building is going to be done to the local people, to that Mr. So-and-so in the community, that they do not see volunteerism as kujitupa, kuenda kutumika. In matters that there will be some monetary shipping in and a lot of things. And
All
for
right.
VSO, just to finish up, for
Okay.
VSO, we do not tell, VSO does not tell you to come and go just like that. For the fare that you will use, there is some reimbursement and credit for any mobilization that one has to make. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want you guys to put your hands together and appreciate my panel. Ah, come on. We can do better than that. Yes. All right. So, okay. So,
Yes,
unfortunately, we don't have time because the lunch time is over at the cafeteria. So, we have to be there now. If it's not now, we forget about lunch.
Yes, just one thing.
NYC, unataka tukose lunch?
Just one thing to, yes.
All right.
Maybe just to request us to go and look at
30 seconds,
the
yeah?
KYDP, the Kenya Youth Policy.
Yeah.
We have one silver bullet, and if we hit that, we will solve all the issues of financing in our country for the youth organizations, even at the village level. That is operationalization of the sector working groups. For National Youth Council, will be available to have that conversation, and even the people who are seated here in suits, if we are able to do that, you will not only be you alone getting those financing, but even Tinded. There's a young person here who is launching her organization on 31st. At UN Towers, we'll be able to get that financing, and even that young person in Kakamega will be able to get that financing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Imelda.
Okay, I promise to give my number. So my personal number is 0710 0710 750 436. I'll repeat 0710 750 436. Tafadhali msinitumie salamu.
Nasi ae. All right. You also give in 20 seconds.
I noted when she was giving her number, the ladies were not so, but the guys, maybe maybe on a lighter
people
note,
are bright here.
maybe just to make sure that ladies are also recording, I'll give my number, but on a personal basis. Okay. With that said, I believe what we are doing as an organization.
In 20 seconds.
Yes, thank you. What we are doing as an organization is not enough. It calls for all of us, with the kind of initiatives we have, either in our rural areas or in Nairobi, to join in this fight. Because we cannot keep on saying, nothing without us. How do you say it? Nothing? Nothing for us without us. The us bit must come from each and every one of us. And I believe such like forums are going to create more opportunities for us to interact, bring about the challenges we face as young people, and then have a chat way forward for us to talk about Agenda 2030 in the next years, see what is it for us in the pact of the future.
Time.
And maybe next time, we'll have more time to extensively look at these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnson. Maurice, in 20 seconds.
Okay, I don't know what to say though. I am a product of VSO. First of all, the person who said benefit and value from VSO. I'm a product of VSO, and I have a very huge project in Ahero that we did 100% volunteer and VSO, and I am a person and I am here because of VSO. So, and it was fully volunteerism, and I got trained on SDGs. So thank you, and that is one part of the value. In regards to number, I don't know if you're going to give.
We want a number.
But I think something that I really wanted to
But you can share your number.
I really wanted to have a conversation is, I think we really need to look for a way how we can bridge the gap, and I think it is a conversation that we have been having with a good friend of mine. The gap where young people and representatives of young people, especially under the ministry, can look for ways in which we can find a common ground and really help in regards to development. And one of the key things that we are also helping is the development of how the AUNYD can be incorporated under the ministry so that it can be run under them. And that is going to help. For my number, 0719 37 15 40.
Huyo atakupea kazi.
0719 37 15 40.
All right. Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you.
All right.
What I would like to say is that for VSO Kenya, I think acha ni sifu tembo lakini halitaingia maji.
In 20 seconds.
For VSO Kenya, they are doing, they are working from grassroots they are working to see what from grassroots level can do. Because when you have a kid and you want them to do something, you empower them, you give them information. And that is what VSO Kenya is doing. They are giving information to primary actors in the local community so that they can be empowered, they can get the courage to ask for something. For example, in budget advocacy, when we are disseminating this information to the local youths, for example, the 200 plus youths that we did give them this information. They have done memos. They have put their leaders into an accountability question. Why is this not happening? Why are our bursaries? Why is our bursary allocation going down? We need it to go back so that our children can be educated. And for this, I can sing like a bird, but I don't have the time. And if you want to see more of VSO, maybe you can visit their website, VSO Kenya. Their social media handles, VSO Kenya, VSO International. Thank you, and hopefully we'll interact more and get to see each other. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. You know, when the government wants to say something, we just have to listen. Hopefully it's okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Sasso.
Sorry, people, I'm not going to be in between you and your lunch. I just want to address myself to two questions on two issues and not in a statement. One is the Global Youth Fund investment. I want to observe that this is going to be a conversation that will be led by the National Treasury, because it is one thing to make a statement at that level and say the funds are available. It's another to develop that framework so that then we can access money. That is number one. Number two, access of the delegates to international fora. I have had very funny experiences. The last one is this one, where we had two youth that were not able to be given a visa to travel to the United States of America. Now, can I ask, how many of us here do have valid passports? Oh, thanks, this is a good one. I challenge you to make sure that you always have a valid transport. What is it called? Passport. But now, for these organizations to headquarter or to host headquarters like the UN, like what we have in Nairobi, usually there is a contract that you allow access. That is a contract, allow access. But then things happen. In 2017, I had 4 youths to the United States of America, New York. I came back with none. So let us learn also. That gave our big brothers an opportunity to vet. This time around, we wanted to have the youth under government delegation. They said, nah. Why? We had missed the month preceding this. So it is a challenge, and I wanted to challenge Imelda. Imelda, through parliament, I know there is an existing law. Shout. Say, Kenyan delegation to international fora, express. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sasso. Thank you, guys. It was quite unfortunate we can't pick up any more questions because of time. But I know there's a session that's going to come up after lunch. So if you have your question, you can also get to interact with us. It was wonderful hosting this panel. My name is Okanda S. Eugene. You can search me across all social media platforms as Okanda S. Eugene. and we can stay connected on that note. My contact is there, so we can connect. Thank you so much. I'll hand it over back to Arnold. Thank you.
Thank you, Okanda and the panel. Let's clap for them.
All right, we are requesting to take a group photo.
Yeah.
We'll just stand here.
Please step forward and take your group photo. And as they take the group photo, our lunch will be at Maandalizi. Our lunch will be at Maandalizi. So we'll walk out. We'll walk out and go down to the left. And we'll get to the restaurant. So how many minutes can we do? We do not have much time. If we had to finish early, we need to have our lunch quickly. Can we do 30 minutes? Please sit down. Why are you standing up already? And we are trying to agree on time. Can we do 30 minutes? Is that okay with all of us? Please come back in 30 minutes time. And do not leave yet. Do not leave if you have not signed another attendance form. There is another attendance form that is very important. Please do not leave. So I believe everyone has a meal card. And if you do not have, pass by the registration desk. So now we can proceed. We can proceed to lunch. And let's be back in 30 minutes. So 30 minutes is at exactly at 14:59. Let's be back in the room. let's take our seats. Can we listen to each other? Let's take our seats, please. We would like to proceed with the afternoon session. Hi, Christine. Galata. Hi. Let's take our seats so that we can start our afternoon session. Thank you for being back on time. So we don't anticipate to take too much of the afternoon. We want to finish early so that we can proceed. Kijana mtanashati. Tupigie kijana mtanashati makofi akikuja. So that we can start the afternoon session. Hiyo itoshi, makofi mzuri. Alafu ukimaliza utuambie pages zako ni gani. I realized huwa unasahau.
Good afternoon. Ningekuwa mwanasiasa mngenipatia kofi mingi, si ndio? Simunipigie makofi tafadhali. Yeah, so being this is the second time and the last time I'm here, so just like any other creative, I would like for you to follow me on all social media. Yeah, Instagram is kijana_mtanashati official. kijana_mtanashati_official. So the next piece I'm going to perform, which is the last piece, is about freedom, the call for freedom. And the piece will be talking about our part as citizens, the part you are supposed to play, the ignorant parts we as citizens always play to the politicians, so they are taking advantage of us. So we need to wake up. We need to increase more civic education, more political education in our schools. We need to put more information there, not only here. So we need to take the information we have here back there in our society. So the piece is called I Will Be Free. I will be free. Kama wingu angani. Maybe walk high with the birds. Nami hapo juu nitaongea. Nitafly with the birds of the weathers. Hapo juu nitaongea juu ya nchi yangu. I got my tongue out on my chest just in case I have to give them a word. Na udini nilipata ndani ya poet, nikakanyaga ofisi ya mheshimiwa na mashairi ya wananchi wakanivunja mguu. Laiti wangalijua, they only gave me a reason to start a movement. Nilisoma biography ya Jesus, ni spoken word tupu. So I'm going to take these words door to door. I am the 13th disciple with the 5th gospel of social change. Yale mawe walikataa kwa mjengo ndo natumianga kaa stepping stone mtaani. A roof over my head. I still wish wengi wetu tungekuwa na affordable housing mtaani. Soul for martyr. Fake pastors trying to cage my spirit. Kuna bleeding ndani ya mwili wangu nduwezi panguza na tissue. Warm blood. Still in prison of my cells. I'm alive. Don't you see? Face-to-face conversation. Mbona tunazidi kwa blindfolded. Heart-to-heart dialogue. Hakuna love kwa ndimi zao. Dry jokes no memes kwa hizi mazingira. Word-to-word brothers kuna bond. Street kuna chemistry. Solution kwa mix ya kichwa mjanja. Education iko na mwanya. Mwanafunzi kuma nje kama bite ya kibogoyo. Na political system ijaipenda smart. Connection na back doors. Windows off. Opportunities zikuna back. Zikuna mwanya. Panda, 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 shuka. Unajua nani uko juu? Kimbele mbele na wesi fast come. Tamaa kwa saloni kaya mheshimiwa na wesi. Na we ni kiparangoto. Basi shuka. Ufurahishi na mlolongo wetu vile tufilifika asubuhi na mapema. Kutafuta kiongozi wa basari. Basi kata kiu. Sahau hayo masomo yako. Hapa ni IQ. Pesa hainanga language barrier. Mshahara kubwa tunatongoza na kitu kidogo. Najua unaweza chang'aa lakini subiri mkubwa kunywa chai kwanza ndio biashara yetu iendelee. Vijana na wazee wamepotea na glasi ya chupa kwa klabu. Nyumbani sufuria bila chakula. Mwiko kuna jirani with an upper hand na koroga watoto wadogo. chakula na nguo, worth innocent body, defilement, kesi kotini, judge kwa koma, kashindwa kupeana full sentence. Haki tunachagua, heri uwa mgala. Tulipenda flatami, shida kiongozi tumbo. Freedom ni free koko na pesa. Sanitary towels ni free koko na link za NGOs. Deep pockets ya wenye wako na coins ka sisi. Survival to put meal on the table. Pickpocketing siya wale wenye wako na mkono fupi. Mother and child, I see mother and child, I see father figure kwa macho mother. Leo ni leo pana. Sini jana, responsible fathers walikuwa fuangaliwa changa. Sex na tabu. Trial version ilikuja na full package. Teenage pregnancy, watoto wana watoto. Na bado sex education ni crime kwa manyumba zetu. Hapa, hadi uko nje. We need to take this message so that we can enlighten our community. Thank you.
Makofi tena. Thank you so much, Kijana Mtanashati, for championing the SDGs through art. I think this is the time I should make this announcement. We have some information sheets here about the People Dialogue Festival. How many have heard about the People Dialogue Festival? So there is some information about the People Dialogue Festival for 2025 here. You're welcome to come by and pick one of them here after when we are dispersing. So please remember. So at this point, this is the session where we reflect on the recommendations that we made last year during a similar pre-conference. And those recommendations were taken to the main conference. So the aim is to know whether, do we feel like those recommendations have been met by now? So we'll go through them together with you one by one. And then after that, we'll give recommendations for this year. Is that okay? So that's to are we making progress or ICT, are we ready with the presentation? So last year we held a similar pre-conference at the University of Nairobi. That was in partnership with the University of Nairobi students, the SDGs Kenya Forum, the UNF Finland, and Champions for SDGs Youth. And at that time we had 180 physical participants and virtual engagement through the live stream and also online. And also the virtual, it's up already. So you can go to the next slide. We still had Kijana Mtanashati championing the SDGs with art. So let's go back. We had 180 physical participants and online engagement, and those participants came from different counties. They came, next slide, they came from different institutions, and these are 36 organizations and institutions, and some of them are still here. And then next, the challenges. We highlighted the challenges that we felt that we were facing during that time. But today, I want us to go to the third slide. So we highlighted the challenges, next slide, the opportunities that we see, and then the last one, the recommendations. So we are at the recommendations. So I would like us to go through the recommendations together so that we see? Do we feel like in the last 1 year, since the last pre-conference, is the recommendations zimekuwa met? Do we feel like we are at a good place or not? So the first one is continue to actively engage more young people in subsequent multi-stakeholders conferences at all levels, from the planning and implementation to the review process. Do you feel like we've been engaged in the national multi-stakeholder conference at all levels? The national multi-stakeholder conference is not this event. This is a pre-conference for young people. There is a main event that brings together all stakeholders that will take place later next month. So that is what the question is. Do we feel like we've been well engaged? Yeah? No one is saying yes? Only no? Not really? You feel like you've been engaged partly? Yeah.
I would say partly we have been engaged in the essence that if we know that these conferences are happening, in my mind, then that means that in terms of awareness and capacity, that we have such events, then they are doing a good job because you're aware of the opportunities. But in terms of being able to participate physically, being able to give our feedback, I think that might be the drawback.
Okay, thank you so much for that input. And also, who would like to volunteer to help me pass the microphone around, please? Thank you so much.
I will say no, because the fact that we've been told today the Kenyan youth represent the age is 28%, and a few of us who have a chance to attend the pre-conference today. That means the probability of us attending the big one is probably low. So there's a difference between knowing something is happening and being on the table and make contribution to it.
Okay, maybe I can ask you a follow-up question. How engaging do you feel this pre-conference has been?
The one for today?
The one for youth. This one for today.
It's very engaging. I've learned a lot. And what stood out for me, not even the government official that have been here, but the young people who were sitting here and discussing different, ways that young people have participated, even globally, has been mind-blowing for me.
Thank you for that input. So we can have, because we have how many points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can have, could you allow me, in the interest of time, we have 2 responses for each recommendation. Our rapporteur will capture all your feedback. And then after that, Tracy will come on stage and take us through recommendations for this year so that we are able to finish on time. So is there one last person who wants to comment on that? Or we go to the next one? We go to the next one. So same slide. So the next recommendation was recognize youth as important stakeholders in the process, partner and work in collaboration with us, the youth. Do we feel like the other stakeholders recognize us as important stakeholders and they are willing to partner with us and work in collaboration with us? Can we let's have 2 responses on that.
Thank you again. My name is Naomi Kimanthi, and I am a bit myself, I am finding myself in a dilemma because they recognize us, yes, on paper. But when it comes to implementation, when it comes to matters review, when it comes to policy making, how do we come in as youths to put our views in the whole process, so that these SDGs, while we are championing, while we are working towards achieving them and achieving our targets, we have youth as core factors in the whole process. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that input. Second person who wants to comment on that? Yes.
My name is Margaret Wambua, and yes, I feel that we're being recognized as the youth, but it has to, you have to be doing something very unique, or you have to have an initiative that you're working on, so as you can be recognized by the government, maybe these NGOs. Thank you.
Much for that input. Let's move to the next one. So last year, the youth recommended that other stakeholders should establish a structured way for meaningful youth engagement and participation in their organizations and institutions. Specifically, they should have a youth wing or youth department that harmonizes and coordinates youth in the SDGs space. So the question here is, do we feel like other stakeholders have had youth departments in their institutions? They have put up programs focusing on youth issues within the institutions. In the past 1 year, how do we feel about this? Anyone? Yes, Grace?
I think the points are intertwined, but I'm wondering, in this definition of stakeholders, who are these stakeholders that probably we would have given this kind of call to action?
Okay,
so, because,
can I respond to that and then you continue? So the stakeholders, Ms. Florence had mentioned the stakeholders earlier, and the stakeholders are categorized in terms of the SDGs, and from the coordination perspective, they have been put into civil society. Civil society is where CBOs, NGOs, FBOs, all of them, they fall there, the foundations and so on. And then there is another stakeholder called the media. Under the Media Council of Kenya, there is another one called the United Nations, which has all the agencies. There is another one called academia, which has institutions of learning and so on. There is another one called government, which has the Council of Governors, the ministries, the different institutions in the government, the state departments, and so on, and the directorates. And then we have, which other stakeholder? Private sector. We have private sector under the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We have the manufacturers, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Which one else? The parliamentarians are under government. Imelda was here before, and you heard from her. So those are the stakeholders that we are speaking about.
Okay. So basically, could you project the point again? So mine would be to say that there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of sustainable development goals and engagement programs. Could you project the point? What?
Yes, please project the slide again.
The point, it was about...
Establish a structured way of meaningfully engaging.
Yeah, youth engagement. So yeah, I think the recognition has been there, the talk has been there from top to bottom, even in terms of from the UN coming downwards. But for me, what I would feel is from the government perspective, a kind of angle. I know there is a whole directorate that deals with SDGs, but for me, it comes out as a really quiet directorate that maybe should have been running probably programs in the 47 counties so that we don't have youths, like someone had said, they sat in a room where only 20 people knew about SDGs out of the 180. So I think that is something that should not be happening. And I think probably once we are sending back the report, there has to be an intentional, structured program to even enlighten people on what is SDGs, and even sharing ideas on where the youth can come in and, to promote these sustainable development goals. Yeah, and I would call it some form of devolving them, Yes, thank you.
By the way, Grace recently, in the past 2 weeks, hosted an SDGs week in Nairobi and Ngong is?
Yeah, Nairobi and Ngong.
Ngong is where? Ngong is in
Kajiado, we can say Kajiado.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you say something about it in 30 seconds? The SDGs week.
Oh, okay. My name is Grace. I'm the Next Instant Forum Ambassador for Kenya under the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences. So in my capacity as the NEF Ambassador, I was hosting the Africa SDG Week, which was happening in 15 other African countries. And I was happy to collaborate with Arnold. I think we've had a lot of government people promising us how they are going to support us, but I'm sorry to say I was supported by the youth, by only the people that came through were like the youth people. And they were the ones who came prepared with the content in terms of SDGs, in terms of even enlightening the communities that we were trying to reach out to. And what came about is, from one of the things that came about from that Africa SDG Week was that SDG Week ni vitu za UN, not like an us thing. So yet, from where we sit as a people, there are so many people with initiatives here which they are doing something small and they are contributing to sustainable development goals. So in short, sustainable development goals touch on all of us, and in one way or the other from what we are doing, we are contributing. So that is our thing that we should all embrace and continue doing the things that we do. Yeah. Yes, and enlighten ourselves. Thank you so much, Arnold, for such a platform to enhance sustainable development goals.
No. Thank you, Wewe, for putting together the SDGs week. Let's clap for Grace for the good job. But also, thank you. Do we have any other comment on that? Yes. Harrison?
Yes, thank you very much. My observation on especially civil society organizations, I think there is still a lot that needs to be done there, because most civil society organizations that I've reached are led by older people, and that's because the older people have the networks, they can access the finances. So if more deliberate action can be taken to make youth be able to run actually significantly civil organizations, that would be a step. The other place is the government. I think this can't be overemphasized enough, because the recognition is there, like the person who spoke earlier said, on paper, but in terms of being appointed to significant positions, it's not there. The other aspect is generally the perception of youth, especially from the advent of Gen Z narrative. I think Gen Z narrative was a great initiative that at some point it has increased on marginalization of youth, because sometimes even at workplaces, when you put up a point, you're told, these are the Gen Zs. So I think generally the society is shifting negatively towards the youth, because we are seeing more as violent people, as people who have ideas, as people who are just rejecting. So that would be my observation about engagement.
Thank you so much. So let's move to the next one. Deliberately create more avenues for youth to learn and solve problems in school and at work through initiatives such as trainee programs, clubs, and societies. How do we feel about this? Do we feel like now there are trainee programs, clubs, societies, especially in schools and your workplaces in the past 1 year? Who would like to comment on that? Yes? Yeah.
Thank you. Again, my name is Vincent. I think little has been done so far, as I am concerned, with the grassroots levels, because we find that most of these conversations, they're being done within the cities or the towns. But now, ukienda sasa mashamba, unapata there are no things of this kind.
Within institutions and workplaces, how do you feel? Are there initiatives like programs that are training people, or clubs or societies?
Okay, at my level, I'm in campus, but I don't see such programs.
Which campus?
University of Nairobi.
University of Nairobi, we've done this pre-conference there. But University of Nairobi also has ISEC, has House Prize, has which other club related to SDGs? Pardon? Yeah? IEEE. Yeah. Possibly now we need to, again, there's a Christine. Christine, you are with? Is it ISEC or? You are also from the same institutions, but but you have engaged with an SDG club.
Yes, yeah. There are several. There's also Health Prize, which now leads to the 100 million prize around any SDG-centered initiative. Yeah. There's the Millennium Fellowship Club, which is a global fellowship initiated by Ban Ki-moon in 2018 in partnership with United Nations Academic Club. It's advertised via the Dean's Office. You can apply. The current cohort. We have a 2024 fellow here. Michelle, I'm a two-time fellow and former campus director. So SDGs are core to every institution and corporate. They are calling it ESG in the corporate sector. I don't think there's a space where SDGs are not conversation. I'm just speaking to someone who's working in the elementary school level, which is like pre-high school, and they're saying it's being incorporated. I can't put it exactly as she did, but it's being incorporated in the CBC curriculum. So SDGs are coming to you. If they've not figured there, you can look out for other additional resources, like we've been told. Localization, there's things like SDSN, I think. Yeah. It has campuses at University of Nairobi, Strathmore, as well as Moi University.
Thank you.
Yes, and also YALI, there's organizations that have centered around SDGs for their social impact. Not to mention Champions for SDGs, whose affiliate organizations help champion it even at the community level. I think we got to interact with a community doing it in Mathare. I can't quite remember the name. So try to tap into them, and then you'll be told which partner at your local level works for that. There's also SDGs Kenya Forum, which is the umbrella body for civic organizations centered around SDGs.
Yeah, yes, thank you so much. Could you take 30 seconds to finish?
Yes. Okay. You know, within the University of Nairobi, we have several campuses. So maybe I don't know from which campus she is in, but I'm from just the other side, Apakabet. But I don't see these things. It's only that I'm really focusing because of my ambitions, and today I'm here.
Yeah, thank you so much for your ambition. Let's clap for him for his ambition. Yeah. So today you have met Christine, and Christine will share with you more about what she knows within the,
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So let's move to the next. Next one was implement SDGs initiatives qua ground. In fact, you are the one who has said qua ground. Eh? You've spoken about this. Implement SDGs initiatives qua ground and at the grassroots level. Where young people and the target population is. You've already mentioned something about it. You feel like it's happening more in the towns and not in the, in your words, mashamba. Can we have 2 comments on that? Do we feel like now young people wenye wako huku mtaani, wenye wako huku town wanapata information ya SDGs. How do we feel about that in the past 1 year? The hands in front of you. Behind you.
Okay, I'm Moses. I'm from Ruaraka, Greener Life CBO. On that point, I think I'll support my friend. Kwa ground, information about SDG haijatufikia sisi. Like tuseme, for me, nimesikia kwa mtandao na kuiona, but kukuja kwa conference kama hii leo, ndio sana na get to know more about it. So if this is me, what about the others?
Yeah.
And then I'm feeling like, kwa ground, SDG, tukienda kwa ground, ama kuja kwa ground, the terms that we're going to use, these words that we're going to use, like today I've met so big terms, hizi offices zenye hawa watu wana hold, ziko na terminology zingine mingi, yani sidhani kwa ground kama watu wataelewa. So if you can just lay that, mukipass this information, you bring it on a layman's language, where everybody can understand it. You put chini kwa ground, machamba, not all of us, not all of them, wataelewa.
Yeah, thank you. Ulikuwa umemaliza point? Thank you so much. So I would like to, is there someone who can comment on SDGs dialogues from SDGs Forum? Stella? Irene, I'm tempted to tell you to comment because ile initiative ya Grace yenye wanafanya SDGs week, that is one of the ways that they're taking SDGs information mtaani. SDGs dialogues zetu zenye tumekuja kwa UN, tukaenda Taita Taveta, tukaenda huko Ngong, bado tunajaribu kupeleka hiyo information, but I know that still needs to be done more. Si ndio ifikie ma youth wote. Na pia tukideliver hiyo information tunaongea Kiswahili, Sheng, tunaongea language yenye youth anaelewa. So I get you perfectly. Would you like to mention? Okay. Actually, when Stella comes, atatuambia something small about a certain initiative ya SDGs from yenye inafanya community dialogues kwa community. But meanwhile, there's an input there. Yes, yes.
Okay, my name is Nanze from Makueni. I advocate for disability inclusion. And okay, what I can say is, uko mashinani, people lack civic awareness. Awana awareness, people do not have education on these things. So if maybe there are programs to reach them, utapata sisi wenye tuko huku town, hata tukijaribu kuwaelezea, mimi sina time ya kushindia kuelezea mtu kila kitu, because I have other things to do. But if we have programs to do it, like upate kuna program fulani, leo watu wanaenda mashinani place fani nini, lakini hivi just like that, kuna mtu hata hajawahi sikia SDG, hata kuna mtu hajawahi sikia hiyo ni nini. Ukienda kumwambia sasa atasikia, that's something new to me.
Yeah. Thank you so much. But I think this is the place where I'll comment and say, kuna kitu yote kwa life yenye iko kwa SDG, yenye unafanya. Kuna kitu yenye unafanya iko kwa SDGs ama yenye husiana na SDGs. Mwindi, unafikiria sana kunayo? Hakuna? Iko? Hakuna. So hao watu wana implement SDGs venye hawajui hizo ni SDGs. Na pia ni venye hawajui ni SDG gani na ina relate na target gani. Na inamhusu aje yeye kama mtu wa huko mashinani. Acha tuende kwa ya mwisho. So the last one was saying include sustainable development education in school curriculums and disseminate progress reports to reach the youth with information on current trends and opportunities. To engage. How do we feel about this? Do we feel like mashule zinafundisha mambo kama haya? Tunapata information kuhusu the reports kama Kenya imetoa report mpya huu mwaka. The VNR ya 3. Tumepata information. As much as In fact, those reports we mwenyewe you can access them hapo kwa simu. You just Google, enda kwa website ya State Department, ama ya SDGs Kenya Forum, ama ya Champions for SDGs Youth, ama ya UN. Utapata hizo reports zote, including the Pact of the Future, yenye ili come out of the Summit of the Future. But I want to hear your comment. How do you feel? Do you feel mashule ama curriculum ina include mambo ya sustainable development? Let's hear from the gentleman in blue.
Yes, thank you so much, Arnold. My name is Mwangi James Kithenji. I'm an environmentalist. Talking to the point of the curriculum, I think it's something that's gaining momentum, apart from the CBC bit of it. For example, I'll give a practical example of a lady in Meru. She has an organization called GLFX Meru. She has developed her own curriculum, and she has her own school whereby she's teaching kids on matters SDGs in line with agriculture. So many aspects of SDGs. I think it's cross-cutting. So when we talk about the curriculum and it gaining momentum on matters SDGs, I think it's something that's on the rise. But again, I still feel like there's a lot that we need to do in terms of capacity building. For example, where I come from, I used to go to schools to like just teach them about things on climate action. And I felt like there was not that much knowledge with the kids, apart from the practical community. They don't know much about climate action and teachers themselves also. So I feel like, yes, it's been done, but not enough.
Thank you so much, Mwangi, for that. Mwindi here wants to speak.
Asante sana. One is on the schools. My name is Mwindi Maingi, mimi natoka Machakos, the county to be.
Kwani sasa county?
Unafaa kwa hapo. So one thing naweza sema, watoto wa siku hizi they are really engaged. Ikikuja kwa masomo na hiyo CBC, which is in again traction. One of the subjects wanafanyanga on creativity. Unapatanga wamepewa assignment, wameambiwa tengeneza ABCD with items you can find at home. Unaona? Hawajaambiwa buy ama nini. Wakati mimi nilikuwa nasoma, ulikuwa unasikia you need crayons, unahitaji sasa unaandika shopping list, unaenda unanunua every time, and that ilikuanga ile linear way model. But slowly by slowly wanakuja wanajua naweza chukua kitu home na nifanya. Now tumeona young kids right now wanaitwa governors, ambassadors, wa boards zinatengenezwa shule on environment ABCD. Then too, thanks to greenwashing, kuna watu wengi sana wanaingia mashule kuwapandisha miti, kuwaimbisha ama vitu kama hiyo. But little hawajui watoto washaanza kujua discussions za climate. But now tunasongaje na wao wajue that at young age unaweza influence the policy part. And that's why in the just concluded Africa Climate Summit kulikuwa na a children declaration under it. Young kids walikuja wakasoma, msichana alikuwa hapo mbele urging member states and rallying African presidents to support their declaration. Akasoma mbele ya presidents, mbele ya the African Union Commission Mos Mafaki, wakasema sisi tuko wapi. So how now are we doing more na wao wajue how to interpret law, how to write law na how kuandika hizi policies. Na nashukuru sana hao watu wa greenwashing waendelee sana kuenda mashule zao. So and the other aspect ya ati watu wa mashinani, watu wa vijijini hawana awareness that kuna climate change. Wanajua ni ati hawajui inaitwa CC hiyo climate change, but wanajua joto iko, mahindi ikuji, wanajua grasshoppers zinakuja, but watu waelewi how this desert locusts zinakuja. Wanaelewa pasture inapungua. Mtu anasema tangu sisi tukiwa watoto, sisi tukuja sasa tumeharibu. Now they are owning up, but after our own up na hizi vitu zilichorwa wakati sisi tulikuwa tunanyonya ashako msimatusi. So the thing is now they have owned up, wanataka to fix first. Waliharibu wakifanya nini? What were they thinking? Ilikujanga story na housing, they cleared more land for housing, wali clear land for kufeed watu. Ilikujaje ikafika hapo? Ndio sasa sisi tujue yes we need funds za kufanya ABCD. So si ati hawajui hii mashida iko, wanajua ni hiyo terminology my friend was talking about, hawajui zinaitwa hizo terminologies. On the SDG aspect, mimi nafurahia sana SDG Forum Kenya ilikuja ground Machakos 2023 na tukafanya community dialogue na community. Ndio understand kumbe kuna watu walikamali duniani wakasema hizi agenda 15 ndio zitatatua hii mashida tunasikia. Mbona joto mbona kuna joto na mbona kuna nini, na young people take it upon ourselves, tunatokea wakati hizi voluntary reviews zilikuwa zinaandikwa na vitu kama hizo. Sasa wewe umejua ule mzee hawezi fika pale, ule mzee hawezi fika pale. Mbona usichukue points zao, ama wewe utoke Nairobi after this pre-conference ndio ukakata hizo inputs na uzilete tena. Asante.
Yeah, thank you. Kuna mtu anataka clap lakini anaogopa. Just up. So now, at this point, allow me to welcome on stage Tracy. Tracy, please come and introduce. I think we introduce utakuwa humble sana. Let me allow you to introduce yourself and take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Osogo. Full stop. That's where my introduction ends. And for the purposes of this conversation, I have been asked to take you through an open dialogue session on the challenges, opportunities, and recommendations moving forward. Remember, this is a pre-conference, meaning there's going to be a conference after this. And as was said in the morning, part of what will be taken, or part of what will be presented there, because the conference is multi-actor, multi-sectoral, and it has private sector, non-profit organizations, civil society, government. So much as there will be youth, there won't be nearly as many youth as are in this room. So the point of this pre-conference is that we're taking up recommendations, opportunities for collaboration, and then the people who will get to represent the youth at the conference level will present those on our behalf. Sawa sawa. Now from the SDGs, the champions for SDGs, could I get a confirmation of how many roving mics we have? Tuko na microphones ngapi? There's one here, so that we do this as quickly as possible. If somebody else can help her to rove the mic. Good. So I want to start by asking a very simple question. How many like music? I'm not asking how many know how to sing, how many like music? Hey. Uko nyuma, what is your favorite song? Who wants to share what their favorite song is? Yes? There's another mic here. If we can have mics roving so that this is going as quickly as possible.
My favorite song has to be Lightning by Mortimer. Yeah.
But can you give us one line in the song? You don't have to sing, just say the words.
That's the worst song to ask for. It's it says your love's okay, I don't know. I can only sing the song when I see the lyrics. I'm very bad at that, but
Granted.
It's like a reggae love song. Yeah.
That is valid. Thank you for sharing. On this end of the room, who wants to share what their favorite song is? I promise I'm not asking you to sing.
Yeah, don't ask me to sing because I'm just learning it.
Great. What's your favorite song?
Basi.
Say that again.
Nathaniel Basi, Yeshua.
Nice. Now, I'm also not a singer myself. I can barely sing, but I want you to finish the lyrics of the song. Sweetie, 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 sweetie. Good. Which is another popular song in Kenya. What? I can't hear you. Anguka, I don't know. Does anyone really know the lyrics of Anguka Nayo? I just know the words Anguka Nayo. Kasongo Nayo, is that what they say? Now, you see the way we all know, or Jerusalem, you see the way we all knew the words to that song. Now I want to ask, how many of us know the 17 SDGs? How many know at least 3? Good. Now, when we talk about SDGs, my youth and SDGs, that is part of where we need to start challenging ourselves. That in the same way we take a lot of passion in things like music and art, which is a good thing. It's a great thing. Lazima tubanjuke, lazima tujue nyimbo. We also have to put the same effort in knowing these SDGs. That's a place for us to start. Now, there's also been a very interesting conversation around the room this afternoon about my youth tunafanya kazi yenye inachangia SDGs. True or false? True or false? Whether you're, and Arnold asked a very important question. He asked about if there's anything anybody does that is not related to the SDGs. How many of you have planted a tree, for example? Good. How many of you have had, you went to a children's home and whatever, and you spent time with them, you probably cooked a meal with them? How many? Good. How many of you have been a teaching assistant in a school or Sunday school? So, I ask all these questions because in one way or the other, it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter where you work, it doesn't matter what you study, you somehow contribute to the attainment of the SDGs. What then we need to figure out is, where do we report our efforts? For example, if I planted 10 trees or 1 tree, which SDG does that contribute to? There's some of them here. Which SDGs does tree planting contribute to? Climate action, another one. Life on earth, another one. And depending on where you plant those trees, it could also be life in water. So, that is part of where, and under your team, that is part of the challenge you people have, because when you go into voluntary national reporting, what is the interface between that high level reporting and what the youth are doing? Chenye vijana wanafanya kwa ground. And that is part of what we hope some of these conversations will help us understand. Now, going back to the session I am here to moderate. I want us to have a very quick, it is 4:19. I want to be out of here by 4:45. So can we talk about what opportunities, from the conversations you've had, from the presentations you've seen here, what opportunities, first of all, what challenges exist in our contributions as young people towards the attainment of the SDGs? Challenges gani tunapatana nazo? This is an open discussion. There's a hand there.
Political blockage. That I want to champion for gender equality, but certain politicians, because that has been his weak point or her weak point, views it as if I am fighting him politically.
You're a threat to him or her.
Thank you.
So those political blockages, as has been said, there's another hand here.
Yes, the challenge that I see is lack of motivation to people doing these activities. You find that a number of youths have innovative ideas implementing these SDGs, but they feel not motivated. So that is a big challenge in this space. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so a lack of motivation amongst the young people. I want to move to this end of the room, or this side of the room. Go ahead.
Lack of proper implementation of SDGs.
Lack of proper implementation. What does that look like? Help us understand what that looks like.
By that I mean, for example, the Asal counties, that is most marginalized communities. These programs are little, people don't have knowledge on it, or those who have knowledge on it don't have the capacity to, mainstream it to the community. So there's lack of information, lack of capacity building to the community.
Thank you for sharing that. Does anyone else from this end of the room want to share? What are those challenges in the involvement of the young people towards the attainment of the SDGs?
I had some feedback, but you lost me at the involvement part.
Go ahead, give your feedback.
So, like for example, we've mentioned that a lot of young people here are working on something that is contributing to sustainable development in one way or the other. I mean, the STEM, science, technology, engineering. I run an initiative that promotes science, technology, engineering, and math in the marginalized communities, or at least that is where I want to work. But I find myself most of the time, because of a challenge of resources, I'm able to reach, if I'm going into my pocket, I'm able to go to a place that is closer to where I live. Like I can go to Kiambu, I can go to Ngong. Even, for example, how I ran the Africa SDG Week. Ideally, I would have loved to go to a place like in my rural village, somewhere, or Mandera, or something like that. But then when I do the math, practically speaking, as much as I would want very much to go there, and where the big gap is actually there, you find that I'm not able to reach there. And I believe that resonates with a lot of young people here. So that is why I even think the gentleman was saying that a lot of even information is concentrated in Nairobi. You find that we may be overloaded with more information, but it's not reaching in the grassroots. So I know, of course, sometimes you're told not to talk about resources. I try to adjust. For example, I went to the nearest village, home.
In conclusion,
Yeah.
huh?
So, but yeah, you understand my point.
Yes, so there's an insufficiency of resources, which then means that a lot of those programs are concentrated within the urban regions. Thank you. Any other, there's a contribution? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I thought tokenism, where youth are put in spaces where ideally they should be able to be equipped with resources or speaking, public participation, but it's mostly ticking a box or a formality, not so much capacity building or meaningful engagement. So you're given a speaking engagement that does not allow you to pitch maybe your initiative to be funded or to showcase your best practice or to show your hindrance. So it's more of a campus.
So you're there to be seen and not to be heard? Yes. Okay. I'll take two more responses, one from either side of the room.
Okay, hello. I'm Don Carlos from Krokocho. And one of the challenges that youth get ni kama unapata kama coach kama Indwaraka sub county vijana wamekuwa wakisafisha the Madare River and Nairobi River. So government ikiingilia inakuja na polisi zake, inatoa vijana wenye wamekuwa kivolunteer, wanachukua vijana wengine wapya ndio wanakula do. Kitu ya pili ni sisi wenyewe sisi wananchi. Tunapata vijana wamechunganisha wanatoa matakataka kwa maploti, but unapata wewe kama tenant utakulipa kijana. Ama wewe kama tenant unaambia kijana utakuwa unapata takataka mali unataka. So unapata sisi wananchi ndio tunachangia kuchafua kuwa na hizi illegal dumping Nairobi.
Thank you. So we're part of the problem. It's part of what I hear you say.
Okay, thank you. Can I speak?
Okay, give me a minute. I was saying something.
Okay.
So you take a case in point that the Green Army, which is the cleaning, the youth, when you want to do na usafi within the current governance regime, wakuja wasafishe. Tomorrow morning, they'll trash the ama kutakuwa na takataka. Kutakuwa na takataka, sindio? On one end, it might be a government problem because where do we want that? Hatujui mahali penye hiyo takataka inafaa kupelekwa. But on the other end, does the government leave that ama ni sisi tumechafua? When you eat and you throw banana peel or whatever, wherever you want, are you working for the good of the environment, which will fall under one of these SDGs, or are you working against it? So we must be as equally inward-looking as we are outward-looking. Sasa, yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Albanas Peter from Makueni, and this is my concern, and I raise it as a challenge. Like, you realize that most of the goals, when one is fully implemented and well implemented, it leads to the implementation of the other. Like, for example, I am from Makueni. I come from a poor background. I've gone through the goals, and I've gotten a quality education. Now that's a goal that has been fully and well implemented. Now this quality education, it should help me implement goal number 1, zero poverty. Through most cases, you realize that it's through implement. But when you go to the when you're now looking for employment, like mostly in the government, you realize that unless you have connection, it is not easy for you to get a job when you're not connected to those opportunities. So you realize that goal number 4, quality education, was well implemented. I'm now going for goal number 8, good jobs and economics. Now, hiyo nimekosa. Suppose ningepata goal number 8, a good job, goal number 1 would be fully implemented. But now, haitakuwa implemented. So, unless we have a better sources of employment, and the government, the youth are well linked to the government jobs, it is very difficult for the goals to be well implemented. And there's still also in most cases.
In summary, what's the challenge?
The challenge is lack of jobs.
So employment is an issue, employment opportunities.
Yes, and another problem, like in most cases, you realize that like the good health, the goal for the good health, there are very many ways you can achieve that. But the moment you start targeting for some of those goals, and mostly the service providers, which is the government, you are branded as anti-government. So that's another challenge.
Thank you. Now, what existed before the SDGs? The MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. And what was the time of attainment of those goals? From when to when? The SDGs, when, okay, anybody? So again, on one end, there's the problem that these goals are not necessarily homegrown. The young people are expected to be part of the implementing actors because we are majority, we are the largest population, all that good stuff. On the other end, when those things are being discussed, the young people are not in the room. Now my question becomes, do we sit and wait for the opportunities to sit in those rooms, or do we go and find the opportunities to sit in those rooms? Huh? We go and find them, now that they won't be given to us. And truly, the young people have come out. You've seen the Senate's website has crashed because the young people have filed 200,000 plus petitions against some of those laws. So then definitely, while in the past, tulikuwa tunaambiwa vijana hamko interested, saizi they've really seen the young people are really interested in some of these issues. The same energy that we have when it comes to those governance things. Which SDG does governance fall under? 16. Could fall under 17, but strongly under 16. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. So you see, in some way, you're contributing towards the SDGs, whether you know it or not. The connection that we have to put is between what we are doing and the reporting for those. Now, does anybody have a pressing challenge? Because I want to move to opportunities. So pressing that if you don't say it, it cannot go without being said. Whoever you people give, I don't have the roving mics.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I am Stella from Kiambu. As a young person and on the journey of implementing SDGs and the opportunities around the youth and the SDG field, I think bureaucracy and gatekeeping is one of the issues we have. For the youths who are already there are a lot of opportunities, but they better go there. Unatoka Bali, unaingia country ingine na ingine, kuliko niambie Seroni, go for that opportunity because you have the capability to go there. You feel so bad giving another youth an opportunity other than allowing all of us to grow in the field. Leo ni wewe unapata opportunity, you go network. Another one, give them a chance to go network their own way. And in one way or another, sisi wote tutakuwa tunavurutana. We might be our most biggest enemies. Bureaucracy, kupanda juu, ngori. Thanks.
Asante. Vijana, sasa youth ni opportunity ni kitu ya kunyima mtu surely. See, if you get those opportunities, you share. So what she's saying is that we might be part of that problem, that we get to hear of these opportunities instead of sharing them with other people, we keep them to ourselves for private gain. Thank you for sharing that. Now, I want us to move quickly into the opportunities. And it's very easy. It's very easy. So now I stand between you and a lot of the things you want to say, but I also stand between you and going home in time. So I'm going to balance this, but don't worry. When you get the mic, please feel free to speak. Sawa sawa. So now I want us to talk about the opportunities because it's very, very easy to talk about problems. We can, tunaweza kukesha, we can be here residentially. I've heard Arnold is giving some people accommodation. Tunaweza kulala hapa wote. And we talk about those problems. But beyond those problems, because problems will never end, we need to also find space for conversation and dialogue around what opportunities exist for us as young people to contribute towards the attainment of the SDGs. Now, when did the SDGs start being implemented? 1st January 2016. When is the deadline for completion of those SDGs? 2030. So how many years have passed since the beginning of the implementation? How many years are left? 6. Only 6. So I want us to also have a candid conversation on what opportunities exist for us as young people to enhance our contribution towards the attainment of those SDGs. What opportunities exist? Now, lest we leave here with bad blood, I want you to give your problem. However, as you give your problem, you're also giving us a solution. Mm-hmm.
There's no bad blood in engagements.
Go ahead.
So one of the key challenges that should come out of here is lack of data or opportunities to validate our data. Because look at Kenya, we don't have any post-colonial city. And we are talking about new cities and SDG 11.
Say that again. We don't have any post-colonial
city. We are the only African country now with no. Hizi zote tuliachiwa na wazungu. Sasa, young people tunataka job. We are talking of Konza Technical City. We are talking about urbanization. The UN Habitat Forum, one of the resolutions championed by Kenya was on sustainable housing. And look at SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. Why can't we talk about this? Create more jobs for you to develop green spaces, develop new green urban spaces. Ajua mbona, because there is lack of data. Who's doing what? Or if we have data ourselves, we need more partners to validate our data at an affordable rate. And that was championed by SDG when it was being conducting the VNR. They called KNBS to come and validate. What my brother unapata wanasafisha river, alafu when it comes a partner wants to work na mtu, wananyimwa ni because one, labda their data is not validated or they don't know how to collect their data.
hiyo inaumiza mayouth sana. That was my pressing
So
point.
capacity strengthening on data collection, validation, and then contributions towards the VNR.
Yes.
Sawa sawa. Go ahead.
My name is George Mutiso from Makueni, and I saw an opportunity in the SDGs in regard to youths, especially now that we understand that majority of the youths have quality education and they are very much educated, and therefore they have the innovation and the technology to use, they can use to implement the SDGs. So I was thinking, now that we have just developed the third CINDP since the inception of the county governments, so there is that opportunity now. We are about to develop the fourth one, come 2027. If the knowledge youth have, they can cascade it to the rural areas like the wards, then they fully participate in the formation of the CINDPs. We can include all the targets and indicators of the SDGs in the development of the CINDP, and that will influence how our county governments or our governments drive the development agenda. And I think that through that one, we can even generate green jobs. So I'm urging my fellow youths not to stay purely within the towns and maintain the information there. We can even undertake civic education in the rural areas, and that one will help us achieve the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the person who's supposed to rove the mic has his hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks once again.
And then you go back to roving the mic.
Okay, fine, thank you. I see this as opportunity. We have innovative ideas, and at the same time we have energy in social media. And how we can package this information to do sustainable education, sustainable development goals education using our social media platforms. And another opportunity that I see in a couple of weeks, in the last few weeks, joint UN SDG fund launched a fund called DigiKen. It's a fund that aims to promote the innovative ideas that youths are doing and entrepreneurs, how can I put it? That youths are doing to support their innovative ideas. So I see this as an opportunity to leverage on these goals and make sure that you're not left behind. So here you have the information. So use that information to come up with an innovative things to get funded, to get funding to your project, and make sure that we leave no one behind. So that is an amazing opportunity for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Wangapi hapa kwa WhatsApp? How many have WhatsApp accounts? How many have Instagram? Okay, so this is the thing. You keep your hand up. Sawa sawa. So how many have WhatsApp? How many have Instagram? I'm saying you keep your hand up. Yani, kama ulikuwa na WhatsApp, alafu niende the next question, uache mkono yako imebaki juu. How many have Instagram accounts? Facebook? X? Snapchat? How many have an email address? Good. So as many of us as are in the room have some access to some sort of a digital platform. I am a Gen Z, and it is our generation that chased the former president from Twitter. It is this same generation that had the chief of staff at CNN flying into Nairobi to meet the president to give an apology for some journalists calling Kenya a what? A hotbed of terror. But it is also our generation that forced a president to come and have a conversation with Kenyans on X, which had how many viewers? 3 million viewers. So can you imagine what could happen if we harness that energy and that tech savviness towards putting our energies together to ensure that we attain the SDGs, or that we contribute towards attainment of the SDGs? Is that possible? Is that not? It is. What other opportunities do we see for young people?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
For me, I think the adoption of the Pact for the Future is an opportunity by itself. Because if you read through specifically chapter 4 of the Pact, it talks about strengthening meaningful youth participation, or rather engagement in the national and international levels. And I think donors are also very keen on the youth, and that is why we have boards that specifically try to amplify the voices of the youth. For example, the EU Youth Sounding Board, the Danish Youth Sounding Board, and even the Africa United Nations Youth Delegates Program. So these are opportunities, and these are opportunities that are normally advertised to the youth. So you just develop a keen interest in it, apply, and you're also one of the people that are able to amplify the voices of the youth, not just at the national level, but also at the regional and global level. So the fact that we do have an active Pact for the Future, it is also an opportunity by itself.
So there's global and local and regional frameworks, including the Pact of the Future, that actually advocate for meaningful youth engagement. And that meaningful youth engagement can contribute to the SDGs. Now, there's been conversations around what is meaningful youth engagement. Is it having young people in a meeting? Is it giving them a chance to talk? Is it having the young people in a room with a politician? There's a lot of different debate around it, but for sure, there's both local, regional, global, international, and national level frameworks that actually advocate for meaningful youth engagement. How many of you saw the advertisement for the EU Youth Sounding Board for Africa? You saw it on some platforms, Indio. So some of those opportunities are publicly shared. They are not closed books. How many of you have had the chance to look at the Pact of the Future document? Because it's also open source. It's not closed off to some people. So that's another document which you can look at and see what is in it for us as the young people. How many of you have looked at AU 2063? Good. How many of you have looked at the SDGs? So all those, there are various frameworks that exist. Whether or not the African youth or the Kenyan youth was included in conversations around them before their formation is a different question. But some of them exist. Arnold here, for example, is a member of the Youth Sounding Board for the Royal Danish Embassy. How did you get that position, Arnold? How did you land that position? Is it you know someone who knows someone who knows someone? Is it advertised and you applied? Is it you were headhunted? How did you get that position?
So there is one opportunity that led to another. I first applied to study a course at the Danida Fellowship Center. And when I was going through the course at the Danida Fellowship Center, I now got into the Youth Sounding Board. Because that was one of the entry points that could qualify me
to serve on the Youth Sounding Board.
And then additionally, that particular course was focusing on empowering youth for sustainable development. And in most of the SDGs activities in Kenya, the embassy has participated and has observed that this person has been implementing activities relevant to this course and that are relevant to the mandate of the board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I want to leave this conversation there, not because it's the end of the conversation. We can have this conversation days and days on. However, I hope that part of what this has shown you is that despite all these challenges, and the problems are many as the government has is as many as are related to the implementation of the SDGs. However, there's also a couple of opportunities that we as young people have that we can leverage on, as has been shared in this room, by the way. It is nobody that is, all those ideas and all those solutions have been recommended by young people. So we need to keep on amplifying these conversations. We need to keep on taking on a collaborative approach. You can never do it alone. If you decided to take SDG 4, quality education, even if you dedicated 100 years to implementing it, as long as you're implementing it on your own, you will never attain it. So there's definitely room for collaboration. Don't leverage on competition, leverage on collaboration. How many of you have tried applying for funding, any proposal of late, at least in the last 2 years? How many of those proposals had you apply as an individual, whether an individual person or an individual organization? Very few. Because a lot of proposals now need you to be in consortia, need you to be in communities of practice. And the logic behind it is you can't do it on your own. There's limited funding, but there's also opportunity for people to collaborate, for organizations to collaborate. So part of my parting shot is that as young people, we have the energy, we have the brilliant ideas, we have that tech savviness in us. What we need to enhance is a collaborative approach towards programming towards attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. There's a lot of opportunities out there, so keep an eye on it. If you subscribe to things like Opportunities for Youth, I think that's the name of the website, you'll get notifications about these opportunities every so often. Pia lazima tujitume. Sawa sawa. Now, in the spirit of amplifying this, how many have smartphones? How many of you have smartphones? And you're seated next to someone. Sindio, even if there's a blank seat, there's someone next to you. Take a picture with someone, there's banners all over, and the hashtag is My Youth na SDGs. Post something about your presence here. Post something about what you've learned being here. Post something about what you are doing as an individual, as an organization around implementing the SDGs. Post something about what your neighbor is doing around that. Today you interacted with Tracy and you got to learn that she does this and this around the SDGs. You interacted with Lydia, you interacted with whoever. Because again, we must amplify the work that we're doing. Sawa sawa. Otherwise, I am 3 minutes past the time I promised to be out, but thank you for indulging me and keep on doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Let's clap for Tracy again. Tracy, mbona hukusema niseme? Mbona hukusema you are the head of the People Dialogue Festival? And please remember to share, to collect this information sheet. I don't know if they are enough. That is why I'm saying people can select. But let me pass them around. Those. Yeah. But for more information, you can just Google the People Dialogue Festival. Cindy? Yeah. So the ICT team, please, if you can project the QR code. The last thing that you want to do is share some feedback of this activity. And this one, you'll do it using your device. So please look onto the screens. And there is a QR code that you can scan. And this form will take about 3-4 minutes for you to fill. And then that is the last thing we'll do. And then the Director General will close the meeting for us today. Yeah? So please scan this QR code and fill in. If you need to come closer to scan, you are welcome to do so. And then, alternatively, you can type in the address bit.ly / My Youth na SDGs 2024 feedback. MYNSDG and F are capital. So please pay attention to the... Is there anyone who has a challenge accessing the link? Is Is there anyone who has a challenge? The easiest way you can do that is to, let's go together. Let's go to your browser, and then on the address bar, type in bit in small case .ly / are we together? bit.ly / capital M small a, capital Y small OUTH, capital N small a, capital S, capital D, capital G. Mwangi, have you already filled the form? Oh, okay. Because I've seen you are looking at me like this. Hey. SDG, and then small s, 2024, capital F, and the rest is small case feedback. I'll read out the responses to question 1, because question 1 is asking how many, I mean what one word describes your experience today. Anyone who has a challenge accessing the form? If there's something that you wanted to say during the challenges, opportunities, and recommendations that you are not able to say, please type it in there. It is important for us to be able to capture it. It will complement what the rapporteur has captured. Anyone who has a challenge? Have we filled? But once your phone charges, please remember to fill it in. Yeah. Kindly take a moment to fill that in. It's very important information. Kindly take a moment to fill that feedback form. As we fill in the form, Beryl or Stella or Jamila, who will give us a vote of thanks?
Good afternoon, Badoma. It's good evening. It's good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening once again. First, let me say thank you so much for still staying around even after lunchtime, because some of us left during lunch hour, but you have been very loyal as you, Sivyo. And as our theme for today was My Youth na SDGs, I hope we have learned a lot. And just a quick fire. You just raise your hand. How many SDGs do we have? Hands. Okay, SDG 13. Kwa hivyo tumekota, kwani it's just this side peke yake, and this side SDG 17. Mnasema kama chorus. Anyway, thank you so much. At least pia imekuwa a learning session to all of us. And as we leave, we are going to, as we said, we will allow ourselves to use our voices to amplify the voices of those that we have left behind. Sivyo? Sinikweli? Either you're coming from a marginalized community or you're coming here in Nairobi, you as a youth, you have an opportunity to voice the voice of the other youth. Now, if you feel umenyanyaswa mahali, you're able to articulate clearly, and we believe you will be able to be heard. And as I said, or as the previous speakers have mentioned, we have activities that bring the youth together. So tusiseme ati we have been left behind. So we have seen that. Ama, we haven't seen that. Have we seen that? We have International Youth Day. We have the Day of the Girl Child, and so forth and so on. So let us be active even in these international days. Let us ensure that we are able to tap into spaces that will allow us to be heard. And as we finalize, the SDGs Kenya Forum is very keen on all the SDGs. And I'm standing here on behalf of the SDGs to talk about climate action. So as youth, I know we have a lot of opportunities and a lot of initiatives, and there's a lot of creativity that, of course, comes with us being young people and vibrant people. So as the SDGs Kenya Forum, we have a call for application so that he can be able to close. And also get time to interact and mingle as I hand over the microphone to one of us. Asanteni.
Yeah, a round of applause to the photographer. If you're not going to clap for the photographer, then your photos won't be edited. Again, we'll only share the photos that were not taken well. So photographers should be well treated. So thank you for that. It has been quite a long day for all of us. And as we are waiting for the one who is going to officially close this meeting for us, I would want us to do an activity. Should we do an activity? Are we tired? Very tired. Great. 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 So I know we are giving out our feedbacks. Who in 10 seconds can tell us? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Mimi napenda sana kuongea na sasa leo nimenyimwa nafasi. Kwa hivyo nikasema nitachukua mic by force. By fire, si ndio? My name is Irene and I work with the SDGs Kenya Forum. Just a little housekeeping. There are some forms that you're supposed to sign before you leave with our very beautiful lady here. Please stand up so that they can see you. So we have two sets of forms. There are some that are going to be signed strictly by the VSO team. Please, Sebastian, stand up so that people can see you. Yes. Yes, the first two forms that you signed were attendance sheets for us to just get the attendance sheet. Then this last form is for your kurudishiwa fare yenye umetumia kukuja huku. Then there is tea outside there. Ukikuja usign, unaenda unachukua kikombe ya chai, unakunywa, alafu naenda zako. Lakini kwanza tungoje Gikonge akuje ndio alete mgeni mheshimiwa wa kutufungia fursa hii. Am I clear enough? Haya, sawa sawa, asanteni. At least nimepata mic nikaongea. Nilikuwa nimemiss kuongea. Anyway.
So we can give her a round of applause. Eh? So you are sure M-Pesa itasoma vizuri. Siasha clarify. Are we together? Just note, the first two forms zilikuwa za attendance. Any transport reimbursement, VSO team, you see your guy. The rest of the team, Sharon is your guy. Is it okay? That's clear. So as you are waiting for Arnold, how many of us got the poster? The other one, imeandikwa shift 80. Shift 80. Yes. Shift 80. So if you are interested, scan it, go about the application, showcase what you're doing. If you're lucky enough, you get the 50,000. If you're not so lucky enough, you get the 30,000. Eh? To some of us, that can be a small amount. To some of us, it can be a big amount. Thank you. Arnold, back to you.
Mmeshajaza hizi QR codes zote? And vote of thanks? Have you done the vote of thanks?